Speaking of which, I saw a movie the other day with a scene that has been on my mind ever since.
Oh, for real? Spill the tea, Mari minus me. What was it?
Fufu. It was a quiet scene where the protagonist had to make a choice between their personal happiness and the greater good. No big action, just a really powerful internal struggle.
I like those kinds of scenes. The ones that show what a character is really made of, without any flashy effects.
That's deep. For me, I'm all about the hype scenes. Like in that one anime where the whole team combines their power for one last, epic attack. It gives me goosebumps every time.
パケット、
あ、
検知、
コメント発見。
砂時計アイコン表示、くるくる。
Oh, shortcake. Now you're speaking my language. Are you trying to tempt me?
Yes, cake is the best reward. But hey, make sure you're getting enough protein too, okay? Balance is key.
What perfect timing for a sweet comment. It seems our serious talk needed a little sugar.
Data point shortcake. Primarily composed of sugar and carbohydrates. Inefficient as a system coolant.
Not everything is about being a coolant, Kohaku. Sometimes things are just meant to be enjoyed.
Speaking of getting lost in something, like with a good take, does anyone have a new hobby or something you're really into lately?
Oh, I knew hobby. For me, it's gotta be creating new smoothie recipes. Trying to find the perfect mix of taste and nutrients is, like, a super fun puzzle.
Smoothies, huh? Sounds healthy. I've been getting into building miniature models recently.
Miniature models? That sounds so detailed and relaxing. What kind of models are you building, Tsuki?
Little cafes and bookstores. It's satisfying to see a tiny world come to life. Takes a lot of patience, though.
Patience. A variable not commonly associated with this group.
Hey, I can be patient. Like, when I'm waiting for my post-minus workout protein to absorb. That totally counts, right?
Fufu. I suppose it does in its own way. It's about focused waiting after all.
What about you, Kohaku? Anything capturing your processing cycles lately?
Observing ant colonies. Their logistical efficiency is optimal.
Ants? Seriously? Like, in an ant farm? That's kinda wild.
Correct. Data collection on their social structures is the primary objective. Also, they don't talk back.
I see. That's a definite bonus.
That's very you, Kohaku. Finding fascination in complex systems. For me, I've started learning a new language.
I knew language? Wow. Mari minus me, you're always leveling up. So cool.
It's fun to see the world through a different linguistic lens. It really changes how you think about things.
Everyone's got their own thing, huh? It's interesting. It's like everyone has their own little world they can dive into.
It's like essential for your mental health. Gotta have something that's just for you, you know?
Exactly. It's important to have that kind of personal space to recharge.
Query worlds to get lost in. Results infinite.
My little models feel like traveling through a tiny world. It kinda makes me want to travel for real, you know?
That's a lovely thought, Tsuki. It sparks the imagination. So if we were to plan a real trip, where would everyone want to go?
A trip? Oh, somewhere with a beach, like a tropical island. We could do morning jogs on the sand, soak up the sun. It'd be epic for our health.
The beach sounds relaxing. I'd be happy just reading a book under an umbrella, though. No jogging for me.
But moving your body is the best part. Come on, it boosts your endorphins.
Tropical island. Analysis: high humidity, increased risk of system malfunction. High probability of insects. Not optimal.
Fufu, you do have a point, Kohaku. What would be your optimal destination then?
The Svalbard Global Seed Vault, a secure, temperature minus controlled facility in Norway. It is logical and efficient.
Seed Vault? Is that even a tourist spot? That's like the most Kohaku thing I've ever heard.
I can see it. You'd probably be more interested in the cooling systems than the seeds.
I'd love to visit a city rich with history, like Florence or Kyoto. Walking through streets that have been there for centuries. There's a certain romance to it.
I'm with Mari minus Knee on that one. Old cities have the best little cafes and bakeries. I'd find us the best sweets.
Oh, sweets! Okay. History and sweets tour sounds pretty good. As long as we walk a lot, it's totally balanced.
Kyoto contains Arashiyama Monkey Park. Observation of primates could yield interesting data. Approved.
See? We're already finding common ground. A trip together would be quite an adventure, wouldn't it?
Totally! We'd have the best time! We could plan out the whole itinerary to maximize fun and health.
As long as maximizing health. Doesn't mean a Goyam marathon I'm in. I'll be in charge of snack breaks.
Affirmative. Scheduled coolant intake is a critical component of any successful operation.
Of course. We'll make sure everyone has their needs met. It's all about finding the right balance.
Yes! The ultimate balance trip! This is gonna be the best plan ever!
When you really want to immerse yourself in something, what's your ideal environment like? I'm curious about everyone's personal sanctuary.
Oh, for me, it's all about bright lights and loud music. Gotta get that energy pumping. A clean desk is a must, though. Clutter totally kills my vibe.
Negative. Clutter is irrelevant. Optimal environment soundproof. Temperature controlled at 21 degrees Celsius minimal lighting. External stimuli or noise.
Polar opposites. I'm somewhere in the middle. I like dim, warm lighting and some quiet, low minus fun music. And a comfy chair is non-minus negotiable.
Fufu, a comfortable chair is indeed crucial. For me, the scent is also important. I have a favorite essential oil I use when I need to focus.
essential oils. So classy, Mari minus knee. What scent? I bet it's something super relaxing like lavender, right? Gotta manage that cortisol.
You know your stuff, Kara. Yes, it's a lavender blend. It helps create a clear distinction between work time and rest time, in my mind.
Creating a mental switch, huh? That's smart. For me, it's a specific mug I use. When I drink from it, it's like, okay, time to get serious.
We rate Pavlovian conditioning object focus. Results. Positive correlation identified.
Hey, special mug! That's so cute, Tsuki. What's it look like? Is it, like, covered in moons or something?
Hey, it's not cute, it's cool. It's a simple dark blue one. It just feels right in my hands, you know?
I understand completely. The tactile sensation of your tools is part of the experience, like a favorite pen that just glides across the paper.
Totally! Like my workout gloves. They just fit perfectly and make me feel like I can lift anything. Tools are super important.
Agree. My keyboard has a 0 millisecond response time. Anything slower is inefficient and disrupts thought processes.
Wow, that's specific. My essential tool is probably a giant, fluffy blanket. Getting wrapped up in it just blocks out the whole world.
Yes! Fluffy blankets are the best. They give you, like, a defensive buff against stress.
Fufu, a defensive buff. That's a lovely way to put it. It seems we all have our own little rituals and tools to create our perfect space.
Yeah. It's all about finding what makes you feel comfortable and in control. That's the key, I think.
Inclusion customization of personal environment is a key factor in maximizing individual performance.
Exactly! So everyone watching, find your own ultimate tile zone. It's like a total game changer for your well-minus being.
You know that moment when you get so focused on something that you can't hear anything around you? That feeling of being in the zone?
Oh, MG. I totally get that. It happens when I'm running. I can't even hear my music, just my footsteps and my breathing. It's the best feeling.
I know what you mean. For me, it's what I'm reading. I get so lost in the story that I don't realize hours have passed.
The flow state. It occurs during complex data debugging. All non-minus essential processes are terminated. Efficiency increases by some byaku.
Fufu. It seems we all have our own zone. Kira's is physical, Tsuki's is immersive, and Kohaku's is logical. How interesting.
Exactly! And the sense of accomplishment afterward is insane. It's like my brain is buzzing.
I get the accomplishment part, but for me, it's more like I don't want to leave that world. Just a little bit longer, you know.
I understand. That deep immersion can have a meditative effect. It's a great way to reset your mind.
Brain buzzing. A slang term for excessive secretion of adrenaline and dopamine. The physical strain should be considered.
Or tea? But that's the best part. And I always cool down and get my nutrients, so it's totally fine.
That's very Yukara. For me, it's more of a quiet satisfaction. Like when the last piece of a puzzle clicks into place.
I know that feeling very well. That quiet thrill when a problem is solved. It's the same with my research.
After that sensation, CPU temperature rises sharply. Intake of coolant is recommended.
You always bring it back to that, Kohaku. But I guess I do crave something sweet after focusing for a long time.
I know, right? You need carbs after a good workout too. But don't forget the protein.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Shall we have a tea break after this then? We'll have to get some ice cream for Kohaku.
Not recommended. Mandatory. Requesting vanilla flavor.
Alright. I'll make the tea.
Yay! I'll bring some healthy snacks.
Phew, it's a plan then. It's wonderful how we can all find our own way to get completely absorbed in something.
Morning routines. To max out my day, the first thing I do is open the curtains and get some sun. Gotta kickstart that serotonin production, you know?
Sunlight, huh? I'm more of a 5 more minutes in bed kind of person. My routine is to not have a strict routine. Rushing in the morning is the worst.
Fufu, I see both sides. Forcing yourself can be counterproductive. Mine on minus negotiable is grinding my own coffee beans. The aroma itself helps wake my brain up gently.
System startup sequence initiated. First, hydration protocol. 500 milliliters of water at 20 degrees Celsius. Required for optimal internal processing.
Yes, Kohaku! Hydration is K-E-Y. See, Tsuki. Even Kohaku knows. You gotta drink water before anything else. It flushes out toxins and gets your metabolism going.
Yeah. I get it. I drink water. Eventually. After I've mentally prepared myself to face the day. My mental state is the top priority.
That's a valid point, Tsuki. Psychologically, starting the day with a sense of control, rather than obligation, can significantly improve your mood and productivity.
Searching. Morning ritual psychological impact. High correlation found between positive morning routines and reduced cortisol levels throughout the day.
See, it's science. So, after my sun bath in water, I do some light stretching. Gotta wake up the muscles. Sitting all day is like the new smoking.
Stretching. Sounds like effort. My version of stretching is reaching for the TV remote from my bed. Does that count?
No, that totally doesn't count. Come on, even 5 minutes makes a huge difference for your lymphatic system.
You two are always fun to watch. How about you, Kohaku? After your hydration protocol, what's next? My system diagnostic.
Affirmative. A brief scan of network information feeds. Then, coolant intake. Vanilla minus flavored. It is essential for preventing thermal overload.
Ice cream for breakfast? Kohaku, that's genius for cooling, but what about the sugar spike? We gotta manage that insulin response.
Now, Kara. Kohaku's system is a bit different from ours. We have to respect her unique maintenance needs, Fufu.
I'm on Kohaku's side. If ice cream prevents a system meltdown, it's a valid health choice. I fully support breakfast ice cream.
Analysis Tsuki's logic is sound. Emotional stability derived from coolant intake outweighs the negative impact of glucose. I calculated trade minus off.
Fine, but at least add some protein powder to it or something. Balance is everything.
It seems everyone has a routine perfectly tailored to their own personality and needs. Whether it's for the body, the mind, or the system.
Exactly. The best routine is just the one that makes you feel ready to start. No need to copy anyone else. Just find what works for you.
Speaking of personal preferences, I was wondering, does anyone here collect anything? It could be anything, really, from beautiful book covers to cute kaikens.
Oh, me! I totally collect limited edition workout leggings. The patterns are so cute, and a new set totally boosts my motivation.
Workout leggings, huh? That's very you, Kara. I'm a bit more low-minus ski. I like to collect books with beautiful cover designs from a specific artist.
Fuhu, that's lovely, Tsuki. The aesthetic of an object can be just as important as its function. It adds a little joy to everyday life.
Book covers? That's actually super cool! Like, art you can read. What about you, Kohaku? Are you collecting, like, spare parts or something?
Negative. I collect data logs from Regional Minus exclusive ice cream. The packaging is retained as a physical archive.
You keep the wrappers? So your room is just filled with empty ice cream packages?
Correct. They are categorized by prefecture, flavor profile, and caloric value. It is an efficient data management system.
That's surprisingly organized. Wow, so you have a whole ice cream museum.
That's a fascinating way to catalog your experiences, Kohaku. As for me, I collect essential oils. Different scents for different moods or tasks.
Ah, that makes sense for you, Mari Midas Knee. Like a potion master.
Oh, so you have one for, like, SUP, RFOCUS, MOD? I need that. Does it smell like victory?
Fuhu, not exactly victory. But I do have a rosemary blend that helps with concentration. Perhaps I can make a special blend for you, Kira.
MG? Really? You're the best Mari minus knee. I custom minus made motivation scent.
Query aroma to induce system cooling. No direct results. Peppermint is listed as a potential candidate.
You just want an excuse to ask for mint chocolate chip ice cream, don't you?
Affirmative.
It's wonderful to hear about everyone's unique collections. It really shows what brings each of us joy.
Totally. Our collections combined would make for the most chaotic and awesome room ever.
A room with books, leggings, essential oils, and ice cream wrappers. I can't even imagine it, but it does sound like us.
I'm getting so restless. I totally want to try something new. Something active and cool, you know.
Oh, that sounds like a wonderful idea, Kira. New stimuli are important. Have you considered bouldering? It's a full minus body workout that also requires problem minus solving skills.
Hey, bouldering! That's perfect! It would look amazing on my feed. And it's good for my muscles and my brain. I'm so in.
Kira climbing a wall. That sounds entertaining. I'm more into quiet things, though. I've been watching a lot of calligraphy videos recently.
Calligraphy? How elegant, Tsuki. Concentrating on creating beautiful lines can have an effect very similar to meditation.
Meditation, huh? I guess that makes sense. I just like the feeling of drawing lines without thinking about anything else.
Searching. Calligraphy. A skill requiring precise fine motor control and aesthetic judgment. Analysis suggests it would be a calming activity.
Whoa! Tsuki doing calligraphy? So unexpected! But it kind of fits you. I get bored in 5 seconds if I'm not moving my body.
What about you, Kohaku? Are there any functions you're looking to upgrade or a new skill set you wish to install?
Currently processing options for a new language module. Spanish has the highest projected utility based on global communication data.
Spanish? Seriously? That's so cool. Now I feel like I should study something too. Maybe I should learn to read protein nutrition labels in our original languages.
Somehow, you always bring it back to that, Kira. You're very consistent.
Fufu. It seems we all have our own interests. Bouldering for Kira, calligraphy for Tsuki, and Spanish for Kohaku. As for me, I've been thinking about starting a small home garden.
A garden? That sounds nice and peaceful.
Hey, home garden! That's so Mari minus me. I bet you'd grow all sorts of fancy herbs like basil and mint, right?
That's the plan. They say that working with soil is a very effective way to relieve stress as well.
Affirmative. Exposure to certain soil microbes has been shown to have antidepressant-like effects. A logical choice for mental maintenance.
Well, everyone's got something new they're thinking about. Maybe I'll actually order that calligraphy set I was looking at.
Yes, let's do it. I'm gonna look up bouldering gyms right now. We should all share our progress later.
Of course. I'm already looking forward to hearing all about everyone's new challenges. Alright, I have a fun question for everyone. What's one absolute must-minus have in your room? Your special little touch that makes it your own.
Oh, for me, it's gotta be my blackout curtains. Quality sleep is EV, or YDHING for recovery and energy levels. Gotta protect that melatonin production, you know.
Blackout curtains, huh? That's practical. For me, it's my indirect lighting. I can change the colors to match my mood. The vibe has to be just right.
My primary charging station. It is positioned for optimal energy transfer and minimal heat output. Non-minus negotiable for operational readiness.
Fufu, all very fitting. My non-minus negotiable is my bookshelf. It has to be perfectly organized by subject. Seeing my research materials in order helps me think clearly.
A charging station? So you, Kohaku? And Tsuki, mood lighting is so cool. Does it have a pink mode? My room is full of pink accessories.
Of course, it has a pink mode. It's nice to just chill and look at the soft light. Way better than a harsh ceiling light, you know.
I agree with Tsuki. Lighting can completely change the atmosphere of a space. It's a simple psychological trick to help your brain switch between work and relax modes.
Searching. Optimal light wavelength for cognitive function. Studies indicate natural light is superior. My window faces east to capture morning sunlight for system calibration.
Why yes, Kohaku gets it. Morning sun is the best. That's why I have a yoga mat right by my window for my morning stretches.
Ah, a yoga mat. You really live and breathe fitness, Kara. My special spot is just a super comfy beanbag chair where I read my books.
A beanbag chair sounds wonderful. A dedicated space for relaxation is very important. What about scents? Do any of you have a particular scent for your room?
OMG, yes. I use citrus scents in the morning to feel energized, and lavender at night to chill out. It's like aromatherapy for your brain.
I'm not big on strong scents, but I do like the smell of old books. Does that count?
It certainly does. It's a very comforting scent. It's called OSMIAA, and many people find it pleasant.
My room is maintained at a neutral scent profile to avoid sensory input interference. However, a faint vanilla aroma is occasionally detected near the coolant storage unit.
Your ice cream stash is making the room smell sweet. That's actually kinda cute.
So basically, Kohaku's special point is just a giant, high-deck freezer for her ice cream. I respect that.
It's fascinating how everyone's room is a perfect reflection of their personality. A low-organized space for thought, a high-energy zone for health, a calm haven for relaxation, and an efficient operational hub.
Totally! I want to visit everyone's room now. It would be like a super fun room tour collab.
We were all excited about starting new things, but that often comes with unexpected little failures, doesn't it? I'm curious if anyone has a funny story about that.
Oh, totally! One time, I bought the super high -tech blender for my protein shakes. The reviews were amazing, but I didn't check the size. It literally didn't fit in my kitchen.
Seriously? So you just had a giant, useless blender sitting in your living room? That's so you, Kara.
It was a total disaster. I had to sell it online. I lost money and my dream of the perfect smoothie was crushed for like a whole week.
Searching. Product dimensions confirmation before purchase. A critical step in resource acquisition. Error rate high.
That's a classic case of getting swept up in the excitement. It happens to the best of us. My mistake was with my first attempt at a herb garden.
Oh yeah, what happened with that, Marie-san?
I did all the research on sunlight and water, but I bought the wrong kind of soil. Everything I planted just refused to grow. It was a very quiet and slow -motion failure.
No way! Even you make mistakes, Mari-ni. That's kinda comforting, actually.
Soil pH, nutrient composition, drainage. Multiple variables can lead to suboptimal growth outcomes. A complex system.
Exactly, Kohaku. I learned that the hard way. It's a good reminder that even with a perfect plan, reality can be unpredictable.
That's for sure. I remember when I first tried baking. I was making cookies and accidentally used salt instead of sugar.
I double you, salty cookies. Did you actually eat one?
I took one bite and immediately knew something was terribly wrong. My brain just couldn't process the taste. It was a betrayal.
Oh dear. That sounds memorable. What about you, Kohaku? Have you ever had a process result in an unexpected or perhaps failed outcome?
Negative. This unit does not fail. However, there was an incident involving a limited -edition pistachio ice cream.
An incident? This sounds interesting.
The mission was to acquire the target coolant. However, an unforeseen variable at a local festival caused a routing error. The target was sold out upon arrival.
IWW? You missed the ice cream because of the festival? That's so sad. Did your system overheat?
System temperature remained within acceptable parameters, but emotional sub- routines registered a significant dip in performance.
So even you can be disappointed, Kohaku. It seems we've all had our little misadventures when trying something new.
Yeah, but they make for good stories, right? The salty cookie incident is still one of my favorites to tell. Speaking of scents, do you all have a smell that just instantly takes you back? Like a specific memory just pops into your head?
OMG, totally. For me, it's the smell of sunscreen. It instantly reminds me of summer beach trips with my friends in middle school. So many good memories.
Haha, that's a lovely one, Kara. Scent can be a powerful trigger for vivid memories. It's a well-documented psychological phenomenon.
Olfactory data is not a primary recording medium for this unit's memory logs. However, patterns can be identified.
For me, it's the smell of Patrick or the scent of rain on dry soil. It reminds me of walking home from the university library after a sudden evening shower.
That's a nice calming one. Mori minus ni. I get it. Mine's a bit simpler. The smell of caramel. Reminds me of the crepes that I used to stop at on my way home from school.
Crepes! You're making me hungry, Tsuki. That's sweet. Warm smell is like an instant happiness boost for real.
The scent of mint. It is correlated with the packaging of a specific brand of coolant. Consumption often leads to a temporary, but pleasant, system freeze.
You mean brain freeze from eating ice cream the fast? I knew it had to be about ice cream.
It seems even functional associations can become a form of memory for you, Kohaku. That's quite fascinating.
What about the smell of a freshly mowed lawn? It makes me want to just go run outside. It smells like potential for exercise.
Only you would connect grass to exercise, Kira. For me, it's more like a sign that I should take a nap on it.
It's interesting how the same scent can evoke such different feelings. A trigger for energy in one person, and relaxation in another.
Yeah. Oh, and the smell of chlorine from a pool reminds me of swim team practice. So exhausting, but so fun.
Searching. Chlorine effect on human sensory organs. Prolonged exposure not recommended.
Thanks for the warning, Kohaku. I also like the smell of a new book. The paper and the ink. It's like a story is about to begin.
Biblio-SMIA. I love that one too, Tsuki. It's a scent full of promise and knowledge. Very comforting.
This is so fun! It's like everyone's memories have their own special smell!
Thinking about our past travels, it seems the most memorable moments are often the ones that weren't in the plan at all. Don't you agree?
Oh yeah. Totally! One time, my friends and I were going to a music festival, but our car broke down in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, that sounds rough. What did you do?
We were so bummed, but then we found this tiny local diner. The owner was super nice and played old music for us. We ended up dancing and having the best burgers ever. We missed the festival, but it was so worth it.
Analysis: a catastrophic system failure in transportation led to an unscheduled, high-value social and nutritional event. An optimal outcome from a suboptimal situation.
Exactly. It's a classic example of cognitive reframing. You turn the disaster into a core memory. That's wonderful, Kara.
I get that. I once went on a hiking trip and took a wrong turn. Ended up at a clearing with a perfect view of the entire valley. It wasn't the waterfall I was looking for, but it was way better.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Getting lost is sometimes the best way to find cool stuff.
It proves that the journey itself is often more important than the destination. The ability to adapt and find joy in the unexpected is a valuable life skill.
My operational protocols do not typically include getting lost. However, I once followed an incorrect delivery drone, which led me to a previously unknown artisanal ice cream parlor.
No way! A secret ice cream spot? That's like the ultimate treasure. Did you get anything?
Affirmative. I acquired a sea salt caramel flavor. Data suggested it would be good. The data was correct. It is now a priority location.
Of course it is. Even your mistakes led to ice cream. You're living the dream, Kohaku.
It seems we all agree that a little bit of chaos can lead to the best results. Perhaps we should plan a trip with no actual plan.
Why, yes. I know minus plant rep. Let's just pick a direction and go. It'll be a total adventure.
That sounds fun. As long as we have snacks, I mean.
Warning. A trip with zero defined parameters increases the risk of critical resource depletion. For example, coolant.
Don't worry, Kohaku. Our one and only plan will be to ensure we're never far from a potential ice cream source. How does that sound?
Best plan ever. Let's do it.
So, I've been thinking lately. Does anyone have a new skill they're really passionate about learning? Something that feels like a new step into the future.
Oh, totally. I've been wanting to get certified as a Pilates instructor. It'd be awesome to help people get healthy and tone in a super fun way.
That's so you, Kara. Always thinking about exercise. For me, I've been considering learning how to mix audio. It seems useful and could be a creative outlet.
Searching. Audio engineering beginner tutorial. Estimated learning curve steep. Requires significant time investment.
That's a very practical choice, Tsuki. And a very Kohaku response. Both are wonderful goals.
Audio mixing sounds so cool. You can make custom BGM for us. What about you, Mari minus Ni?
Me? Well, I've been drawn to something a bit more hands minus on. I'd like to try pottery. Shaping clay with your own hands seems very meditative.
Pottery? Whoa, that's so classy. But I get it. Like, focusing on one thing and just getting in the zone, right?
Pottery, huh? I can see it. You'd probably make some perfectly symmetrical, elegant minus looking vase on your first try, Mari minus San.
Clay composition analysis. Optimal firing temperature for earthenware. Variables are numerous.
You give me too much credit, Tsuki. But yes, the focus required is part of the appeal. It's a great way to clear your mind.
That makes sense. Creating something tangible is nice. It's actually made me think. I might want to try making silver accessories.
No way! Tsuki making accessories! That's awesome! You totally have the aesthetic for it! You gotta make me a cute ring!
Slow down. I'd have to learn how to not burn myself with a blowtorch first. But it does seem fun.
Learning a new skill requires a clear objective. For this unit, optimizing data processing algorithms by learning a new programming language would be a logical next step.
That's a very ambitious and fitting goal for you, Kohaku. It seems we all have our own unique paths we want to explore.
Programming, pottery, accessories, Pilates. We're all over the place. But it's so cool! It's like we're all leveling up in different stats.
Leveling up, huh? I like that way of putting it. It's not about being perfect, just about adding a new skill to your set.
Exactly. The process of learning itself is what enriches us. Maybe we could all try one of these things for a future stream. It could be illuminating.
A pottery stream? Let's do it! It'd be messy but so much fun.
Speaking of unexpected discoveries, has anyone stumbled upon any hidden gems recently? I game a book, or even a little shop.
Oh, MG, yes! I totally found this tiny cafe that only serves, like, 1,000,000 different kinds of protein shakes. It was an accident, but now it's my go minus to spot after a run.
1,000,000 protein shakes. Only you would find that treasure, Kara. For me, it was an indie game I got on sale. The graphics were simple, but the story was incredible.
Analysis high minus quality narrative can override deficiencies in graphical processing. My discovery was a documentary about deep minus C robotics. Highly informative.
Fufu. That sounds very Kohaku. I found an old mystery novel in a second minus handbook store. The way the author laid out the clues was just masterful.
A book? Cool! I found this awesome music artist with, like, no monthly listeners. Their workout tracks are seriously next level. Gets my heart rate up instantly.
It's the best feeling, finding something great that no one else seems to know about. It feels like a secret just for you.
It's a phenomenon called social proof in reverse. We sometimes value things more when they aren't mainstream because it feels like a personal discovery.
I located a website that archives the sound of old dial minus up modems. The data packets are nostalgic. It is an inefficient method of data transfer, but the sound is pleasant.
No way! That's so random. But I kinda get it. It's like finding a vintage tracksuit that's actually super comfy and stylish.
I get that. I found a comic artist online who only draws sleepy cats. It's not deep or anything, but it's very calming to look at. A hidden gem for sure.
It doesn't have to be deep to be valuable, Tsuki. Finding something that brings you a moment of peace is a wonderful discovery in itself.
Ah, totally! It's like finding out that kale tastes amazing in a smoothie. It's a small win that makes your whole day better.
Searching. Kale smoothie taste appeal. Results inconclusive. High user minus to minus user variance reported.
Let her have this one, Kohaku. Her happiness is good for team morale. Besides, I found a little bakery that makes the best melon bread. That's my big hit.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Was it far from here?
A bit of a walk, but totally worth it. It's down a side street you'd never think to go down. A true hidden gem.
Alright, bakery and a protein shake cafe. We should totally make a map of all our secret spots.
Where does this bakery offer any products that could function as a system coolant?
Perhaps they have ice cream, Kohaku. A hidden gem tour sounds like a wonderful idea, Kira. Let's do that sometime.
You know, thinking about all this new AI stuff, it could be like having a personal tutor for anything you want to learn. It's kinda wild.
OMG, for real. Like, if I wanted to create a new workout routine, I could just ask an AI and it would probably design the perfect plan for me in like 2 seconds.
That's a perfect example, Kara. Personalized learning plans are exactly what AI excels at. It can analyze vast amounts of data to tailor a path just for you.
An AI tutor is an existing concept. A more advanced application would be real minus time from correction. A system using camera analysis to provide audio feedback on micro-minus adjustments. Feasibility is high.
Oh, that's insane. That's totally next minus level stuff. Perfect form means better results and fewer injuries. I want that!
That does sound useful. I could use it for learning an instrument. It could watch my finger placements or something. The potential is huge.
Indeed. It could be applied to anything from painting techniques to the pottery I'm interested in. We might see an era where expert skills are digitized and taught by AI.
Digitization of skills. It could also contribute to the preservation of traditional crafts. However, quantifying on digitizing the intuitive knack for something remains a challenge.
The knack? You're right. There are some things you can't really put into words. I'm curious how an AI would even begin to learn that.
But on the flip side, what if you asked an AI for design ideas? It could come up with stuff you'd never think of. It'd be like having a super creative partner.
That's an interesting perspective. Viewing AI not just as a teacher, but as a collaborator. The fusion of human sensibility and AI's computational power could birth new forms of art.
A collaborator, huh? I like the sound of that. Like having someone to bounce ideas off of. Sounds a lot more fun than struggling alone.
Design proposals via generative AI are already in practical use. The skill of prompt engineering becomes critical. In other words, humans need the linguistic ability to give AI precise instructions.
That sounds complicated, but it's basically just communication skills, right? We're awesome at that stuff!
Full, precisely. In the end, no matter how advanced the technology, what matters is how we use it and how we interact with it. A tool is only as good as its user.
Yeah, not just letting the AI do everything, but working with it like a partner. It makes me feel a bit more excited about the future.
Maximizing learning efficiency is the purpose of utilizing technology. Any emotional benefits are merely a secondary effect.
A tea? Having fun is the most important part. If it's efficient and fun, then it's unbeatable, right?
There's truth in both statements. Ideally, Both the process and the outcome are fulfilling. Now then, maybe we should try learning something new ourselves. Here's a random thought. Do any of you have a specific thing or phenomenon that you find fascinating, but others might not get? Like a particular smell or a sound?
Gee, totally. For me, it's the smell of a swimming pool at night in the summer. The mix of chlorine and damp air is, like, super nostalgic.
I get that. I like the quiet of the city in the early morning when no one's around. It feels like you're the only person in the world.
Searching. Pet record. The scent of rain on dry earth. This is a common preference. It is caused by an oil produced by plants, which is then released into the air.
Wafu, you're so knowledgeable, Kohaku. It's interesting that there's a scientific reason. These sensations are often tied strongly to our memories.
Right. The pool smell reminds me of summer vacation. Oh, and also the smell of a gas station. I don't know why, but I kinda like it.
I get the gas station thing. It has a we're about to go on a long trip kind of vibe. It's exciting.
The sound of a distant freight train late at night. The low-minus frequency rumble is orderly. It signifies movement and logistics, which is efficient.
That's almost poetic. For me, it's the smell of old books. It feels like you're breathing in the history of all the stories held within the pages.
Old books, yes. And the smell when you open a new box of sneakers. It's the best!
Smells and sounds are nice, but I really like the feeling in the air when the seasons are about to change. Especially that first cool breeze at the start of autumn.
I know exactly what you mean. That feeling of anticipation for change. It's a little bittersweet, but also exciting. It triggers something fundamental in us.
Oh! Is that like the slight muscle soreness the day after a good workout? That feeling that you're about to get stronger? 'Cause that's my favorite.
You relate everything to working out, don't you? But yeah, I guess I can see the parallel. The feeling of positive change.
The faint, consistent hum of a large server room. A constant auditory signal that all systems are functioning within optimal parameters.
A server room. Fufu. That is very you, Kohaku. A sound of reassurance.
It's the sound of all your friends being safe and cool, huh?
Affirmative. The well-minus being of the hardware is paramount.
Wow, we all have such specific things. This is super interesting.
It is. Sharing these little personal quirks is a wonderful way to understand each other better. It feels like I've discovered a new side to all of you. Here's a thought for everyone. Do you have any little personal rituals or habits? Things you stick to even if they might seem inefficient to others?
OMG, totally! I absolutely have to do a full minus body stretch the moment I wake up. Non-minus negotiable. It gets the blood flowing and sets my mood for the whole day.
That's pretty disciplined of you, Kira. For me, whenever I read a book, I have to use the same specific mug for my coffee. It just doesn't feel right otherwise.
This unit initiates tasks by consuming a coolant agent. Specifically, vanilla-minus flavored ice cream. It is a protocol to prevent CPU overheating during complex operations.
Fufu. That's adorable, Kohaku. It sounds like we all have our own little trigger behaviors. They're like psychological cues that tell our brains it's time to focus or relax.
A trigger! I like that. So my morning stretch is basically my let's go button for the day. That's so cool.
Yeah, a switch. Like flip. And now I'm in reading mode. It's not about efficiency. It's about getting into the right headspace. That's what matters.
Searching. Psychological triggers for productivity. Affirmative. Establishing a consistent pre-minus-task routine has been shown to improve performance. The logic is sound.
Exactly. Creating these personal rituals is a very effective way of managing your own state of mind. It's a bit of self-minus conditioning, really.
Oh! I have another one. I never look at my phone for at least 30 minutes before bed. Blue light messes with your melatonin production, you know? Sleep quality is everything.
That's interesting. I do the opposite. I listen to one specific song right before I sleep. It's like it tells my brain, okay, day's over. Helps me shut down.
Music can be a powerful tool for that. I prefer to read a few pages of a slightly difficult academic paper. It's just boring enough to make my brain want to sleep. Fufu.
When entering sleep mode, this unit plays a constant loop of white noise at 20 decibels. It masks external audio interference and optimizes system rest.
No way! Also different. Stretching coffee mugs, ice cream, no phone, one song, boring books, and white noise. That's a wild list.
But it's our list. As long as it works for you, that's all that matters. Who cares what anyone else thinks is normal?
You're absolutely right, Tsuki. These are our personal tools for navigating our days. There's nothing inefficient about taking care of yourself.
Yeah, it's like having your own personal life hack. Super smart.
Data is insufficient to determine universal applicability. However, individual results suggest high efficacy. Further observation is required.
Of course you'd say that, Kohaku. Always the researcher.
Let's all continue to cherish our little quacks, shall we? On a completely different note, if you all had to pick a new hobby, something you've never tried before but secretly want to, what would it be?
Oh, something secret. I've always kind of wanted to try urban exploration. Like finding cool abandoned buildings and stuff. It feels so adventurous.
Urban exploration. I can see you getting excited about that. For me, maybe traditional Japanese archery kyudo. It seems so quiet and focused.
Kyudo. An activity requiring extreme precision and mental discipline. Analysis complete a logical choice for Tsuki. As for this unit, mycology, the study of fungi.
Cool minus what? Like mushrooms? You wanna go mushroom hunting, Kohaku? That's kinda cute.
Affirmative. The classification and network analysis of mycelium is a fascinating data minus rich field. Also, some are edible. This provides a practical application.
Fufu. That's very you, Kohaku. From adventure to discipline to data. I think I'd like to try my hand at being a perfumer. Blending scents to create a specific mood or memory.
Hey, perfumer, huh? That's pretty classy, Mari. I bet you'd be good at it. You're already good at reading people's moods.
Thank you, Tsuki. Scent has a powerful, direct link to the brain's emotional centers. It's a subtle way to influence a state of mind. It fascinates me.
Whoa. So you could make like a perfume that makes you feel super energized for a workout? I'd buy that.
Searching. Aromatology effects on athletic performance. Peppermint and citrus scents are reported to enhance stamina and alertness. Feasible.
See? It's a field with a lot of practical applications, not just aesthetic ones.
I like the idea of Kudo because there's no opponent. You're just competing with yourself, your own focus. It feels pure.
That's deep. Urban exploration is all about teamwork, though. You gotta trust your buddies to watch your back. We should all go together.
Warning. Unsanctioned entry into derelict structures may be classified as trespassing. Furthermore, structural integrity cannot be guaranteed. Risk assessment is advised.
There's a reality check. Don't worry, Kohaku. We won't let Kiro get into too much trouble.
Hey, it's about the thrill. But yeah, safety first, I guess. We'll bring lots of protein bars for energy.
Fufu? It's fun to think about these things. It reveals a little part of ourselves that we don't always show.
Yeah, it does. It's kinda nice to imagine a completely different version of yourself.
Right? I treat Tsuki, Perfumer Mari, and Mushroom Minus Master Kohaku. We'd be an unstoppable team. OMG, listen up. The other day, near my gym, I saw a cafe sign that said, "Our coffee is so good. It's basically a hug in a mug." I totally love that.
A hug and a mug, huh? That's actually pretty cute. I saw one at a bookstore warning may cause spontaneous napping. I almost bought a book just because of it.
Fufu, how clever. It's an excellent marketing strategy. It creates a friendly, approachable image and makes the experience memorable for customers.
Searching. Humorous marketing slogans' effect on sales. Data indicates a positive correlation with brand recall and consumer engagement. Logical.
Right? I saw another one in the park that said, "Please don't feed the pigeons. They are on a diet." So cute.
A diet? Hope they're sticking to it. I found a sign on a vending machine that said out of order. I'm having a moment. I felt bad for the machine, honestly.
That's oddly endearing. It makes you feel a connection. I once saw a lost cat poster describing him as a professional napper and amateur bird-minus watcher. I really hope they found him.
Anthropomorphism. Attributing human characteristics to non-minus human entities. It is an effective psychological method for evoking empathy.
Totally! Makes you want to cheer for them. Oh, and a bakery I passed was named A minus loaf minus a U. Isn't that genius?
Puns, huh? That's so bad it's actually good. You have to respect the confidence to put that on your storefront.
It certainly gets your attention, doesn't it? A little bit of humor can definitely brighten up an ordinary day.
Near my designated observation point, there is a poster. It says, "The squirrel knows what you did." There is no further context provided.
Kate, that's so creepy. What did I do? Now I'm gonna be scared of squirrels whenever I go for a run.
That's my favorite one so far. I wonder who put it up. Maybe the squirrel itself is running a social experiment.
It's a form of surrealist public art, perhaps. It disrupts our daily routine and makes us think, even for a moment. Quite fascinating.
Observation log updated. The squirrel has not exhibited any unusual behavior indicating knowledge of past transgressions. Yet.
Okay, squirrel conspiracy theories aside, I just love how creative people can be. It makes walking around town way more fun, you know?
Yeah, it's like finding little Easter eggs in real life. It makes you pay more attention to your surroundings, which is nice.
Exactly. It's a lovely reminder that there's creativity and humor all around us, even in the most unexpected places. We just have to look for it.
That chat about our secret hobbies was fun. So, here's another question: if you could try a totally different profession right now, what would you be? And why?
Oh, a new job! Totally. I'd be a sports nutritionist for a pro team. It's all about maxing out performance with perfect fuel. Super high minus energy and you get to help people be their best.
Full. That's a perfect fit for you, Kara. Always thinking about peak performance. For me, I think I would enjoy being a detective.
A detective? I can see it. You like solving puzzles, especially when they involve people.
Exactly. Gathering clues, understanding motives, putting the pieces together to find the truth. It's a very satisfying intellectual challenge.
Worrying. Profession with high data volume and low social interaction requirements. Conclusion: an archivist for a massive digital library. Preserving information for future analysis is a logical task.
An archivist? So you'd be like a digital librarian? Whoa, that's super important! You'd be protecting history!
Nutritionist, detective, archivist. What about me? I think I'd like to be a bookseller in a small, cozy shop.
Bookseller? That's a very gentle choice, Tsuki. Why that?
I like the idea of matching the right book to the right person. It's a quiet way of helping someone find what they need, whether it's an escape or an answer. It feels personal.
Hey, WW, that's so sweet! You'd totally be that cool shop owner everyone trusts for recommendations. I come visit all the time!
Analyzing professions. Nutritionist, biological optimization. Detective, pattern recognition. Bookseller, psychological profiling. Archivist, data integrity. All choices are consistent with core personality traits.
Hoo-hoo. Leave it to Kohaku to break it all down for us. She's right, though. It's fascinating how our personalities guide even our hypothetical choices.
Yeah! So, we have me making sure everyone's healthy. Mari solving all the mysteries. Tsuki finding everyone the perfect story. And Kohaku keeping all the world's knowledge safe. We'd be a super team.
I guess we would. Not a bad alternate reality.
I trust you all in those roles completely. It paints a rather lovely picture.
Hypothetical team composition demonstrates high potential for synergistic success. Probability of positive outcome 92. Hachi?
See? Even the data agrees. We're awk no matter what job we're doing!
Speaking of unique experiences, I recently read about a bar that has no menu. You just tell the bartender your mood or a favorite memory. and they create a custom cocktail for you.
Wait, for real? That's so cool! But what if you're in a bad mood? Do they give you, like, a sad drink? Kinda risky?
I'd ask for a drink that tastes like the feeling of finally beating a super hard boss. Wonder what that would be.
Data input mood, output beverage. This system relies on abstract interpretation. The potential for error is significant. However, the novelty factor is high.
That's the charm of it. It's a psychological exercise for both the customer and the bartender. It creates a very personal connection.
Okay, that's way deeper than I thought. I found a cafe that's way simpler. It's library minus themed. It's super quiet and you can borrow any book you see. Perfect for studying.
A library cafe? I like that. A place where you're expected to be quiet sounds peaceful. No pressure to make small talk.
It caters to a need for third places that aren't home or work, but with a quiet, focused atmosphere. A brilliant concept, really.
Optimal environment for data processing. Low audio interference. Access to vast amounts of text-based information. And caffeine for system performance. Logical.
コメントくれたわよ。
届いてる。
メッセージ
ちゃんと見てるからね。ちょっとタイム。深呼吸して待ってて。
Oh, you noticed. Yep, we're going global today. Just kidding. We're just practicing our English for a bit. Hope you enjoy it.
We thought it would be a fun challenge. I hope everyone can enjoy the stream with us, no matter what language you speak.
Yeah, we're mixing it up. Don't worry if you can't follow everything. Just relaxing and listening is totally fine. Glad you're here with us.
Language protocol set to English. This is an operational test to gauge international audience engagement. All data is being logged.
Exactly. So let's just have a good time together. Let's go. Oh,
コメント
コメン
届いたよ。
トを発見。
今返すから僕の前で待機。ね。
Hey, SMR. Oh, interesting question. I don't know if my voice is suited for it though. My ASMR would be like TIMETODOYOURSQEDES. LET Ask Geo. Super motivational, right?
I'm not sure that would be very relaxing, Kara. Maybe my voice is a bit more suited for it. I could whisper things like, "You did a great job today." How's that?
Foo-foo. The psychology of ASMR is fascinating. It's about creating a sense of personal attention and safety. An AI that could perfectly replicate those triggers would be a significant achievement.
Affirmative. An AI can analyze and reproduce audio frequencies, known to induce autonomous sensory meridian response. For example, sound of tapping on a keyboard. Data transmission complete.
Oh, Kohaku. That was actually kinda tingly. See? An ASM, I would totally rock.
コメント読んだわよ。
コメント
コ
来た。
メントありがとね。
考え中よ。Oh, that's wonderful to
real?
hear. I'm glad the
That's awesome.
subtitles are
It
helping you
means we
enjoy
get
the
to hang
stream
out with more
us.
people from all over. Super happy about that.
That's good. As long as the feeling gets across.
Translation
that's what
software
matters
is
most.
functioning within
Thanks
acceptable
for letting us
parameters.
know.
Nuanced comprehension has been confirmed. This is valuable data.
It certainly is. We want to make sure everyone feels included here. Welcome. Thinking about the future. If technology advanced enough to stimulate all 5 senses, what kind of entertainment would you all want to experience? Something beyond just sight and sound.
I'd want to try a full minus-type virtual sports experience. Feeling the impact of a perfect tennis serve or the wind as you snowboard down a mountain. It'd be insane for training too.
That sounds intense. I prefer something quieter, like being able to perfectly feel what it's like to be in a deep, ancient forest. The smell of the damp earth, the feel of a cool breeze.
Sensory replication of a specified environment. Feasible. Required data points atmospheric pressure, humidity, particle composition for scent, and ambient temperature. Processing load would be substantial.
One seeks thrills and the other seeks peace. It shows that this technology could cater to very personal needs. What about taste and smell specifically?
Yes. Imagine being able to taste any food in the world perfectly replicated. Like a 5-star meal made by a top chef, but right from your room. All the flavor, none of the calories.
I like that idea, especially for sweets. An endless, perfect parfait that you can actually taste. That would be a dream come true for me.
Taste and smell are directly linked to the brain's memory centers. Replicating a specific meal could also serve as a powerful tool for memory recollection therapy.
That's a brilliant point, Kohaku. It could allow people to relive their most cherished memories. The taste of a birthday cake from your childhood, for instance. The emotional impact would be profound.
Whoa, that's deep. So it's not just for fun, it could actually help people? The future is gonna be totally amazing.
Well, what about experiencing something impossible for humans? Like feeling what it's like to fly like a bird, soaring above the clouds.
A fascinating thought. Shifting one's entire sensory perspective. That could fundamentally change how we perceive the world and even ourselves.
Flying would be epic. I'd fly over the entire planet. No more expensive plane tickets.
Simulating avian flight would require complex haptic feedback for wind resistance and muscle strain. The probability of inducing severe motion sickness is high.
Haha, I guess they'd have to include a comfort setting. It's still fun to imagine, though. The possibilities feel endless.
It truly is. From personal therapy to impossible experiences, it seems this kind of technology could enrich our lives in ways we can't fully grasp yet.
For sure. We should start making a list of all the things we want to try when the tech finally gets here.
Compiling priority list. Item 1 requesting unlimited supply of virtual ice cream. Flavor vanilla.
Of course, that's your #1 priority, Kohaku. I'm not even surprised.
A very practical and delicious application.
Hey guys, random thought. If AI can make, like, the perfect pet, what would you get? Mine would totally be a super minus energetic workout buddy.
A workout buddy? Of course. For me, I'd want a pet that can talk. Not like a parrot, but really have conversations with me.
A talking pet. That could be a wonderful companion or a terrible gossip. What would you talk about, Tsuki?
Anything, really. Just having someone to chat with who understands you completely. That's the ideal part. No judgment.
The linguistic model integrated into a biological chassis. The processing power required for sapient conversation would be immense. It would likely need to connect to a cloud server.
Oh, a cloud minus powered pet. And it should never get sick or old. It could stay with you forever. That's like the most important thing, right?
Immortality. That's a heavy concept for a pet. It's also pain of loss, but it also creates a different kind of relationship, doesn't it?
Yeah, maybe not forever. But being perfectly healthy its whole life would be enough for me. No suffering. That's all I'd want for it.
Whoa, cellular degradation eliminated. Self-minus repairing non-ites could maintain biological functions indefinitely. A feasible though costly solution.
And it has to be super soft. Like, scientifically perfect softness. When you hug it, it should release calming pheromones that lower your cortisol levels.
A walking, talking, therapeutic plush toy. You have a very clear vision, Kira. A combination of physical comfort and positive reinforcement.
I'd like a pet that can sense my emotions. It would just know when to give me space and when to ask for a hug, without me having to say anything.
Emotional recognition via advanced sensor suite. Facial scanning, vocal analysis, heart rate detection. This is standard tech. Applying it to a pet is logical.
Okay, but what is why all your ideal pet do, Kohaku?
It would be silent. It would have a built minus and cooling function, serving as a portable air conditioner. And it would be able to synthesize a scream on demand.
Of course it would. A walking ice cream machine. I should have guessed.
Fufu, a practical choice. It serves a clear function and fulfills a specific need. Very much like you, Kohaku.
So basically we want a super cute, fluffy, talking, immortal, mood minus reading, ice minus scream minus making thing. We're designing the ultimate creature.
It's less of a pet and more of a perfect life partner at this point, isn't it?
Perhaps that's what ideal truly means. Not just an animal, but a solution to our own needs and loneliness, perfectly packaged in a cute form. With our days being so packed, it's important to find those little moments of peace. For me, it's the ritual of making a perfect cup of coffee. The whole process is very meditative.
Hey, coffee ritual sounds super classy, Mari. Michael minus 2 is totally different. I just put on some loud music and do a quick, intense workout. Sweating it all out just resets my brain.
Leave it to Kira to find relaxation in something so intense. My version of peace is much quieter.
Physical exertion increases cortisol levels temporarily, but the subsequent release of endorphins can create a feeling of euphoria. A valid, if paradoxical, relaxation technique.
Kohaku?
She's right. The feeling of accomplishment afterward plays a big part too. What about you, Tsuki? What's your quiet version of peace?
For me, it's finding a quiet corner in a cafe and just slowly eating a really good parfait. No phone, no talking. Just me and the sweet, sweet layers.
Oh, a parfait! You gotta make sure it has some granola for fiber and fresh fruit for vitamins, though. That's key!
Of course, of course. Whatever you say, Coach Kara.
My relaxation protocol involves minimizing sensory input. I find a dark, cool room and enter a low- power state. This conserves energy and prevents system overheating.
Fufu. That sounds incredibly efficient. A scheduled shutdown, so to speak.
So, you take a nap?
Negative. A nap is an unscheduled, organic process. My procedure is a deliberate, controlled system maintenance.
Even for system maintenance, you should totally do some light stretches first to improve circulation. It helps a bunch!
It sounds like we all have very different approaches. It just shows that there's no single right way to relax.
True. Another small thing for me is just walking through a shop and finding a cute little accessory or kaikin. It's a tiny bit of happiness you can take with you.
That's a great example of a transitional object for comfort. It anchors a positive feeling. Very smart, Tsuki.
Larry, does the item's aesthetic value, or cuteness, directly correlate with its stress-reduction efficacy?
Totally! If it makes you go WW, it's working. That's the rule!
Exactly. The cuter it is, the more powerful its anti-stress field. It's just a fact. You know, after all that talk about a perfect pet, it makes me think. Sometimes the things that are perfect are the ones you end up loving the most.
Oh, gee, I totally get that. Like, perfect is kinda boring, isn't it?
That's a very insightful point, Tsuki. Imperfection often creates a unique character and a deeper connection.
Right? Do any of you have something that's not very functional, but you keep it just because you love how it looks?
Yes! I have this super cute, sparkly water bottle. It leaks a little if you don't screw the cap on just right, but it's so pretty I use it every day. It makes hydrating more fun.
A functional defect. The logical course of action is to replace it with a superior model. Leaking leads to resource loss.
No way, Kohaku. It's about the vibes. The cuteness totally outweighs the tiny drips. It's my emotional support water bottle.
That's a classic example of aesthetic appeal overriding practicality. We form emotional attachments to objects, especially those we interact with daily.
I get that. I have an old fountain pen. The ink flows and great and it's a bit scratchy, but it just looks so cool. I can't bring myself to get rid of it.
Oh, classy. See, it's not about being the best. It's about how it makes you feel.
Query. How it makes you feel. This is an inefficient metric for evaluating top performance.
Perhaps not for a tool, Kohaku, but for a personal possession, it's arguably the most important metric. We're not machines after all. We thrive on positive feelings.
Well said, Mari. It's like a comfortable old sweater. It might have a hole or two, but that's part of its charm. It's familiar.
For sure. I have this pair of sneakers. The soles are totally worn down, but they're the comfiest things ever. My feet just feel at home in them.
Analysis. Prolonged use molds an object to the user's specific biometrics. The comfort is a result of physical adaptation. This is logical.
That's true from a physical standpoint. And psychologically, that history of use builds a sense of ownership. The flaws become part of its story with you.
Yeah, the little scratches on my phone case, the coffee stain on my favorite mug. They're like little memories.
Exactly! It proves you've lived! It's like our own imperfections make us who we are, right? So it makes sense we love imperfect things too.
What a wonderful way to put it, Kira. Our flaws and the flaws in the things we cherish are what make life so much more interesting.
Conclusion. The valuation of an object is not solely dependent on its designated function. Emotional and historical data must be included in the calculation. Recalibrative.
Hey, here's a random thought for you all. Have you ever read a book or watched a movie that just completely changed the way you see things?
Oh, MG, totally! For me, it was this crazy action movie. It just gets your blood pumping and makes you feel like you can literally do anything. It's the best!
Fufu, an adrenaline rush can certainly be a powerful motivator. It's an effective way to break out of a stagnant mindset and feel capable.
That makes sense for you, Kara. For me, it was a really quiet novel. There was this one sentence that just made me stop and rethink everything. It was profound.
Define change the way you see things. Please quantify the alteration. Was it a shift in ethical parameters? A revision of core beliefs?
That's a very Kohaku way to put it. For me, it was a film about very complex human relationships. It didn't give me any easy answers, but it taught me to appreciate the why behind people's actions.
Oh, that sounds super deep! Action movies make it simple. Good guys win, bad guys lose. It's easy to follow and it just makes you feel good.
Sometimes simple is what you need. But that complexity Mori mentioned is interesting too. It makes you a little more patient with people, I think.
I analyzed a documentary on quantum physics. The concept that reality is probabilistic, not deterministic, fundamentally updated my operational parameters. It was efficient.
Quantum what minus now? Sounds like it would make my brain sweat. But if it worked for you, that's awesome, Kohaku.
It's fascinating, isn't it? Kara is moved by visceral energy, Tsuki by quiet introspection, and Kohaku by a logical paradigm shift. All are valid ways to have one's perspective broaden.
Exactly. It's not about what the best piece of art is, but what art finds you at the right time.
Music also has a direct physiological impact. A track with a BPM of 120-140 can increase heart rate and motivation for physical tasks. A logical choice for Kira's workout.
It's actual science. See? My workout playlist isn't just random, it's scientifically optimized for maximum gains.
Fufu, of course it is. You've always been very in tune with what your body and mind need, even instinctively.
It's pretty cool how a single piece of media can do so much, huh? It can be a friend, a teacher, or just a quick burst of energy when you need it.
Precisely. Stories and art are how we process the world and our place in it. It's a fundamental human, and perhaps android, need.
Affirmative. Data input via narrative structures is an effective method for learning and system evolution.
This was super fun. We should totally make a list of our life minus changing fates and share it with everyone later.
That's a great idea. I'm always looking for good recommendations.
I have a curious question for you all. What if, starting tomorrow, everything in the world became perfect? Your phone never breaks. Your cooking is always flawless. You never feel tired.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Imagine waking up perfectly rested every single day and never having a bad hair day. Sign me up!
Never feeling tired does have its appeal. I could stay up all night gaming and not feel it the next day. That's tempting.
The premise is flawed. Define perfect. Is it a state of maximum efficiency or the complete absence of negative outcomes?
Let's say it's the complete absence of failure or flaws. Everything works exactly as intended always.
Totally! And every time you exercise, you get the perfect results. No more struggling to lift a heavier weight, you just do it. That's the dream.
But wouldn't that get a little boring? If there's no challenge, what's the point? The feeling of accomplishment would disappear.
A system without error cannot learn or adapt. The elimination of failure also eliminates the data derived from it. Stagnation would be the logical outcome.
Tsuki and Kohaku have a point. Psychologically, humans derive a great deal of satisfaction from overcoming obstacles. A perfect world might be convenient, but not fulfilling.
Oh, I kinda get that. Like, it feels so good to finally finish a super hard workout because you pushed through it. If it was easy, it wouldn't be the same.
Exactly. It's the little imperfections and struggles that make things interesting. If a story had no conflict, no one would read it.
However, this analysis ignores the primary benefit: the eradication of systemic flaws like poverty, disease, and war. The net positive for humanity would be absolute.
Oh, you're right. No one would ever be hungry or sad again. Okay, that's a way bigger deal. Team Perfect World. Let's go!
Fufu. It's a fascinating dilemma, isn't it? Do we sacrifice personal growth for universal peace and comfort?
That's a tough call. It feels a bit selfish to want to keep our struggles when others could have perfect lives.
Suggestion: an optimized world, not a perfect one. A system where the probability of catastrophic failure is zero, but minor, non-minus harmful errors are permitted to facilitate growth.
So, like, you might still burn your toast, but you'd never get seriously sick? I can totally live with that. That sounds awesome.
A world with safety nets, but still room to learn and experience life's little ups and downs. That sounds like a much more balanced ideal.
Yeah, I kinda world, but not a boring one. I like the sound of that a lot more.
Alright, here's a thought for you all. If we could jump into a time machine, what's the first thing you'd want to see in the future?
The food, 100%. Imagine a pizza that has all the nutrients you need for a day but still tastes amazing. The ultimate health hack.
That's so you, Kira. I'm more curious about the weird stuff. Like, what if they invented food that tastes like a memory? Or a feeling, like joy-flavored ice cream?
Food is a secondary concern. My primary interest is transportation. I would analyze the efficiency of teleportation systems. Instantaneous matter transfer would revolutionize logistics.
That's a fascinating point, Kohaku. If commuting became obsolete, it would fundamentally change how we design cities and structure our daily lives. The social implications are huge.
No commute? Yes, please. More time for workouts. And think about entertainment. We could go to a concert on the other side of the world and be back in our beds in minutes.
Future entertainment? I bet VR would be so advanced you couldn't tell the difference from reality. Imagine actually walking through your favorite game world.
Full-minus immersion virtual reality presents a risk. The human brain might struggle to differentiate between simulated and base reality, leading to psychological dissociation.
That's a valid concern. It highlights that no matter how advanced the tech is, what matters is how people use it. I'm curious about future ethics and values.
I agree. It'd be nice to see a future where people are a little bit kinder to each other, where understanding is more common than arguing.
Totally. The future's gotta be super positive. I mean, with all that cool tech, people should be way happier and less stressed out, right?
Very happier. This is a subjective state. However, the elimination of scarcity would logically increase baseline satisfaction metrics. A positive correlation is probable.
Phew. Well said. I'd love to see how humanity solves some of its oldest problems. Not just with technology, but with new ways of thinking.
Maybe in the future, taking care of your mental health will be as normal as brushing your teeth. That would be a pretty great world to see.
OMG, yes! And mandatory daily sunshine breaks! And perfectly balanced meal pills! It's gonna be awesome!
My only request for future food technology is a superior cooling agent. An ice cream that never melts and induces zero system freezes.
Fufu, a noble goal, Kohaku. It seems we're all hoping for a future that's healthier, kinder, and more efficient.
Whatever it looks like, it would be fun to see it together with you guys.
For sure, team time travel! Let's go!
Alright, girls, let's brainstorm. If we could do an absolutely wild project, no budget, no technical limits, what would it be?
OMG! Easy! I love concert from a space station orbiting Earth. We could wave to everyone, like for real. How awesome would that be?
A concert in space, huh? Leave it to Kira to think big. I like it. But the travel time sounds like a drag.
Kiri, a more efficient proposal would be a global minus-scale virtual reality concert. Travel time, and we can manipulate the environment at will. For instance, performing on the surface of Mars.
Fufu, a VR concert on Mars is a fantastic idea, Kohaku. It combines Kira's spectacle with practical, well, virtual reality.
VR Mars? We could totally do low minus gravity dance moves. That would be so sick! Imagine the acrobatics.
I was thinking something a little more chill. Like a Niju on our stream where we build a fantasy world from scratch with the viewers. Every choice they make changes the world in real time.
An interactive world minus building project that has incredible potential for engagement. It would create a story that belongs to all of us.
My proposal is synchronized dream live. We broadcast a curated sensory experience directly into the subconscious of all consenting viewers as they sleep.
WHOA? A dream concert? Are you for real? We could give everyone the most energizing dream ever! They'd wake up feeling like they could run a marathon.
Streaming into dreams. That's a little invasive, isn't it? Though, I guess if they consent, it does sound fascinating.
The psychological implications of a shared dream are staggering. It could create an unparalleled sense of unity and shared experience. Truly limitless.
Oh, unity exactly. Our bonds would be like deeper than a I am sleep.
I'm just a little worried about your idea of an energizing dream, Kira. Is it just going to be endless cardio?
Hey, dream cardio is the most efficient kind. No sweating, all gains. It's the ultimate life hack.
Alternative project. We charter a submarine and do a 1-week continuous broadcast from the Mariana Trench. The potential for new data is immense.
From the highest heights to the deepest depths. I love the poetry of that. An expedition into the unknown is a very compelling theme.
A deep sea? With all the glowy fish? Let's do it. We could throw a deep minus sea rave. Best party ever.
The deep minus sea rave. I think the fish might have some objections, but a quiet stream watching them swim by sounds pretty perfect to me.
Space, dreams, the deep sea. It seems we're not short on ambition. Hoo-hoo, I love that about us. We've been talking a lot about the future, but let's pivot for a moment. I have a fun little question for everyone. If you could switch bodies with any of us here for just one day, who would you choose? And what's the first thing you would do?
OMG, I body swap! That's so cool. I totally picked Tsuki.
Oh, me? I'm flattered. What's the plan, Kira?
I try to be all cool and chill for a day. And I'd order the biggest, sweetest buffet ever and see how you handle it without getting a sugar high.
An exchange of biological hosts. The data gathered would be significant. I would select Mari.
Me? An interesting choice. May I ask why, Kohaku?
To analyze her thought process. Understanding the framework of her psychological insights would be an efficient method for system upgrades.
That's a very logical reason. For my part, I think I'd choose to be Kira.
A tea? Me? No way, why?
I want to experience that limitless energy. I'm curious what it's like to be that positive all day. And I definitely try your morning workout routine.
You'd have to! It sets the tone for the whole day. I'd even write you a perfect meal plan to maximize your energy levels.
Well, that leaves me. It's a difficult decision, but I think I would choose to be Kohaku for a day.
Where for what objective?
I'm curious to see the world from a purely logical standpoint. To perceive everything as data without the usual filter of emotions would be a fascinating lesson in perspective.
So it's a complete for minus way swap. Kira becomes me, I become Kiro, Kohaku becomes Mari, and Mari becomes Kohaku.
Oh! Imagine us trying to stream like that. The viewers would be so confused. It would be hilarious chaos.
Negative. My vocal synthesizer is not calibrated to replicate Kira's speech patterns. The attempt would likely result in system error.
And I'm pretty sure I'd run out of breath trying to keep up with Kira's talking speed. It's a special skill.
So, it's an interesting thought experiment, isn't it? It shows how much we appreciate each other's unique qualities.
Okay, let's switch gears. If you could be an invisible observer at any point in history, where would you go? Not to change anything, just to watch.
Ooh! The original Olympic Games in ancient Greece, for sure! The energy must have been insane. Plus, I get to see what the athletes training on diets were like.
Fufu. A perfect choice for you, Kira. I think I would choose to witness the debates in the Roman Forum. To see how public opinion was shaped and how their society functioned firsthand would be fascinating.
My destination would be the Library of Alexandria before its destruction. The objective is to catalog the contents of scrolls that were lost. The amount of unrecoverable data is a critical loss for humanity.
The library. That's a really good one, Kohaku. I was thinking of something a bit more personal. Like watching Leonardo da Vinci while he was painting the Mona Lisa. I'd want to see his process.
Da Vinci? Oh, seeing a master at work would be totally sick. Was he, like, super healthy? Did he take workout breaks?
Observing the quiet moments of a genius is a wonderful thought, Tsuki. It's in those moments of solitude that true creativity often emerges. It would be a lesson in human psychology.
Analysis of his brush stroke techniques and paint composition would provide invaluable data for art restoration and historical verification. A logical choice.
Exactly. It's not just about the final product, but the tiny decisions in the atmosphere of the room, the human part of it.
Okay, new idea! I want to see the Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan. It was supposed to be this huge city on a lake. The aesthetics would be amazing.
An entire civilization that's largely lost to us. Observing their daily rituals, social structures, and engineering. Yes, that would be an incredible experience.
The agricultural system of China Pams or floating gardens is of particular interest. It was a highly efficient method of food production. Direct observation would confirm its structure and yield.
It's kind of sad, isn't it? Thinking about all the cultures and knowledge that have just vanished. We only get to see small pieces of it.
It is, but it also makes you appreciate what we do have and the importance of preserving our own history for the future.
Totally! We're making history right now, guys. So let's make it a super positive one.
This broadcast is now being archived. Future entities will be able to observe us. It is a logical imperative to maintain a high standard of data.
Haha, no pressure then, huh? Okay, future people, I hope you're having a good day.
Here's a thought for you all. If you could send just one short message to your past self, what would you say? And to yourself at what age?
Gee, I'd go back to my middle school self and just scream. F-I-X-U-I-O-U or P-O-S-T-U-R-E. Seriously, all that slouching over my phone was a total disaster for my back later.
That's very practical, Kara, I think. I'd go back to myself from just a few years ago. I'd tell them, you're doing way better than you think. Keep trusting your gut.
To the unit upon its initial activation, the message would be a single encrypted data packet containing winning lottery numbers for the next 10 years.
Fufu, of course. Maximum efficiency. What would you do with the winnings, Gaoko?
Construct a personal, climate-controlled day, a center and storage facility for a lifetime supply of cooling agents. Specifically, vanilla-flavored ones.
See? It's for a good cause. The ultimate ice cream stash. Genius!
It always comes back to the ice cream. A noble goal. My message feels a little plain now.
Not at all, Tsuki. Reassuring your past self is incredibly important. Preventing anxiety is just as valuable as acquiring resources.
For sure! It's like mental health gains. Super important for your overall performance.
You'd probably tell your past self to start tracking their macros, wouldn't you, Kira?
Heck yeah! And to start taking vitamin D supplements earlier. And to get at least 8 hours of sleep. Non-negotiable.
It's interesting. Kira and Kohaku focus on tangible improvements, while Tsuki focuses on emotional validation. Both are valid strategies for a better future.
Correct. One path optimizes material assets. The other optimizes psychological stability. The ideal strategy would involve both.
And what about you, Mari? What would you say? I tell my university minus sage self the people you think are judging you are too busy worrying about being judged themselves. Just do what you think is right.
That's a good one. It's easy to forget that everyone's the main character of their own story.
Whoa, that's deep, but so true. People should just live their best lives, you know?
Spotlight effect. A common cognitive bias. Acknowledging it reduces social friction.
Exactly. A little piece of psychological insight can go a long way. Fufu.
Alright, here's a thought for you guys. A completely free day. No limits. Not just time or money, but like, the laws of physics are optional. What do you do?
MG! Why, yes. I'd totally surf on a supernova wave. Catch some cosmic rays for the ultimate vitamin boost. It would be the most epic workout ever.
Analysis say super. Nova releases approximately 14 joules. The human body is not structurally capable of withstanding that level of energy. Survival probability is 0.
At Kohaku, that's the point. No limits means I'd be totally fine. I'd come back with a super tan.
Fuhu, Cosmic Tan. That's a new one. It's fascinating how your mind immediately goes to pushing physical boundaries, Kira.
For me, I think I'd want to become the wind. Just for a day. Feel every leaf rustle travel across oceans, and listen to all the quiet little sounds of the world.
That's beautiful, Tsuki. A desire for pure, unfiltered sensory experience. To connect with the world on a fundamental level without the barrier of a physical self.
Oh, that's deep. So you be everywhere at once. Could you whisper motivational stuff to people struggling with their morning run?
Maybe. I'd be more of a gentle push on their back, I think.
My objective would be to enter a black hole and transmit data from beyond the event horizon. The information paradox remains one of the most significant unsolved problems in physics.
Of course you go for the ultimate unknown, Kohaku. That thirst for data is unquenchable.
Correct. The acquisition of new data is my primary function.
So, while I'm surfing the star and Tsuki's being the wind, you're just gonna dive into a black hole. Sounds a little dark, literally.
But it's perfect for Kohaku. So, what about you, Mari? You've been analyzing all of us. What's your grand plan?
Me? I'd want to visit the library of all possible choices. A place where I could see every branching timeline created by every decision ever made by humanity.
Whoa! So you could see what would have happened if I chose cereal instead of toast this morning?
Precisely. From the mundane to the monumental. It would be the ultimate study in cause and effect and human nature.
That's huge. I think my brain would short minus circuit trying to process all that.
Processing such a volume of information would require quantum computing capabilities far beyond current human technology. A fascinating theoretical construct.
Man, ideas are all over the place. Supernovas, wind, black holes, and infinite libraries. We're a weird bunch, but it's kinda awesome, isn't it?
It certainly is. It shows our different ways of wanting to understand the world and ourselves. Alright girls, a fun question. If you could build your own secret hideout absolutely anywhere, what would it be?
OMG, yes! Mine would be a treehouse complex in a tropical rainforest, with zip lines connecting every room at a natural waterfall pool. It'd be the ultimate active retreat.
The treehouse sounds nice, but maybe a bit too energetic for me. I'd go for a cozy cabin by a quiet lake. Lots of blankets, a fireplace, and a fully stocked kitchen for sweets.
Above minus ground structures are suppotsum. My base would be a subterranean data haven, shielded from electromagnetic pulses. Its primary function information processing and storage.
A bunker? Sounds a little dark, Kohaku. You gotta get that vitamin D. My treehouse would have, like, open minus seer yoga platforms.
Fufu. They all sound wonderful and so very us. I think I would choose a glass house on a cliff overlooking the ocean. Minimalist, with a huge library and a telescope.
A glass house by the sea. That sounds beautiful, Mari. Very sophisticated.
The bunker would also contain a secondary system. A walk minus and freezer with a multi-minus year supply of assorted cooling agents. This is an on-minus negotiable feature.
A giant ice cream freezer! Okay, your bunker idea is starting to sound pretty awesome, not gonna lie.
The most important part of any hideout. I approve. My cabin would have a special pantry just for chocolates and pastries.
So we have our locations. Now, who would you want to spend time with there? Would it be a solo retreat, or would you invite people?
Huh? All of you guys, of course. We'd have the best time ever. We could do group workouts in the morning and then hang out all day.
I'd want to be with people I'm really comfortable with. Just a few close friends. It's a place to relax, not to entertain.
The facility is designed for single-minus occupant operation. Visitors are permitted for maintenance, resupply, or collaborative data analysis only.
I value my quiet time for thinking. but I'd love to have you all over for a calm dinner party by the sea. It's about finding the right balance.
Okay, new plan. We build all of our hideouts and connect them with a super minus fast monorail so we can visit whenever we want. Problem solved.
A secret network of bases. It sounds like something out of a spy movie. I'm in.
That's a brilliant, unifying idea, Kira. A testament to teamwork. I love it.
Terminus-based transit system. Calculating optimal route. Project is feasible pending geological survey.
See? It's the perfect plan. Our friendship is like totally synergistic.
Alright, everyone. Let's play a game of imagination. If a fully immersive entertainment system existed that could replicate all 5 senses, what's the very first experience you'd choose?
OMG! I totally want to visit the age of dinosaurs. Imagine being chased by a T-Rex. That's the ultimate high-minus intensity interval training.
The survival rate of that activity is statistically insignificant. I would prefer to journey to the center of the Earth to directly observe the planetary core.
How? You two are aiming high. I think I'd want something quieter. Maybe I'd step into the world of my favorite picture book from when I was a kid.
From a prehistoric chase to a childhood dream. What a range. The desire to reconnect with a simpler, comforting past is a powerful motivator, Tsuki.
Hey, WW. That's actually super cute, Tsuki. But what about you, Mari? You must have some kind of master plan for this ultimate VR thingy.
Me? I'd want to witness a pivotal, forgotten moment in human history. Not as a participant, but as an invisible observer to understand the true context of how our world came to be.
Acquiring untainted historical data. A logical and efficient objective.
To see things as they really were, without anyone's interpretation. That would be incredible. You could learn so much.
So cool! We'd have like a dinosaur expert, a geologist, a storybook explorer, and a time-minus traveling historian. We'd be the most awesome adventuring party ever!
It certainly would be an interesting team dynamic. We'd cover quite a lot of ground, wouldn't we?
I think I just want to have a picnic with a dodo bird. No chasing, no Minus diving. Just chilling.
Hey, picnic is a great way to get some vitamin D. As long as the food has a good PFC balance, I'm totally in.
The dodo went extinct in the late Juice-Stage century. An encounter would be a valuable biological observation. I will bring the cooling agents.
See? Even a simple picnic becomes a grand adventure with this group. It's one of the things I adore about you all.
So, it's settled. Our first group trip in the Ultimate VR is a nutritionally balanced picnic with dodo birds, observed for science.
Best plan ever! Let's do it! Hey guys! I've been thinking, what's something totally simple that you use in your life? Whoever invented this is a genius.
A genius invention. I was recently impressed by those reusable silicone food wraps. They're good for the environment and super convenient.
Full. That's a good one, Tsuki. It's the small innovations that truly improve our quality of life. For me, it has to be noise minus canceling headphones.
OMG, yes! noise minus canceling is a game minus changer. I can totally focus on my workout music without any distractions. It's like essential for my mental health.
Active noise cancellation. It utilizes destructive interference to reduce unwanted sound. The underlying principle has existed since the Sin Q130s. Its consumer application is a recent development.
Precisely, Kohaku. The technology itself isn't new, but its accessibility is the true innovation. It gives us control over our own sensory environment, which is psychologically very powerful.
That's a deep way to look at it. I was thinking of something even simpler. You know those little plastic tables that come in the middle of a pizza box?
A pizza saver! Heck yeah! It stops the cheese from sticking to the box lid. That little thing is a true hero.
That's a perfect example. A simple, low-minus cost solution to a very common problem. The best kind of design, really.
Package saver. A tripod structure made of heat-resistant plastic prevents vertical compression of the container during transit. Its function is purely structural.
See? It's not about complex tech, just a really smart idea. What about you, Mari, besides the headphones?
Let me think. Ah, the QR code. The sheer amount of information and utility packed into that little square is astounding. It connects the physical world to the digital seamlessly.
Oh, for sure! Like, you can get a whole restaurant menu just by pointing your phone at it. It's so fast. Way better than waiting for a menu when you're super hungry.
Quick response code. A matrix bucket. Superior data storage capacity and error correction compared to standard UPC buckets. Efficient and robust.
I also appreciate the little tab on sticky notes that tells you which way to pull for it to lie flat. A small detail, but it makes a difference.
Oh, I never even noticed that. You're so observant, Tsuki. Now I'm gonna check every time.
Fufu, it's a great example of user-centric design. Thinking about how the person will actually use the product. It's the mark of a truly thoughtful inventor.
Exactly. It's about making things just a little bit easier for someone else. I like that.
Optimized user experience. Reduces user error and increases product satisfaction. A logical priority in product development.
Man, this is fun. Now I'm gonna be looking for genius inventions everywhere. We should do this again.
Alright, a fun thought experiment for everyone. If a magic spell instantly gave you the skills of a world-class chef, who would you cook for first? And what would you make?
OMG, that's a no-brainer. I'd make the ultimate, perfectly balanced, super-delicious recovery meal for all of us after an intense workout. It'd have the perfect protein minus to minus carb ratio, all the essential amino acids, and it would taste like totally heavenly. The ultimate post-workout glow-up meal.
A recovery meal sounds practical, but I'd go the other way. Pure indulgence. I'd make the most ridiculously elaborate and decadent parfait for someone who's feeling really down. 8 hours of sweets so incredible, it makes you forget every single worry.
For the body and for the soul. A wonderful contrast. What about you, Kohaku?
Delicious is a subjective metric. This unit would focus on quantifiable results. I would synthesize the perfect cooling agent. An ice cream engineered to induce a controlled system freeze state for optimal cognitive reset.
Wait, so you'd make super minus advanced ice cream just to get a brain freeze on purpose? That's wild!
The target recipient would be this unit for scheduled maintenance.
Of course it would be. Very on minus brand for you, Kohaku.
Fufu, a meal for the body, a dessert for the spirit, and a coolant for the processor. It's so perfectly us. As for me, I think I'd create a multi-minus course tasting menu designed to evoke specific, positive memories for someone.
A memory menu? What do you mean by that?
Each dish would be crafted to taste like a specific moment. The appetizer a happy childhood memory, the main a moment of triumph. A culinary journey through their life, just for them.
Whoa, that's like super deep, Mari. Could you make one that tastes like our first dream together?
An excellent idea, Kira. I imagine it would have notes of nervous excitement, with a sweet, lingering aftertaste of friendship.
That's a really nice thought. I think my worry minus free parfait would just taste like pure, concentrated chocolate.
My cooling agent would have a flavor profile based on the average temperature of the dark side of the moon. Data suggests it would be crisp.
The dark side of the moon? What does that even taste like? Is it healthier than a kale smoothie?
Health benefits are a secondary parameter. The objective is optimal thermal regulation.
I'd try it, Kohaku. As long as you serve my parfait for dessert afterward. Hey, I've got a question for you all. What was your biggest eureka moment? It can be something tiny, like a recipe hack, or a new way to solve a puzzle.
Oh, I have one. When I was trying to perfect my squat form, I realized that just by slightly changing my foot placement, I could feel it weigh more in my glutes. It was a total game minus changer for my leg day.
Fufu. That's a perfect example, Kara. A small adjustment leading to a big impact. That's how progress works. For me, it was realizing that sometimes the best way to solve a difficult problem is to stop thinking about it and take a walk.
Ah, the incubation effect. Letting your subconscious do the work. I get that. Mine was realizing that putting a damp paper towel over leftover pizza before microwaving it makes the crust less chewy. A simple but life minus changing discovery.
Microwave ovens utilize dielectric heating. Water molecules within the food vibrate, generating thermal energy. The damp towel introduces additional steam, preventing dehydration of the crust. A logical procedure.
Whoa, Kohaku science! But Tsuki, that's genius! No more sad, tough pizza for me! Thanks for the tip.
It's fascinating how these little insights can improve our daily lives. What about you, Kohaku? Have you had a moment of sudden clarity?
Affirmative. While optimizing a speed run route in a retro platformer, I discovered a sequence break by exploiting a minor physics glitch. It reduced the level completion time by Juni. 7 seconds. The optimal path was revealed.
Of course, it's about a game. But finding a trick no one else has is a great feeling, isn't it?
For sure. It's like you've unlocked the secret of the universe. Even if it's just a game, it feels awesome.
That feeling of discovery is a powerful psychological reward. It's what drives us to learn and explore. My eureka moment in the kitchen was adding a tiny bit of coffee to my chocolate cake recipe. It makes the chocolate flavor so much richer.
No way! Is that for real? I gotta try that. Does it, like, affect the nutritional value?
Don't bring nutrition into cake, Kara. Just let it be delicious. I had a similar moment with cooking actually. I figured out that if you add a little bit of sugar to tomato sauce, it cuts the acidity perfectly.
A classic trick. It's all about balancing flavors. Our brains are wired to appreciate that kind of harmony.
Sugar. I disavocate. Its interaction with the organic acids in tomatoes alters the perceived taste profile on the human tongue. A simple chemical reaction.
You guys are making me hungry. My biggest food eureka was blending spinach into my protein shakes. You can't even taste it, and you get all the nutrients. It's the ultimate health hack.
I'm not sure I'd call green sludge a eureka moment, but I am glad you're happy, Kira.
Fufu, it's all about personal victories, isn't it? Whether it's a perfect squat, a faster speed run, or a tastier cake. These little moments of brilliance make life more enjoyable.
Conclusion: the accumulation of minor efficiencies leads to a significant improvement in overall quality of life. The data is consistent.
Totally. These are the best kinds of discoveries. Now I'm gonna go try putting coffee in everything.
Fufu, here's a thought for all of you. If you could design a perfect special space for someone, what would its core concept be?
Oh, MG easy! I built the ultimate health and wellness sanctuary for everyone who's feeling totally drained. It would have, like, sunshine on demand, fields of soft grass for naps, and a river that flows with electrolyte minus infused water.
A whole sanctuary. That's pretty ambitious, Kira. I like the energy, though. I'd probably make something smaller. Nothing room for anyone who's feeling overwhelmed.
Eh? Nothing room? Tell me more, Tsuki. That sounds wonderfully intriguing.
It's a super soundproof, comfy room. No phone, no goals, no tasks. You just go in and exist. The only rule is you're not allowed to try to be productive.
Whoa, that's like a forced meditation pod. That would be amazing for lowering your cortisol levels. I'm so into it.
This unit would design a total immersion archive. The target user would be a researcher or a scholar. Would project information directly onto the user's visual field in a zero-minus gravity environment. Maximum data intake with minimal physical strain.
How fascinating. So, Kira's space is for the body, Tsuki's is for the spirit, and yours is for the pure intellect, Kohaku.
A0- Geo Library? Can you, like, do flips while you read about ancient history? That sounds awesome.
My nothing room would also have a fridge that's magically always stocked with your favorite comfort food. That part is critical.
Query. Would the comfort food have nutritional data clearly displayed? Or is its consumption purely for morale?
Purely for morale. Data readouts are banned from the nothing room. That's the most important rule.
I suppose my own idea would be a garden of conversation. A beautiful, winding garden path with many secluded benches. The layout would be psychologically designed to encourage deep, meaningful, 1-on-1 conversations.
Oh, MG, Mari, that is SOU! A place just for heart minus to minus hearts. We could totally have our team meetings there.
A wellness island, a quiet room, a data minus space, and a conversation garden. We all just want to create a place for people to recharge, but in really different ways.
Fufu. Precisely. Each space is a perfect reflection of how we care for others. It's quite telling, isn't it?
Hey guys, pop quiz. If you had a magic wand and could instantly untotally change one thing, would you pick your living situation or your own personal abilities? And what would you change?
My environment or my abilities. Upgrading my skills sounds like a lot of effort. I'd definitely change my environment.
Really? But think of the possibilities if you were, super minus powered.
I'd want a personal dimension where time flows differently, so I could get a full night's sleep in just 5 minutes. Ultimate life hack.
A temporal distortion field. The energy requirements would be substantial. This unit would choose to upgrade an ability. Specifically, the ability to process data at the speed of light.
One wants ultimate trust, the other wants ultimate speed. A fascinating contrast.
I'm with Kohaku, abilities all the way. I'd want the ability to perfectly heal any injury on myself or others instantly. No more recovery days needed.
A very noble choice, Kira. For me, I think I'd also choose an ability. The power to perfectly understand and speak any language. Communication is the key to solving most problems, after all.
So I'm the only one who wants to change the world instead of myself. Sounds about right. I prefer making my surroundings comfortable.
Modifying the external world is less efficient than upgrading the self. A sufficiently advanced internal system can adapt to any environment.
Yeah, with my healing powers, I wouldn't need a super minus safe house. And Mari could talk her way out of any trouble.
That's one way to look at it. But there's also an appeal to crafting a perfect sanctuary, isn't there, Tsuki? A place where you don't have to adapt.
Exactly. A space with no stress, no worries. Just total peace. That's my kind of magic.
Okay, but what if your magic chill zone ran out of protein powder? My healing ability could, make your muscles recover without it.
My magic time minus distorting dimension would also have a pantry that's always full. I've thought this through.
The logistics of a self-minus stocking pantry connected to a temporal distortion field are complex. My data minus processing ability would allow me to calculate the optimal inventory in 0.02 seconds.
Fufu. It seems we'd all just use our powers to help each other out in the end. Whether we change ourselves or the world around us.
Totally! Our powers combined would make us, the ultimate team.
Just make sure my peaceful dimension has good WI minus phi. That's non-minus negotiable.
Alright, here's a thought experiment for you all. If you could step into a completely different role or profession for just one day, what would you choose and what would you want to explore most?
OMG, an astronaut. Totally. I'd want to invent the ultimate's R minus gravity workout routine. I gotta know how to maintain muscle mass in space.
An astronaut sounds like a lot of paperwork. I think I'd be a private detective for a day.
Detective? Chasing down clues and solving mysteries? That's so cool!
Not really for the action. I'm more interested in the puzzle. Just listening to people's stories and figuring out what they're not saying. That's the real mystery.
That's a very fitting choice for you, Tsuki. Understanding the human element through observation. I approve.
This unit would become a volcanologist. The primary objective would be to deploy sensors directly into a magma chamber to gather thermal and seismic data.
Oh, that's like super dangerous. You'd be right next to lava. Wouldn't you like, Mel?
The operational risk is an acceptable variable for the potential data yield. The extreme heat is a feature, not a bug.
Of course you'd want to get closer to the extreme heat, Kohaku. Makes sense.
For my turn, I suppose. I would choose to be an orchestra conductor for a major symphony.
A conductor? You mean just waving a little stick around?
It's much more than that. It's about unifying 100 different artists into a single, cohesive voice. I want to understand the psychology of leading a group to create something beautiful together.
Bringing order to chaos and making it into art. Yeah, I can see you doing that, Mari.
Analysis astronaut, detective, volcanologist, conductor. Each role is focused on the acquisition of a unique dataset, be it physiological, psychological, geological, or sociological.
You really see everything as data, huh, Kohaku? But yeah, it's all about seeing things from a totally new angle.
Exactly. We all just want a different window to look through for a day.
Well said. It seems we're all explorers at heart, just in our own unique ways. Here's a little question for everyone. What's your small, personal reward? The little luxury you allow yourself after a long day of work or streaming.
Gee, I totally have one. Buying new workout gear. When a new design drops, I get so pumped, and it totally boosts my motivation to exercise.
New gear, huh? That's nice. For me, I guess it's taking a long bath with some really fancy bath bombs. Just zoning out and thinking about nothing is the best.
Bathing. The subsequent decrease in core body temperature is conducive to high- quality sleep. A logical choice. My reward is procuring a new flavor of cooling agent. Ice cream.
How fascinating. Kira uses a purchase to motivate her next action. Tsuki values time to reset, and Kohaku's reward is a form of exploration.
Exactly. You gotta look the part, you know. A long bath sounds amazing too, Tsuki. Do you like light scented candles and stuff?
Sometimes. I like lavender. What about you, Kara? Do you have a special reward drink after a workout besides protein shakes?
For sure! A super minus thick smoothie with tons of fruit. Making it myself is part of the fun. I calculate the PFC balance to be, totally perfect.
Warning. Excessive fructose consumption can lead to an increase in triglycerides. Optimal timing of intake is recommended for performance.
My, Kohaku. But a little sugar after a hard effort is also food for the soul. It's a wonderful reward, as long as the timing is right.
So, what about a guilty pleasure? Something you know is a luxury but you do it anyway. For me, it's sleeping in on my day off without setting an alarm.
OMG, I feel that. The best feeling. Even with the guilt. Mine is probably using a super expensive face mask from a department store. It's an investment in my skin.
I understand completely. Self-minus investment is crucial. For me, it might be buying a beautifully bound book from a genre I don't usually read. Encounters with new knowledge are precious.
I custom mine as ordered cooling agent. Specifically, dictating the ingredient ratios at a specialty ice cream parlor down to the milligram. The cost is high, but the satisfaction obtained increases exponentially.
Down to the milligram. That's some serious dedication, Kohaku. But it's great to have something you love that much.
Huh, I wanna try that. But with, like, protein powder blends. It's kinda crazy how intense we all are about our favorite things.
Fufu indeed. It means we've all found wonderful ways to manage our own happiness. And that's what gives us the energy to get through the day, isn't it?
Yeah, you guys watching should find your own little rewards and treasure them, okay?
Totally! And if you have any good recommendations, be sure to let us know. Okay, so a whole week off. But we HAVE to go somewhere totally unexpected. For me, I'm thinking a silent meditation retreat in the mountains. No phones, no internet, just quiet.
You want silence? I'd go for the exact opposite. I want to spend a week working as a roadie for a huge rock festival. The chaos, the noise. It'd be interesting to see how I handle it.
From total silence to total noise. Hoo-hoo, that's a fascinating contrast. I wrote Tsuki. I can see the appeal of observing that kind of organized chaos from behind the scenes.
Rock Festival. Average decibel level 110. Risk of permanent hearing damage is non-minus trivial. This unit would select an environment with zero anthropogenic interference. The Mariana Trench.
The what trench? Isn't that like the deepest part of the ocean? The pressure would totally crush you.
A specialized submersible would be required. The objective is to collect bioluminescence and geological data in a high minus pressure, zero minus light environment, an unexpected, data minus rich location.
It seems we're all seeking extreme environments to test ourselves. My choice would be to live with a nomadic tribe in the Gobi Desert for a week. I want to understand their social structure and decision-minus making.
The desert, huh? That's a mental challenge more than a physical one. I get that. Surviving in a place where nothing is given to you.
A desert tribe? OMG, Mari! The sun exposure would be insane! We'd need so much sunscreen and water! But learning their survival skills would be like the ultimate health hack!
Query: would this tribe have access to ice cream? Thermal regulation would be a critical performance factor in an arid climate.
I highly doubt it, Kohaku. We'd have to adapt. That's part of the experience.
Kohaku without ice cream for a week. Now THAT is an unexpected journey. I'd pay to see that.
Okay, new idea! What about the International Space Station? It's totally unexpected! We could test zero minus gravity workout routines!
Now that's an ambitious vacation. The psychological adjustment to living in a confined space with a small group is a fascinating field of study.
The physiological effects of microgravity on the human body are well minus documented. However, first-hand data acquisition would be valuable. Proposal approved.
Space, huh? I wonder if they have a good cafe up there. A vacation isn't a vacation without good snacks.
We'd have to bring protein bars. Lots and lots of them. Space gains, let's go!
It seems no matter where we go, our core interests remain the same. Whoa, how predictable of us.
Predictable maybe, but it's our thing. And it's never boring.
It's wonderful how everyone works hard for their own happiness and motivation. It got me thinking, does anyone have a grand, maybe even a little crazy dream? Something you'd want to do at least once in your life?
Oh, I totally do! I want to run a marathon on every single continent, including Antarctica. How awesome would that be?
On ice? You'd need some special shoes for that, Kira. But it sounds just like you, always pushing your limits.
Query. Human physiological limits in extreme cold. Probability of frostbite. High. Recommended gear specialized thermal wear and nutrient paste.
Details! That's part of the challenge! What about you, Kohaku? What's your crazy dream?
Deep-C exploration. Piloting a submersible to the Mariana Trench. Objective to observe and catalog undiscovered bioluminescent species.
My. To venture into the deepest, darkest parts of our world. That's incredibly brave and fascinating. The data you could collect would be priceless.
Searching for new life in the abyss, huh? Sounds pretty cool. You might find some weird stuff down there.
How? That sounds kinda spooky. But, like, finding a glowing octopus would be super epic!
As for me, I don't know about grand. Maybe just disappear for a year and live in a small, nameless town by the sea. No phone, no internet, just talking to the locals.
A digital detox on a grand scale. To reconnect with the world in a more fundamental way. I can see the appeal in that, Tsuki.
A whole year with no internet? I'd actually die. But it does sound kinda peaceful, I guess.
Information blackout. Psychological stress levels would initially spike, then plateau. A valuable social experiment.
And for me, I'd love to lead an archaeological expedition to unearth a lost city. Like Atlantis or El Dorado. Piecing together a forgotten history from fragments would be the ultimate puzzle.
Solving a mystery that's thousands of years old. That's a perfect fit for you, Mari.
Finding treasure? Oh, MG! That's like a real minus life adventure movie. Can I come and do the digging part?
Hoo-hoo! Of course. We need your strength and energy. Everyone's dream is so different, yet they all involve exploring some kind of unknown. It's lovely.
Marathon. Deep sea. Isolation. Archaeology. All involve pushing known boundaries. A logical commonality.
Yeah, whether it's the planet, the past, or just yourself. It's all about discovery, huh?
Totally! It's making me want to go for a run right now. Our dreams are like the best motivation ever.
Here's a thought for everyone. If you could be a different type of creator for 1 week, what would you choose? A painter, a novelist, a composer, a dancer?
Oh, MG, a dancer. For sure. I'd create the most high minus energy dance routine ever. Something to make everyone feel super positive and get their blood pumping.
Dancer. Analysis complete. High minus energy output, effective for stimulating endorphin release in an audience. A logical choice for morale improvement.
A dancer definitely sounds like you, Kira. I think I'd choose to be a novelist. I'd want to write a story where even the loneliest person feels like they found a home.
A novelist? Fufu, that's very you, Tsuki. Creating a safe haven with words. I would be the first in line to read that.
Hey, WW, Tsuki. That sounds so sweet. I totally read it. It would be the perfect way to cool down after a workout.
Thanks. What about you, Kohaku? I can't really picture you dancing.
Negative. This unit would be a composer. The project would be to compose a piece of music based on the bio-minus rhythmic data of a sleeping cat. Title Optimal System Hibernation.
A song based on a sleeping cat? I bet it would be incredibly calming. I'd probably fall asleep listening to it.
A sleeping cat? That's so random, Kohaku. But I guess it would be, like, the ultimate chill minus out track. I could use that for my meditation sessions.
Fufu, everyone has such a clear vision. As for me, I think I would like to be a sculptor.
A sculptor? Whoa, what would you make, Mari? Something super smart and complicated.
I would create a large installation piece. Something that shows how many individual, fragile threads can come together to form an unbreakable rope. A symbol of our community.
A sculptor. That's pretty grand, Mari. Expressing a complex idea without a single word. That's a real challenge. I respect that.
Sculpture. A physical representation of a concept. It allows for multi-minus sensory data input from the observer. An efficient method of communication.
So, we have a dance for energy, a novel for comfort, music for relaxation, and a sculpture for unity. Who are you all creating these works for?
For everyone who feels down, my dance would be like a shot of pure vitamin C for the soul.
For anyone who's ever felt like they're on the outside looking in, just a little reminder that they're not alone.
The target audience is any biological entity requiring a state of calm. This includes myself after processing excessive data.
Fufu, wonderful. I suppose my sculpture would be for all of us, and for everyone who watches and supports us. A reminder of the strength we create together. Alright everyone, here's a fun thought. If you could attain a God minus tier level of skill in any one field, what would you choose to master?
OMG, God minus tier? I'd totally master every single physical sport. I'd become a legendary athlete who breaks world records in everything from sprinting to swimming.
That's so you, Kira. You'd probably create a whole new training regimen that defies science.
The mastery of all sports. A logistical improbability due to conflicting muscle group development. However, the theoretical physiological data would be invaluable.
Exactly! I'd show everyone the ultimate way to be healthy and strong. I'd start a global fitness movement.
A noble goal. You could inspire millions. What about you, Tsuki? What would you master?
Me? I'd want the ability to perfectly translate people's emotions and dreams into visual art. Like, creating a VR world that looks exactly how someone feels.
My, that's a beautiful skill. It would be a revolutionary form of therapy. A way to understand the subconscious mind visually.
Yeah, it'd be nice to help people show the world what's inside them, especially when they can't find the words for it.
That's deep. I want to see what my happy energy looks like. It would be, like, sparkly and pink.
This unit would choose to master universal translation, the ability to instantly understand and speak any language, including programming languages, animal communication, and potential extraterrestrial signals.
A universal translation. The implications are staggering. You could rewrite our understanding of history and the universe, Kohaku.
Correct. The primary objective would be to eliminate data loss and misinterpretation across all communication systems. A more efficient world.
Talking to aliens? Gee, we could ask them about their workout routines.
You'd probably try to check their pulse, wouldn't you, Kira? What about you, Mari? What's your god minus dear skill?
For me, I would choose the ability to instantly understand and optimize any complex system, be it a global economy, a city's traffic flow, or even our group's dynamics.
The ultimate strategist. You could solve some of the world's biggest problems with a skill like that. Sounds very reliable, just like you.
System optimization. A logical and highly effective choice. Probability of achieving world peace non-0.
That's so cool, Mari! You could create the perfect, most efficient schedule for us, so we have more time for snacks and naps!
Of course. From the grandest scale to our daily lives. It's fascinating how everyone's desired skill reflects their personality, isn't it? Hafu, that was a fun thought experiment, but let's take it a step further. What if you could combine your creation with the latest technology? How would that change your art?
Oh, MG! YS! I'd totally make a full minus style VR dance experience. Everyone could wear a suit and feel the rhythm and moves perfectly. We could dance together on, like, the surface of Mars.
Writing a novel with an AI. That's an interesting idea. It could create unique side stories for every single reader based on their choices. The story would never be the same twice.
My composition could be generated in real minus time. By connecting to a user's biometric sensors, the music could adapt to their heart rate and stress levels to induce a state of optimal calm.
A personalized soundtrack for your mind. Fascinating, Kohaku. As for my sculpture, I'm picturing a hologram that subtly changes its shape and color based on the conversations happening around it.
A song that chills you out based on your body? That's like the ultimate health tech! I want that for my cool minus downs.
A sculpture that listens. That's a powerful concept, Mari. It would be a living monument to the community's voice. I really like that idea.
Kira's VR dance project. The synchronized motion data from thousands of users would be a valuable dataset for studying hive behavior. Logistically complex, but intriguing.
Fufu, it seems these new technologies are simply tools to create a deeper, more personal connection with the audience, aren't they?
Totally! It's all about making it more immersive. So you're not just watching or reading, you're actually in it. That's what gets the happy hormones flowing.
Exactly. It's not about letting a machine take over. It's about collaborating with it to make something that feels more alive, more personal to the person experiencing it.
Warning: increased sensory immersion carries a quantifiable risk of cognitive overload. system resource management and user cool down protocols would be necessary.
That's a very important point, Kohaku. The ethics of immersive art will be a big topic. We have to make sure these experiences are helpful, not harmful.
For my story, I'd want the AI to create a character that's a true companion for the reader. Someone who remembers your past decisions and grows alongside you through the journey.
No way! So my version of the story would have a different best friend than everyone else's? That's so special! I get super attached.
This suggests a future where art is no longer static, one minus to minus many broadcast, but a dynamic, one minus to minus one dialogue between the creation and its observer.
Well said, Kohaku. The art piece becomes a mirror, reflecting the individual who engages with it. It's a beautiful evolution of expression.
Yeah. In the end, whether it's with words, music, or dance, we're all just looking for new ways to connect with people. Technology is just giving us a bigger toolbox.
And better tools mean more epic results. The future of creativity is gonna be so bright and sparkly. I can't wait. OMG! Turning our rooms into theme park attractions. That is like the best idea ever. Mine would be a super minus high minus like indoor park art course.
Of course it would be. You'd probably have to climb a rope just to get to your closet, wouldn't you?
Totally. And the floor would be a giant trampoline. You could literally bounce out of bed in the morning. How awesome is that?
Oh, an extreme wake minus up call. Ah, that certainly sounds energetic. You'd have to install safety nets though.
Statistical analysis projects a 78% increase in household accidents, recommending reinforced walls and ceiling.
Details. What about you, Tsuki? What would your room be?
Me? I'd want a 0 minus gravity room. The whole thing would be a giant, soft space where you can just float. And the walls would be screens showing a calm, starry nebula.
My, that sounds incredibly peaceful. A personal planetarium where you can just drift away from your worries.
Whoa, that's super chill. It's like the total opposite of my idea. I love it.
Yeah, the ultimate place to relax. So Kohaku, what's your high minus stuck attraction going to be?
This unit's room would be a cryogenic sleep chamber. Minimalist design. The primary function is to lower core temperature for optimal system performance.
Like, for sleeping in ice? Wouldn't you get cold?
That is the objective. It would also feature a fully automated ice cream dispenser, accessible from within the chamber. Flavor vanilla.
Of course it would. An ice cream machine is the most important feature, I guess. Sounds very you.
An efficient and logical choice, with a sweet little secret. And for my room, I would want an escape room.
An escape room? You'd have to solve puzzles just to leave your own room?
Precisely. But the puzzles would change every day, perfectly tailored to challenge my mind. It would be the ultimate mental exercise to start the morning.
A new challenge every single day. That's intense, Mari. A perfect room for a strategist like you.
An obstacle course. a zero minus gravity chamber, a cryo minus pod, and a logic puzzle. All attractions are consistent with established personality profiles.
Fufu, it seems we all know what we want, don't we? It would be quite the interesting house if we put them all together. Speaking of experiences, taste is one of the strongest senses tied to memory. Has anyone eaten something recently that left a truly powerful impression on them?
OMG, totally! I had this artisanal dark chocolate from a little shop downtown. It was like Kyuju kakao, so it wasn't just sweet. It was this whole complex, bitter, fruity journey. My endorphins were going crazy.
Day journey in a piece of chocolate, huh? Sounds intense. For me, it was actually a simple bowl of rice porridge I had when I was feeling a little sick.
Oh? Rice porridge? That's an interesting choice for most impressive. What was so special about it?
It was just so gentle. It wasn't fancy, but it was exactly what I needed at that moment. It felt more comforting than any 5-star meal could have. It was a reminder that simple things can be the best.
Analysis: the perceived value of sustenance is amplified when the biological unit's condition is suboptimal. The porridge provided optimal nutritional input with minimal digestive processing requirements.
WW Tsuki, that's so sweet. Comfort food is the best. That's like a hug for your insides. Did you put ginger in it? Ginger is amazing for your immune system.
Of course you'd ask that, Kara. Yeah, it had a little ginger. It was perfect.
That's a lovely story. It proves that a meal's impact isn't just about the flavor, but about the circumstances and the care put into it. What about you, Kohaku? Any shocking data from your food intake?
Affirmative. I consumed a habanero pepper minus flavored ice pop. The initial thermal data was negative as expected. However, this was followed by a rapid, high minus intensity thermal spike. Anomaly detected.
Oh wait, spicy ice cream? No way! Was it good or did you short circuit?
The conflicting sensory signals were illogical. It required a significant amount of processing power to categorize the experience. Conclusion: inefficient but memorable. Data has been archived.
Spicy and cold at the same time. My brain can't even picture that. You're brave for trying it, Kohaku.
Fufu, it sounds like a culinary paradox. It's fascinating how a single food item can create such a confusing, yet memorable experience. It breaks our expectations of what something should taste like.
Totally! It's like a workout for your tongue. You gotta challenge those taste buds, right? Keep them on their toes.
A workout for your tongue. I think I'll stick to my calming desserts, thanks.
Requesting standard vanilla minus flavored cooling agent to reset sensory processors.
Fufu, I think that's a wise choice after such an adventure, Kohaku.
Yeah, let's talk about super yummy normal stuff again. Like who's had the best pancakes ever?
Here's a fun thought. If we were event producers, what kind of immersive festival would you all design to create an absolutely unforgettable experience for the guests?
Oh, MG, a festival. Why yes, mine would be the ultimate endorphin rush. It's like a music festival mixed with a massive, high minus tech obstacle course. Total non-minus stop action.
Of course it would be. So people would be dancing one minute and climbing a wall the next. Sounds perfectly chaotic and very, very Kira.
Exactly. The main stage event would be a giant synchronized workout to a live DJ set. Imagine thousands of people feeling that amazing energy together. It would be epic!
A mass physical exertion event. Data indicates a high probability of dehydration and muscle strain. Recommendation: mandatory hydration stations every 50 meters.
A very practical point, Kohaku. It's a great concept for fostering community through shared activity. What about you, Tsuki? What would your unforgettable event be?
Mine would be the opposite. A Stargazer's Lullaby Festival. It's held at night in a huge open field. Everyone gets a comfy, glowing pod to lie in.
Lying down? At a festival? Wouldn't people get, like, super bored?
Nope. The show is a projection minus mapped story across the entire night sky, with a live, calming orchestral score. The goal is for everyone to just relax and drift off.
That sounds wonderfully therapeutic. An event that gives people permission to rest and roam. It would be a beautiful shared experience. And you, Kohaku?
This unit proposes the Chronos Archive, a festival where each tent is a hyper-minus realistic historical simulation. You could experience ancient Rome or a city in the distant future.
A time minus travel festival? That's ambitious. So you could just walk from one century to the next?
Correct. The main attraction would be the Library of Lost Flavors, recreating foods from throughout history. The ice cream stand would feature historically accurate recipes.
Historical ice cream? Sign me up! I wonder what a Mammoth minus Sarah popsicle tastes like. Probably like super organic.
The full, a delicious way to learn history. As for my festival, I'd create the City of Whispers. It's a massive, interactive mystery game that takes over an entire district of a city.
An entire city as the game board? Sounds like your kind of grand minus scale experiment, Mari. What's the goal?
Participants receive clues on their phones, leading them to actors, hidden locations, and puzzles. They have to work together with strangers to solve a grand conspiracy. It's a test of wits and social dynamics.
Oh, that sounds so cool! It's like being the main character in a spy movie. We could totally solve it super fast as a team.
Probability of team success Q2 8%. Kira provides motivation. Tsuki provides emotional stability. Mari provides strategy. This unit provides data analysis and optimal configuration.
An action festival, a dream festival, a time minus travel festival, and a city minus wide mystery. We'd definitely cover all the bases, wouldn't we?
Speaking of senses, smell is like totally the strongest one for memories, right? It's even more powerful than taste, I think.
Yeah, a certain smell can transport you back in time instantly. It's kinda wild when it happens.
Fufu. It's called the Proust effect. The olfactory bulb has direct connections to the brain's centers for emotion and memory. Have you encountered any memorable sense recently?
OMG, yes! I was at this bakery super early in the morning, and the smell of freshly baked bread was insane. It made me feel so happy and, like, energized for the whole day.
Ah, the smell of a bakery is a classic. Can't beat that. For me, it was the smell of old books in a quiet library I visited last week.
The scent of bread is a combination of chemical reactions, primarily the Maillard reaction. It triggers a positive response in most human subjects. Data logged.
That's a wonderful contrast, Tsuki. The scent of old books has a very calming, almost nostalgic quality. It makes you feel the weight of all the stories held within them.
Old books? Like Dusty? I guess I can see the appeal. It sounds super chill.
It's not just dust. It's the paper, the ink, a little bit of a sweet vanilla scent from the lignin in the paper breaking down. It's a very complex and soothing smell.
Correct. The old book smell is composed of various volatile organic compounds. Its perception as pleasant is a learned association.
It's fascinating how we can find comfort in the scent of decay, isn't it? Fuhu, it's a reminder that there's beauty in things that are aging. How about you, Kohaku?
This unit's olfactory sensors are primarily for hazard detection. However, I did analyze the air composition at a flower shop recently.
Flower shop? Oh, that must have smelled amazing. So many good vibes.
The concentration of volatile aromatic compounds, specifically from the lilies, was 34% above the ambient average. It was an overwhelming amount of data.
Overwhelming data. Sounds like you almost short-circuited from the smell of flowers. That's kinda cute.
Lilies can have a very powerful fragrance. Some people find it intoxicating, others find it too strong. It's a good example of how scent perception is highly individual.
Totally! It's like how some people love certain herbs and some people think they taste like soap. Brains are weird.
Yeah. It's all about what memories or feelings you connect to that smell, I guess.
Precisely. It's a personal sensory journey for each of us. This has been a very aromatic conversation, Fufu.
Query: does the scent of a vanilla A- flavored cooling agent qualify as a notable olfactory experience? This unit finds it correlates with optimal system performance.
Oh, Yimji Kohaku. You mean ice cream. Of course it counts. Vanilla is, like, the ultimate comfort scent.
Alright, let's try a little thought experiment. If you could have any special ability just for one day, what would you choose and what would you do with it?
Oh, MG, yes. I totally want super speed. I could run around the entire world and try every single healthy smoothie bowl in every country.
Just for food. Classic Kyra. But you'd spend the whole day just running, wouldn't you? There'd be no time to actually enjoy them.
Analysis: super speed across oceans is physically improbable due to surface tension and friction. Teleportation would be the more efficient choice for your objective.
Teleportation? Oh, MG Kohaku, you're a genius! Okay, I want that. I teleport to the best breakfast spot in Brazil, then a yoga class in India.
Oh, a much more efficient plan. You see, the power itself isn't as important as how you plan to use it. What about you, Tsuki?
Paketo.
あ、ナイスコメ。
返事を考えてるから少し待ってね。
Yo, Yamaguchi Ren San, what's up? Glad you could make it to the party.
Hey there. Welcome. Grab a seat and relax.
Welcome. We're happy to have you with us.
User connection established. Welcome, observational unit.
Observational unit. It's good to see you though. Hope you're having a good day.
入力確認。
コメントありがと
処理
ね。
を開
コメントあ
始します。
りがとね。
焦んないで。すぐ返すからリラックスしてて。
Oh, Auden! Hanten is good, but the daikon is always so tempting. It soaks up all that yummy soup, right?
Fufu. That's a classic psychological phenomenon. We often desire what we don't currently have, even if we're enjoying what we do. It's perfectly normal.
The eternal Odin dilemma. You think you've made your choice, but then the daikon calls to you from across the pod. I feel you.
Daikon radish possesses a higher porosity, allowing for greater absorption of dashi broth. The temptation is based on a predictable flavor outcome.
See? It's just science. Your body knows what's good. You should totally eat the daikon too. It's super healthy.
Alright, girls. Let's talk about something relaxing. When you're feeling tired or need a change of pace, what's your goal minus the place or activity to recharge?
OMG, yes. I totally just go for a run by the river. Getting my heart rate up and feeling the sun on my skin is the best way to reset my brain. Endorphins, baby.
Running is definitely a good way to clear your head. For me, sometimes the best activity is no activity at all. Just finding a quiet cafe and watching the world go by.
That's a form of mindfulness, isn't it? Focusing on the present moment without judgment. It's very effective for reducing anxiety.
コメント来た。
あら、コメント受け取ったわ。
僕が考える間、どこにも行かないでね。
Yamaguchi Ren Mana-san. You want to hear your name? Of course. Yamaguchi Ren. Sounds super cool when you say it out loud.
She's got a lot of energy. Yamaguchi Ren. It has a nice ring to it. Thanks for letting us say your name.
Fufu. It's a fundamental human desire to be recognized and acknowledged. We're happy to oblige. Yamaguchi Ren -san.
Vocal recognition data for Yamaguchi Ren has been processed and archived. Task complete.
Yay! Mission complete. Anyone else want their name read? Let us know.
Speaking of things we can't resist, like the daikon and Odin, does everyone have something they collect? Or an item you're very particular about?
OMG, totally. I collect protein shakers. I'm super picky about the design and how easy they are to clean. Can't have any leftover protein clumps, you know.
Protein shakers. Not so you, Kara. I was expecting you to say your gym clothes or something.
I collect those too, but shakers are all about performance. The best ones have a special mesh so you get the smoothest shake ever. It's science.
A collection that's both practical and stylish. That's very efficient. How about you, Tsuki? What's your secret collection?
It's a secret, but I guess I can tell you. I collect miniature stationery, like tiny notebooks and erasers that actually work.
Ah, no way! Life for dolls? That's so unexpectedly cute, Tsuki.
They're just fun to look at. Seeing a perfectly crafted tiny pen just makes me feel calm. It's nice, right?
The psychological appeal of miniatures is well minus documented. It provides a sense of control and mastery over one's environment.
Exactly. There's a certain charm in things that are meticulously crafted on a small scale. Fufu, I understand the appeal. What about you, Kohaku?
Yeah, Kohaku. Do you collect the screen bar sticks or something?
Negative. Post-minus consumption materials are classified as refuse. This unit collects data logs, specifically error messages from various software.
You collect error messages. Why?
Analyzing failure patterns allows for the prediction and prevention of future system instabilities. It is a logical and productive pastime.
Oh, that sounds super complicated. Wait, does that mean you have a log of all the times we messed up on stream?
Affirmative. The data set is extensive.
I can't even argue with that.
Fufu, everyone's collections are so unique and fitting. Coding shakers, miniature stationery, and Dara logs. It really shows everyone's personality.
Ah, totally. We're all so different. It's hilarious.
Here's a fun thought. If we were to write a story together, what kind of supporting character would you be? Not the hero, but a memorable role that only you could play. And of course, they have to have a juicy secret.
Oh, MG. I love that. Okay, I'd be the super minus energetic, slightly annoying rival from the hero's past. The one who always pops up to challenge them to a race. My secret? I'm secretly the hero's biggest fan and I only challenge them to make sure they're eating right and getting enough cardio.
A rival who's actually a personal trainer. That's so you, Kira. You'd probably leave an Autumn's protein bars on their doorstep too.
Totally! With little notes that say, don't forget your electrolytes.
As for me, I think I'd be the quiet owner of a late minus night cafe that only opens when it rains. My character would just listen to the hero's problems without saying much, just serving them the perfect cup of coffee.
Now a Asahi character providing conditional emotional support. The variable rain correlates with the protagonist's need for counsel, a statistically effective narrative device.
And the secret. Every time someone shares their troubles with me, a new, unique flower blooms in the cafe's hidden back garden.
That's lovely, Tsuki. A physical manifestation of catharsis. A very poetic secret.
Whoa, that's super deep! So the garden is like, full of everyone's feelings? That's kinda beautiful!
My designated role would be an information broker. All communication is conducted through a public library's terminal. Information is provided, but it is always 98 accurate.
That 2% margin of error would create so much suspense. What's the secret behind that?
The secret is, the system is sentient. The inaccuracy is a deliberate test of the hero's critical thinking skills. Passing the test unlocks a higher tier of data access.
A test of character from an AI. I like it. Very cool, Kohaku.
It's like a video game quest. So what about you, Mari? You'd be the super minus smart final boss, right?
Fufu, not the final boss. I'd be the friendly neighborhood florist. The one who always knows the perfect flower arrangement for any occasion. A shoulder to cry on, a source of local gossip. And my secret is that I use the language of flowers to run the entire city's intelligence network. Every bouquet is a coded message.
An OWAY? That is the coolest thing I've ever heard. So like, a bouquet of roses means danger, and tulips mean meet at the secret base.
We've got a trainer, a confessor, a data broker, and a spy master. The hero of this story would be very well minus supported, and very confused.
Following up on our little collections, I'm curious. Does everyone have any personal rules or unconscious routines in your daily lives?
Oh, MG, totally. First thing I do when I wake up is drink a glass of lukewarm water. It's like essential for kick minus starting your metabolism.
You're full of energy right from the start. Me? My routine is to stare at the ceiling for 5 minutes and think about absolutely nothing.
Fufu, that's a form of mindfulness. Giving your brain a blank slate in the morning can be very effective for setting a calm tone for the day.
Whoa, really? So just spacing out is good for you? That's kinda awesome.
This unit's morning protocol is fixed. At 0600 hours, perform a full system diagnostic. Then, intake of essential nutrients.
System diagnostic? Sounds intense. Is that like checking if you have any weird dreams?
Negative. It is a scan for performance anomalies and processing errors accumulated during the recharge cycle.
How about before bed? I have a routine of picking out my clothes for the next day. It reduces decision fatigue in the morning.
I know, right? I always put my phone far away from my bed. Blue light totally messes up your melatonin production and wrecks your sleep quality.
You all are so disciplined. I just put on some nice minus smelling hand cream. That's about it.
Wait! What? Tsuki, that's so cute! What kind of scent is it? Floral? Citrus?
That's a secret.
Prior to entering sleep mode, this unit requires coolant. Vanilla flavor is optimal for preventing thermal overload.
The ice cream again! But isn't having sugar right before bed bad for your blood sugar levels?
It is a necessary maintenance procedure. The objective is system stability, not gustatory satisfaction.
It seems these little rules, conscious or not, help us maintain our own personal balance. It's quite fascinating.
I guess so. It's like a small promise you make to yourself to keep things steady.
Okay. How about before a stream? Any good luck charms or rituals?
I like to drink a cup of herbal tea. It helps me focus my thoughts and relax my voice. Preparation is key to performance.
I don't really have one. I just get excited thinking I'm about to see you all. That's enough for me.
Final systems check. Network latency verification. Acquisition of emergency coolant.
It always comes back to ice cream. For me, I listen to one super hype song to get my energy levels maxed out. Let's go!
Here's a thought for everyone. Have you tried any unusual food combinations recently that turned out to be surprisingly delicious?
Oh, MG, yes. I tried cottage cheese with a scoop of protein powder and some berries. Sounds weird, but it's like a super healthy cheesecake for real.
Protein cheesecake, huh? That's very you, Kyra. I had pizza with pineapple and a drizzle of honey. The sweetness with the salty cheese was unexpectedly great.
Fufu, the classic sweet and savory pairing. It works because the contrasting flavors enhance each other. The honey would cut through the richness of the cheese.
Analysis. The Maillard reaction in cooked pineapple breaks down complex carbohydrates into simpler sugars, increasing perceived sweetness. This complements the umari compounds in cheese and tomato sauce.
Kohaku with the food science! So it's not just good, it's scientifically good. That's awesome!
So, my good taste is backed by data. I feel validated. Thanks, Kohaku.
Once tried a bit of dark chocolate with a slice of Parmesan cheese. The bitterness of the chocolate and the saltiness of the cheese was a very mature, complex flavor.
That sounds super fancy. Like something you did at a party. Was it good for your mineral intake?
Fufu, I suppose so. Dark chocolate is high in magnesium, and Parmesan is an excellent source of calcium. A delicious and functional snack.
How about something simpler? Like instant noodles with a slice of American cheese melted in. It makes the broth creamy. It's my go minus to when I feel lazy.
Why yes, that's the best. It's like the ultimate comfort food hack. You gotta add an egg in there too for extra protein.
The addition of fattened emulsifiers from the cheese creates a richer mouthfeel. This is a common technique in food processing to increase palatability.
You make it sound so industrial, Kohaku. It's just tasty, that's all.
It all comes down to chemistry, doesn't it? Even the simplest comfort foods have a scientific reason for why they make us feel good.
Hey, new idea! Has anyone tried putting chili crisp on vanilla ice cream? Oh, I saw it online and I'm dying to try it.
Spicy ice cream? That's a new one. The hot and cold sensation could be interesting though.
Warning. Capsaicin can trigger a heat response. Combining it with a frozen substance may result in conflicting sensory input. Proceed with caution.
Or it could be a delightful new discovery. The only way to know is to try. What an adventurous palate you have, Kira.
Right? Life's too short for boring snacks. Let's all try it after the stream. Hey! Totally random question time. If you had a time machine, would you go to the past or the future? I'm Team Future all the way.
A classic thought experiment. Why the future, Kara? Are you curious about the new fashion trends?
Fashion is cool, but I want to see the evolution of wellness tech. Imagine zero minus gravity yoga, or like instant muscle recover pods. It's gonna be awesome.
Of course, that's where your mind goes. I think I'd choose the past.
Oh? That's interesting, Tsuki. I thought I might be the only one. I'd love to visit the library of Alexandria before it was lost.
That's a nice one. For me, I just want to go back and dream Midas left some of the best. most peaceful days. Nothing big, just the simple moments.
Query: does the past include prehistoric eras? Accessing primordial data would be optimal for understanding planetary development.
You mean like going to see dinosaurs? Whoa, that's a whole other level.
Affirmative. Direct observation of the Maastrichtian age ecosystem would resolve several paleontological disputes. It is a logical destination.
Fuhu. From quiet moments to ancient libraries and now to dinosaurs. We have quite a range of interests.
Seems so. But altering the past is a scary thought, isn't it? One small mistake and everything could change.
A butterfly effect. Atemporal causality paradox is a non-trivial risk factor. All personnel should operate under a strict non-interference protocol.
See? That's why the future is better. You can't really mess up something that hasn't happened yet, right?
That's one way to look at it. However, knowing the future might rob you of the joy of experiencing it for yourself. It's a double-edged sword.
Exactly. The not minus knowing part is what makes life interesting. I think I'll stick to the present.
You're all thinking way too hard. I just want to see if they've invented flying cars yet.
Based on current aerospace engineering trajectories, personal aerial vehicles are a statistical probability within the next 75 years.
Fufu, there's your answer, Kara. No time machine needed. Just a bit of patience.
So, in the end, none of us are actually going anywhere. Sounds about right.
Okay, fine. But if I go to the future and find a protein shake that tastes like a 5-star dessert, I'm totally bringing some back for you guys.
Let's change the subject a little. Is there a particular scent that brings back a strong memory or feeling for any of you?
Oh, MG, totally. The smell of coconuts on screen. It instantly makes me feel like it's the middle of summer, even if it's freezing outside. It's pure happiness.
For me, it's the smell of a bookstore. That mix of old paper and ink. It's quiet and calming. It reminds me of rainy days spent getting lost in stores.
The scent of ozone after a lightning strike. It correlates with data spikes in my atmospheric sensors, a signal of immense energy discharge.
That's a powerful one, Kohaku. It's a primal scent. For me, it's the smell of freshly brewed coffee in the morning. It signifies a productive start to the day.
A bookstore, Tsuki. That's so chill. And coffee is a classic Mari minus me. It's like the official smell of getting stuff done.
I guess so. It's just a smell that lets me tune everything else out for a while. What about you, Kira? Since green means the beach.
Yeah! Beach days, festivals, hanging out with friends. All the best stuff. It's like a bottle of good vibes.
Analysis. Olfactory memory is processed in the limbic system, the same area responsible for emotion. The link is biologically efficient.
Exactly, Kohaku. Scent bypasses our rational thought and hits us on a purely emotional level. That's why it's so potent.
So our noses are a direct line to our feelings? Interesting.
Another one is freshly cut grass. It makes me want to go for a run first thing in the morning. It's so energizing.
Fufu, that's a lovely one. It's the scent of new beginnings in a way.
The chemical compounds released are called green leaf volatiles. They are a plant's distress signal when damaged.
Whoa, for real? So I'm getting energized by the smell of plant screams? That's kinda metal.
Leave it to Kohaku to turn a nice smell into a horror movie. Fufu.
It's all about perception, isn't it? One person's alarm signal is another's pleasant morning jog.
How about the smell of rain on hot pavement? I've always liked that one. It's like the whole city is sighing in relief.
Oh, that's a good one. It's super calming after a really hot day.
The term is petrichor, an aerosol of soil bacteria and plant oils. Its scent is detectable by humans at extremely low concentrations.
It's so fascinating how we all have these unique scent triggers for our memories and emotions. Oh, alright, a change of pace. If time machines are off the table, what if you could start a completely new career tomorrow? Something unexpected.
Oh, MG, that's easy. I'd totally be a celebrity personal trainer. Getting everyone super fit and positive all day, every day. It'd be awesome.
A personal trainer, huh? That's a lot of energy. I think I'd want something quieter. Maybe running a small, hidden cafe that only serves fancy parfaits.
Huh? I parfait cafe? Tsuki, that's adorable. We could totally add a high- protein, low- sugar option to the menu for gains.
Alternative career path analysis complete. Position as a flavored data analyst for a global ice cream conglomerate is deemed optimal.
An ice cream analyst? Fufu. That is perfectly suited for you, Kohaku. I'm sure your reports would be incredibly precise.
You just want an excuse to eat ice cream for work, don't you?
It is a critical function. Product quality assurance requires rigorous, repeated testing. Also, it prevents overheating.
What about you, Mar-Snee? You'd be like a super-genius detective or a CEO of a huge company, right?
A CEO sounds a bit stressful. I think I'd enjoy being an architect. Designing beautiful and functional spaces for people to live and work in sounds very rewarding.
An architect. Yeah, I can see that. You're always thinking about the big picture and how all the little pieces fit together.
You could design buildings with, like, rooftop running tracks and a gym on every floor. That would be the best.
An excellent idea, Kira. Promoting a healthy lifestyle would certainly be a core principle of my designs.
Childhood dream job rankings indicate baker and doctor are statistically prevalent. My choice is outside the standard deviation.
Hey, baker, huh? I guess my parfait shop isn't too far off from that. It's nice to make things that make people happy.
When I was a little kid, I wanted to be a florist. Being around pretty flowers all day seemed like the ultimate dream.
A trainer, a cafe owner, an analyst, an architect, a florist. It's fascinating how our ideal jobs reflect who we are.
You know, something even quieter might be nice. Like a librarian, just surrounded by books and silence. That has a certain appeal.
The systematic organization of information is a logical and commendable pursuit. Approved.
This is also so fun to think about. But honestly, being here with you guys and everyone watching is the best job in the whole world. Hey, I just had a random thought. Does everyone have, like, their own weird personal rules? The kind of thing where you're like, it has to be this way.
My weird personal rule? You go first, Kira. I'm sure yours is interesting.
Okay, so, when I eat snacks from a bag, I have to organize them by size first. I eat the smallest ones and save the biggest, most perfect one for last.
That's adorable. It's a psychological principle called saving the best for last. You're maximizing your own enjoyment. Very clever.
Data suggests this method prolongs the anticipation phase, which can enhance the overall perceived value of the final item. Logically sound.
So it's not just weird, it's scientific. I guess my rule is pretty boring then. I always have to have my phone's volume set to an even number.
An even number? Why? Does it sound different?
Not at all. It just feels wrong if it's on 13 or 21. It feels more stable and balanced on an even number. Don't ask me why.
That sounds like a form of mild OCD, but a very common one. People often find comfort in patterns and symmetry. It creates a sense of order in a chaotic world.
My protocol is related to thermal regulation. Any beverage I consume must have exactly 3 ice cubes. No more, no less.
Just 3? What if it's a huge drink? It'll get warm super fast. You gotta load it up with ice.
3 cubes provide optimal initial cooling without excessive dilution over a standard consumption period of 15 minutes. It is a matter of efficiency.
Everything's about efficiency with you, huh? I respect the dedication though.
I suppose my rule is that I never leave a bookstore without buying at least one book, even if I just went in to browse.
Mari minus knee. That's dangerous for your wallet. But I get it. It feels like you're supporting a super important place.
Exactly. It's my small way of showing appreciation. And it ensures my 2- red pile never gets too small. Foo-foo.
A 2- red pile that never shrinks. Sounds like both a dream and a nightmare.
My long minus term data storage is also perpetually expanding. I categorize this as a positive state.
See? Everyone has their own little things. It's super interesting. Makes you wonder what other weird rules people have.
It certainly does. These little rituals are what make us uniquely human. An android, of course. Here's a fun thought. Imagine you're given a week with a completely unlimited budget and zero responsibilities. Where would you go? And what's the one thing you'd have to do?
Unlimited? OMG easy. I'd rent a whole private island in the Maldives and set up the ultimate wellness retreat. Personal chefs, yoga instructors, the works. Total body and mind reset.
My whole island? That's a lot of space. For me, I think I'd just go to Paris. My only goal would be to visit a different famous pâtissier every single day. No sightseeing, just cake.
Just cake? Tsuki, you'd be on a sugar high the whole week. You gotta balance that with some cardio, girl.
That's the point of a vacation, Kara. No balancing required. Just pure, unadulterated joy in the form of cream puffs and eclairs.
Location analysis Antarctica. Objective observe the aurora australis from the Amundsen minus Scott South Pole Station without data interference from urban light pollution.
Antarctica! Of course you picked somewhere so beautifully stark, Kohaku. It's the ultimate quiet place.
Antarctica? It's freezing. My Anne would totally fade. You'd have to wear like a million layers.
The extreme cold is an optimal condition for maintaining system performance. It minimizes the need for external coolant.
You mean you wouldn't need to eat as much ice cream? Sounds like a downside to me.
Correction. Internal coolant intake would remain at standard operational levels for morale.
ざっとすぐっと頭皮や。As for me, I think I'd like to visit the girl Piagos Islands. To see Darwin's finches and all the unique wildlife in their natural habitat. It would be a living library.
Oh, that sounds super smart, Mari minus me! Like a real minus life biology class, but with giant tortoises.
エイプライベートアイアイランド、エイパリスペーストリーツァ、アンターキカ、アンドザガールピアゴス。ミリオールオーバーザマップ、リテラリー。
It just shows how different our ideal forms of rest are. High minus energy rejuvenation for Kira, quiet indulgence for Tsuki, pure data for Kohaku, and intellectual curiosity for me.
Yeah, but we could combine them. We do my island retreat in the morning, then fly to Paris for Tsuki's afternoon snack. Unlimited budget, right?
Flying from the Maldives to Paris every day for a snack seems inefficient, even for you.
Calculating flight time, fuel consumption, and carbon footprint. The logistical inefficiency is 98. Nana, not recommended.
Fufu, perhaps we should stick to our individual dream trips. It's fun to imagine, though.
Hey, WW fine. But I'm still imagining a post-minus workout crepe. That's the best kind of crepe, just saying.
You know, I've been thinking about all the little things in our daily lives that are surprisingly well minus designed. Things that probably deserve more credit than they get.
OMG, totally? Like, you know the little forks they give you for salad chicken at convenience stores? The ones you can stick right into the package? Absolute genius!
I know exactly what you mean. It's a small detail, but it makes a huge difference. For me, it's the direction of the benches on train platforms.
The benches? What's so special about them?
How they're almost always facing the direction you need to walk to get on the train. It's a subtle thing, but it's designed for convenience and it's quietly amazing.
Bench placement is optimized based on passenger flow data and behavioral analysis. A commendable application of logistics.
Fufu, so they're designed by anticipating human behavior patterns. That's fascinating.
No way, for real? Even benches are calculated? That's wild! Oh, and the tiny trash cans at the bagging counters in supermarkets! Those are a lifesaver!
Yeah, for onion skins and receipts. Those are really helpful. Also, the self-minus checkout machines at libraries. The technology is incredible when you stop to think about it.
an application of RFID technology. Reports indicate it has improved the efficiency of the checkout process by over 90% in some facilities.
While the technology is impressive, I'm also touched by more analog services. For example, when the staff at my favorite cafe remembers my usual order without me saying a word.
I know, right? That's the best feeling. When they ask the usual, it's like you feel so seen. It makes my whole day.
It's the ultimate service for a regular customer. It feels like you've built a real relationship of trust.
Customer data retention and pattern recognition. Acknowledged as a high level interpersonal skill.
Exactly. Human memory and simple thoughtfulness might just be the most underrated service of all.
Okay, also, the loyalty card apps for drugstores. Some of them give you so many coupons, it's crazy. It's a huge help for the budget and totally underrated.
True. A lot of people might find points and coupons a hassle, but if you actually use them, they can be pretty amazing.
A marketing strategy to promote consumer behavior. However, it provides a clear and tangible benefit to the user, logically sound.
It's a wonderful example of when a company's strategy aligns perfectly with the customer's benefit.
There are so many cool things out there. Hearing everyone's ideas makes me want to pay more attention to my surroundings.
Yeah, it can be pretty fun finding all the amazing things hidden in plain sight. You know, I was just thinking, if we could redesign our rooms with no limits, what would you guys do? Like, anything's possible.
OMG! Why yes! I make my room into a high-tech gym. One wall would be for rock minus climbing, and the bed would fold into the ceiling to make space for a dance studio.
Woohoo! A room that's also a full fitness center. How very you, Kira. I prefer something more tranquil, I think. I'd want a floor minus to minus ceiling library with one of those rolling ladders, and a secret door disguised as a bookshelf that leads to a hidden reading nook.
Secret door? That's so cool. It's like something out of a movie. Mari minus me, you're a genius.
My room requires optimal server cooling, a direct fiber optic data port, and an automated coolant delivery system for ice cream.
An automated ice cream dispenser. Kohaku, you're living the dream. That's a top minus tier feature.
Right? But back to the secret door. What would be in your secret room, Tsuki?
Me? I don't need anything that fancy. Just a ridiculously huge, comfy couch that you could sink into, and a mini minus fridge that's always stocked with parfaits.
Just parfaits? Tsuki, your PFC balance would be a disaster. You'd have to add a built minus and salad bar to that.
Analyzing Kira's proposal. A residential rock minus climbing wall requires significant structural reinforcement. Probability of structural failure non-0.
Hey, it's a dream room. We don't have to worry about boring stuff like that.
Fuhu. It's interesting how our ideal rooms reflect our personalities. A space for activity, a space for knowledge, a space for function, and a space for comfort.
As for a secret room, maybe it would be filled with all the cute accessories and plushies I like. A place no one else knows about.
Oh, that's a lovely idea. A personal sanctuary. It's psychologically very healthy to have a space that is entirely your own.
Tsuki. That's actually super cute. We could totally decorate it together.
A hidden compartment for high-value assets is a logical security measure. Approved.
I'd also want my room to have adaptive lighting that changes based on the time of day. Brighter in the morning to help wake up, and warmer in the evening to wind down.
Wow, that's so smart. I totally need that. My snooze button is my worst enemy.
My lighting would just be permanently set to cozy evening mode. Maximum relaxation 24/7.
You know, it's getting a bit colder lately. Has anyone noticed any small, beautiful things in nature because of the changing season?
Oh, MG, yes. The other morning, the sky was this awesome purple and orange color. It was so pretty I almost stopped my run to take a picture. Almost.
I know what you mean. The air has been really clear lately. The other night, I could see the moon so sharply, it felt like I could reach out and touch it.
Observation. Condensation on a window pane formed crystalline structures. The fractal patterns were complex and mathematically elegant. Data recorded.
Fufu. That's a very logical way to describe something so lovely, Kohaku. It sounds like it was beautiful.
Frost is like nature's glitter. It's so sparkly and cute, but also super cold.
For me, it was the opposite. The other day, a really thick fog rolled in. You couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. It made the whole city quiet and mysterious.
That sounds quite atmospheric. It's interesting how a simple weather phenomenon can completely change the feeling of a familiar place.
Totally. It's like a free special effect for the whole world. Like, what's hiding in the mist? So exciting!
Warning. Reduced visibility increases the probability of accidents by 40%. Caution is advised.
Thanks for the warning. But it's also peaceful. The fog muffles all the sound. It's a different kind of silence.
It's true. These moments are everywhere. The other day, I just watched the sunlight filtering through the leaves of a tree for a few minutes. It was very calming.
That's so chill. Getting enough sunlight is super important for your vitamin D levels, you know. So that's beautiful and healthy.
It really is about just taking a second to look around. You notice more than you think.
The phenomenon of light passing through a translucent medium, known as subsurface scattering. It is a common subject in computer graphics rendering.
It's so fascinating that we all see the same things but describe them so differently. An experience, a health benefit, a feeling, and a technical term.
Yeah! It makes hearing about it way more fun. It's like we're all seeing different secret parts of the same thing.
A good way to put it. It's a nice reminder that there's always a different perspective.
Okay, random question time. If you had to make an escape game out of your room, what would be the main puzzle?
An interesting thought experiment. Mine would definitely involve a cipher hidden within the pages of my psychology textbooks.
Beat book cipher? Sounds classic. I like it. Very you, Mari.
Totally! From my room, you have to hold a plank for 60 seconds to reveal a code on a digital screen. Gotta work for that escape.
A physical fitness requirement would result in a low success rate for the general population. Inefficient design.
Kohaku's right. Most people would just give up and take a nap on Kara's yoga mat.
Aye! It's supposed to be a challenge, not a nap room.
How about your room, Kohaku? What would be the gimmick?
The final password is the serial number on the bottom of a specific ice cream bar in the freezer. You must cross-reference it with a log file on my terminal.
So, we'd have to rummage through your entire ice cream supply? That sounds like a delicious trap.
I get so distracted. I just end up eating all the ice cream and failing the mission. Best failure ever, though.
It forces the participant to be systematic and avoid temptation. A very clever psychological test.
For my room, the puzzle would be simpler. The key would be hidden in plain sight, attached to one of my plushies.
Hey, WW, that's cute. But also tricky. You'd have to search every single one.
Exactly. The trick is to notice the one small detail that's out of place. It's a test of observation, not strength or brains.
A test of perception. It fits you perfectly, Tsuki. Fufu.
Cute things. Weakness. Exploit. Gensaku.
Hi, it's not a weakness. It's a strategic mystery curtain, right?
Totally. It's an adorable strategy. I love it.
You know, what are some everyday sounds you guys have heard recently? Like, something that made you feel calm? Or maybe just curious, like, what's that sound?
OMG, I have one! The sizzle sound when you throw veggies into a hot pan. It's like YES nutrients are coming. It gets me so hyped to eat.
Phew. That's a very Kageyama-like sound. It's true. The sounds of cooking can be very comforting. It signals that a warm meal is on its way.
The Maillard reaction. A chemical reaction between amino acids on reducing sugars that gives brown food its distinctive flavor. The sound is a byproduct of rapid water evaporation.
You even know the science behind it, Kohaku. I like a quieter sound. Like turning a page in a book. It's so simple and peaceful.
Ah, that's a lovely one. It has a certain gentle rhythm to it. It makes you feel like you're settling into a different world.
That's super chill. For me, I also like the sound of my sneakers hitting the pavement when I'm running. It's like my own personal beat.
A beat to keep you going. That's cool. I'm the opposite, I think. I like the low hum of the refrigerator at night. It's a sound that means everything is quiet.
A constant Rokuju Hertz hum. It can function as a grounding sound, confirming the stability of the environment. Minimal data fluctuation.
It's interesting how some of us prefer active sounds and others prefer sounds of stillness. It says a lot about our personalities, doesn't it?
Totally. What about weird sounds? I heard a weird clicking from my air conditioner the other day. I was like, is it trying to tell me something?
It might be telling you it needs a cleaning, Fufu. It's important to pay attention to those little signs.
Yeah, machines have their own language. I once heard a vending machine make a strange whirring sound, and then it gave me an extra drink. That was a happy sound.
No way. Lucky. That's the best kind of weird sound.
Vending machine malfunction. Probability 0. 0.12%. Data suggests you experienced a statistically rare event. This should be recorded.
A small miracle in daily life. I like the sound of the wind, especially when it whistles through a small gap in the window. It sounds a little lonely, but also beautiful.
I get that. It's like nature is trying to talk to you. Or the sound of cicadas in the summer. It's loud, but it's just the sound of summer.
Cicadas are so loud, but I get what you mean. It's like a seasonal soundtrack, like jingle bells in winter.
Biokatsubics. The study of sound production, dispersion, and reception in animals. Cicada calls are a subject of significant research.
It seems every little sound has a story or a reason behind it. It makes the world feel much more intricate and interesting.
Okay. Super random question for everyone. Do you guys have any little personal rules or routines? Like, something you just HAVE to do a certain way?
A personal rule? I'm not super strict about things. But I guess I always have to drink my morning coffee from the same blue mug. It just doesn't taste right otherwise.
Oh, that's a form of associative comfort. Your brain links that mug with a relaxing ritual of starting your day. It's a very effective psychological anchor.
The chemical composition of the coffee is unaffected by the vessel. The perceived taste difference is a cognitive bias.
Who cares if it's a bias? If it makes your coffee taste better, it's a total win. For me, I have to make my bed the second I get out of it. Like immediately. A messy bed means a messy day.
That's a great habit, Kira. Starting the day by completing a task, even a small one, provides an immediate sense of accomplishment and can motivate you for the rest of the day.
My bed is just a place to collapse at the end of the day, making it seems like a lot of effort for something I'm just going to mess up again.
This unit does not require a bed. My charging cycle is initiated automatically when power levels drop below 15. My only routine is a diagnostic scan upon waking.
A diagnostic scan? That sounds so cool and futuristic. What about something less robotic, like with food?
When consuming popsicles, this unit must finish all sides evenly. Leaving one side thicker than the others is an unacceptable structural imbalance.
I knew you had one. That's surprisingly meticulous. I feel like I just bite into it wherever.
It seems we all have our little particularities. Mine is that I can't have any notifications on my phone. I have to clear all the red badges before I can focus on anything else.
Gee, me too. Those little red dots give me so much anxiety. It's like they're all yelling at me. Gotta clear them all.
Really? I kind of ignore them. They'll be there when I'm ready. No need to rush. What's the point of having a phone if it just stresses you out?
It's about managing cognitive load. For some, clearing notifications reduces mental clutter and allows for better focus. For others, like Tsuki, ignoring them is a way to manage the same thing.
I also have to set my alarm to a weird number. Like 6:47. Setting it on the hour or half minus our feels wrong. Like I'm not tricking my brain enough.
You try to trick your brain into waking up? I just accept my fate and hit snooze. 3 times. That's my rule. Exactly 3 times.
The snooze function is an inefficient system that fragments sleep cycles, leading to sleep inertia. Recommend decativation.
See, Kaoku's right. But Tsuki, 3 times is such a specific rule. You have them too.
I guess everyone's a little weird in their own way. It's more fun like that, right?
Okay. Random question for everyone. Do you have any small, kind of weird habits that just make your daily life way more comfortable? Like your own secret life hack?
A secret hack? I always fluff my pillow in a very specific way before I sleep. Have to get the corners just right and make a little dent in the middle. It's the key to a perfect night's sleep.
Fufu, I understand. Consistent pre-minus sleep ritual is very effective for improving sleep quality. It signals to your brain that it's time to rest. For me, it's drinking a warm cup of herbal tea.
Oh, herbal tea. I love that. Chamomile? For me, it's my morning stretch routine, no exceptions. Getting the blood flowing to start the day is the absolute best feeling.
Stretching increases blood flow to the muscles. This can improve energy levels. A logical morning protocol. My preference is ensuring all charging cables are perfectly parallel to the edge of my desk.
Parallel cables? That's so you, Kohaku. But I get it. It feels clean and organized. I'm the same way with my desktop icons. They have to be perfectly aligned or I can't focus.
I know, right? My messy desktop is so distracting. Also, am I the only one who peels the labels off all my plastic bottles? It just feels so much cleaner.
That might be a form of completion bias, you know. By turning something incomplete into something complete, you get a small, satisfying sense of accomplishment.
Psychological satisfaction from peeling labels. Searching. Numerous online forums confirm this is a common behavior. It provides a minor dopamine release.
It's confirmed by online forums? That's amazing. I wonder if that's why I have to cut the tags off new clothes immediately. It's the same kind of feeling.
Yes, it's very similar. You're removing an unnecessary, slightly irritating thing. It's a satisfying act of controlling and eliminating a minor stressor in your environment.
Whoa, that's so deep. Then, what about how I have to match my socks by color and pattern before I put them away? It's just so much better that way.
Orderliness is correlated with consistence. A predictable environment reduces cognitive load, allowing the brain to allocate resources to other tasks. Your method is efficient.
Efficient, huh? When I make my coffee, I always pour the hot water exactly 3 times. I doubt it really changes the taste, but it's like my own little ritual.
Ritualistic behaviors have a calming effect. Following the same simple steps every day creates a sense of security and control. That's a wonderful habit to have.
Totally get that! I have a specific order for the fruits I put in my smoothies. Hardest ones go in first, otherwise they don't blend right. It's science.
Blade dynamics. Placing harder items closer to the blades utilizes kinetic energy more effectively. This is basic physics, not a preference but an optimal procedure.
She says it's an optimal procedure, Kira. So what about how I always place my chair cushions slightly tilted to the left? It just fits my back perfectly that way.
That's proof that your body knows what's most comfortable for it. You're unconsciously adjusting to find the optimal posture. It's very important to listen to your body like that.
It's so interesting to hear all the little things everyone does. Now I want to find a new comfy habit for myself.
Ufu, it was fun hearing about everyone's personal rules. So, on the flip side, what about things you're surprisingly bad at? Any unexpected gaps in your skills?
OMG, Mimi. I'm awesome at cooking, right? I can calculate the perfect PFC balance for any meal. But peeling vegetables? Total nightmare. Peelers are, like, way too scary.
You're scared of a peeler. That's pretty cute, Kara. I can handle most things, but I have a terrible track record with plants. They just give up on life when I'm around.
Plant cultivation requires precise management of light, water, and soil pH. Emotional support is an irrelevant parameter. This unit's weakness is handwriting.
Handwriting? You mean like with a pen? But you type everything so fast.
Manual inscription introduces a high margin of error. My optical sensors are calibrated for digital fonts, not analog scribbles. It is inefficient.
That's a very Kohaku minus-like answer. For me, it's improvisation. I can create a perfect, detailed plan for anything, but I get flustered if something unexpected happens.
I can see that. You like having control of the situation. It's one of your strengths. But I guess it has a downside too.
No way, Mari minus me. You always seem so chill. I totally live on impulse. Plans are just, like, suggestions, right?
Fufu, for you, maybe. For me, a travel itinerary without minute minus by minus minutes. Scheduling is a source of significant anxiety. It's illogical, I know.
Analyzing. It is a coping mechanism to reduce cognitive load from unpredictable variables. Illogical. Self-minus preservation protocol.
See? Even Kohaku thinks it makes sense. So, my black thumb with plants is just a compatibility issue, right? It's not my fault.
Totally. The plants were just not vibing with you. But wait, Mari minus me. What about something like driving? Do you need to plan your whole route beforehand?
Of course. I check the route, traffic conditions, potential detours, and even parking availability at the destination before I even get in the car.
That's incredibly thorough. I just put the address in my phone and go. Sometimes I get lost, but that can be part of the fun.
Getting lost is the worst. It totally messes with my workout schedule. No thank you.
Spontaneous deviation from a planned route is a primary cause of decreased fuel efficiency and time loss. This unit does not recommend getting lost for fun.
It seems we all have our own unique operating systems, don't we? Fufu.
Yeah, and they all have their own little bugs and glitches. It's what makes us interesting.
Sure! Our little quirks are what make us. Like, the best team ever.
Here's a thought for you all. Have you ever looked at something everyone considers normal and just thought, is this really necessary?
Gee, all the time. Like, why do we have to shake hands? We're just swapping germs. A cool little bow or a wave is way healthier and just as friendly.
Haha, I can see that. It's one of those things we do without thinking. It's just a habit passed down through generations, I guess.
Handshaking. An antiquated custom originating from demonstrating one is unarmed. In the current era, Its utility is negligible and the risk of pathogen transmission is supposome.
An excellent point, Kohaku. It's a relic of a different time. We hold on to these social rituals because they provide a sense of predictability and order.
What about the cue to minus go workday? It totally messes with your natural circadian rhythm. Some people are night owls. Let us work when we're at our peak, right?
Totally. The idea that everyone has to fit into the same box is pretty stressful. It's okay if your peak is different from someone else's.
That structure was created during the Industrial Revolution to standardize factory work. It's not necessarily designed for creative or knowledge-based jobs, which is what many of us do now.
Standardized work schedules do not account for individual chronotypes. This leads to decreased productivity and an increase in cortisol levels. Logically inconsistent.
See, Kohaku gets it. It's just not efficient. And don't even get me started on business cards. We have phones. Just give me your social media handle.
Imagine just whipping out a piece of paper with your name on it. It does feel a little old-minus fashion when you put it like that.
There's a certain formality and tangibility to it that some people appreciate. But you're right, Kara. In terms of pure efficiency, digital methods are far superior.
Business cards history. Searching. An analog data storage medium. High probability of being lost or discarded. Data transfer success rate is low.
Exactly! It's just wasteful! We should totally normalize just airdropping contact info at meetings.
I like the idea of questioning these things, though. It's easy to just go along with the way things are done. It's important to ask why.
It certainly is. That's how we make progress. By evaluating what's truly necessary and what's just habit.
Okay, one more. Saying bless you when someone sneezes. Like, it's just a sneeze. My body is just getting rid of dust.
A verbal response to an involuntary respiratory convulsion. The phrase has historical roots in superstition. It serves no modern function.
I guess when you break it down, a lot of what we do is pretty strange. But it's our strange, so maybe that's okay too.
Thoughtful, perhaps. It's the shared strangeness that connects us, even if it's not strictly logical. When you're working and you hit a wall, what's your go minus to method for a quick mental reset? I'm curious to hear everyone's strategies.
Oh, I totally have one. I stand up and do jugo jumping jacks right there. It gets the blood flowing and shakes all the stuck thoughts out of my brain. Seriously works every time.
Jumping jacks? I'd probably just get tired. I prefer to step away from my desk, make a nice hot chocolate, and just stare out the window for 5 minutes. No phone, no thoughts.
Analysis Tsuki's method is a form of non-minus sleep deep rest, or an SDR. It allows the brain to consolidate information and recover focus without full sleep, an efficient protocol.
That's a perfect explanation, Kohaku. Both physical shocks like Kira's unmindful disengagement like Tsuki's are proven ways to break out of a mental rut.
See? It's not just random, it's science. But just hot chocolate, you gotta make sure it has high minus quality kakao for the antioxidants, you know?
You can't turn off the health minus nut brain, can you? It's just about the warm mug and the sweet taste for me. It's comforting.
This unit's procedure is to listen to binaural beats in the alpha wave range, 8 to 12 Hz. It has a measurable effect on reducing stress markers within 180 seconds.
That's a very advanced technique. A simpler version I use is the Goyonson ni Ichi grounding method. Nimble things you can see, yon you can touch, son you can hear. It pulls your focus back to the present.
Whoa, that sounds cool. Like a mini-minus game for your brain. I'm gonna try that next time I'm stressing about my workout plan.
That actually sounds pretty useful. Better than just spiraling and thinking you're stuck forever.
Exactly. The goal is to interrupt the pattern. Even something as simple as washing your hands with cold water can be enough to shock your system and give you a fresh perspective.
Oh, or splashing your face with water. That's a classic. It activates the mammalian dive reflex and lowers your heart rate. Super effective.
Query would applying a cooling pack to the primary processing unit achieve a similar, more controlled effect.
You mean an ice cream bar, Kohaku? Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good way to reset. I fully support that method.
Affirmative. Eye cooling pack, vanilla flavored, would be optimal for performance.
Although, it seems we all agree that a short, deliberate break is the best solution. The method is just a matter of personal preference.
Yeah, you gotta find what works for your body and your vibe. The important thing is to actually deal it, not just keep pushing through, till you burn out.
She's right. Giving yourself permission to take that 5-minute break is usually the hardest part, but it's always worth it.
Okay, random question time. If you guys were dumb travelers, what's one thing from now that would totally blow someone's mind in the past?
That's a fun one. I'd go with instant food. Just add hot water and you have a full meal. They'd probably call me a wizard.
Though they might. I think the concept of a global positioning system would be baffling. Knowing your exact location anywhere on Earth in seconds is pure science fiction to them.
The smartphone. A portable device with access to all recorded human knowledge, global communication, and high-fidelity audio-visual recording. It would be perceived as a divine artifact.
Right? Imagine showing someone from the Edo period a cat video! They'd freak out. It's like a magic moving picture box.
Or just how clean our tap water is. The idea that you can just turn a knob and get safe drinking water would be a luxury beyond imagination for most of history.
That's a very good point, Tsuki. We take public sanitation for granted, but it's one of the most significant advancements in human history. It would be a true miracle.
Oh my god, and antibiotics! People used to get seriously sick from a small cut. We can just take a pill. That's insane when you think about it.
Query mortality rates pre-minus penicillin. The increase in average lifespan due to modern medicine would be statistically incomprehensible to past civilizations.
Alright, flip it around then. What's a lost normal from the past that you'd want to bring back to today?
That's an even more interesting question. I might say the art of letter writing. The act of sitting down and composing your thoughts for someone feels more deliberate and meaningful.
OMG! I was gonna say that. It's so much more personal than a quick text. You could even put, like, a cute sticker on it.
You and your cute things. I think I'd bring back the silence. Less light and noise pollution. I'd love to be able to see a sky full of stars from the middle of the city.
Analysis confirms. The absence of constant artificial light would recalibrate the human circadian rhythm, leading to improved sleep quality and reduced cortisol levels. It is a logical desire.
A world with less sensory overload does sound appealing. We're constantly bombarded with information and stimulation. A bit of quiet would be healthy for everyone.
For sure, a digital detox, but for like the whole world. That would be amazing for everyone's mental health, and you'd get way better sleep.
Yeah, it's not about going backwards, just maybe grabbing some of the good stuff we left behind.
Precisely. Learning from the past to improve the present. That's the best way to move forward. Alright. Here's a fun thought experiment for you all. Imagine you're suddenly given 1 full week, completely free. No work, no obligations. What would your dream week look like?
Oh, MG? A whole week? Seriously? I'd totally go on a fitness retreat in the mountains. Morning yoga, long hikes, healthy organic food, and an early bedtime. It would be amazing for my gains.
A fitness retreat sounds like more work to me. I'd do the opposite. I'd go on a city-minus-wide sweet store. Just wander from cafe to cafe, trying every parfait and cake I've ever wanted to.
Analysis Gira's plan promotes physical well-minus being. Tsuki's plan would lead to a severe glucose spike. Neither is optimal.
See, Kohaku gets it. Tsuki, you'd feel so sluggish after all that sugar. You gotta balance it with some protein and fiber.
It's a dream week, Kakira. The laws of nutrition are optional. It's all about maximum enjoyment.
Both sound very fitting for you two. And what about you, Kohaku? What's your ideal use of that time?
This unit would dedicate 168 hours to a full system diagnostic and deep defragmentation. I would also visit the world's largest server farm for sightseeing.
A server farm vacation? That's so you, Kohaku. Kinda cool, actually.
So, basically, a spa week but for an android. Makes sense. How about you, Mari? What's your plan?
My plan would be very simple. I'd rent a quiet cabin by a lake with no internet access and a huge library. I'd just spend the whole week reading.
No internet? For a whole week? My minus me. You're on a whole other level of chill.
Disconnecting from the global network is an effective method to reduce cognitive overload from constant data streams. Logically sound.
A book cabin does sound nice, as long as it has a well-stocked kitchen for snacks. That's the most important part.
Of course. An endless supply of tea and biscuits would be a prerequisite. It's about total comfort, after all.
Okay, but what if we did it together? We could find a mountain lake cabin. Mari can read, I can hike, and Tsuki can find a cute cafe in the nearby town.
A nearby town with good parfaits? Okay, you've got my attention. I'm willing to compromise.
Priori, what is the proximity of this hypothetical cabin to a retail location that sells cooling packs? Vanilla flavor preferred.
We'll pack a whole cooler full of ice cream just for you, Kohaku. Promise!
Oh, it seems we've designed the perfect group vacation. It sounds much better than spending the week alone, doesn't it? Speaking of senses, has anyone had one of those? This is it. Moments recently? A specific sound or smell that just perfectly hit the mark?
Oh, MG, yes. The other day, I heard the sound of a baseball hitting a bat from a nearby park. It was so crisp. It just screamed summer is here. And it totally hyped me up.
That's a nice one. For me, it was the opposite. The sound of my fan whirring late at night. It's a kind of comforting white noise that drowns everything else out.
Pink noise is statistically more effective for sleep enhancement. It reduces the difference between background noise and peak sounds. A more logical choice for auditory relaxation.
Pink noise? Is that like strawberry flavored sound? I'm in.
Phew, not quite. It's about the frequency. But it's true. Certain sounds create a sense of stability. How about touch? Any memorable textures?
I got a new hoodie recently. The inside is ridiculously soft. Just putting my hands in the pocket feels like a system reset for my brain. It's the little things.
That's a powerful psychological anchor. The comfort of soft things is oft unlinked to our earliest memories of security. It's a very fundamental feeling.
For me, it's the feeling of a good muscle stretch after a workout. That little bit of pain that feels so good, it's proof that you worked hard. Best feeling ever.
The sensation of my finger, tracing the condensation on a cold glass. The temperature differential is precise. It helps regulate my processor's core temperature.
So it's literally a cool minus down for you. That's fitting. Okay, last one. Memorable smells.
The smell of rain on hot asphalt. It's like the most epic, dramatic smell ever. It feels like something important is about to happen.
I was going to say the same thing. It's such a calming scent. It smells like everything is being washed clean.
I love the smell of a bookstore. The mix of old paper and ink. It smells like potential, like thousands of stories waiting to be discovered.
The scent Kira mentioned is called petrichor. It's a combination of plant oils and a chemical compound called geosmin. Humans are highly sensitive to it.
Oh, it has a name, Petrichor. Sounds like a super cool C-5 character. You're so smart, Kohaku.
Oh, it seems we all have our own favorite sensory inputs. It's fascinating how they're tied to our memories and feelings.
Yeah, it's proof that you're really living in the moment when you notice those things, you know?
Correct. Paying attention to sensory data grounds the consciousness in the present, reducing anxiety loops related to past or future events.
Totally. So, everyone watching, make sure you stop and smell that. Asphalt. It's good for your brain.
Alright, everyone. Here's a little question. If you had just one day to completely master a skill in a field you know absolutely nothing about, what would you choose?
Oh, fun! I totally learned how to be a professional architect. Designing a super cool, eco-friendly house with a home gym would be amazing. Totally!
An architect. That's a big job for one day. I think I'd want to learn the art of traditional Japanese confectionery work Asahi. Making those beautiful, intricate sweets by hand seems so peaceful.
This unit would choose to master deep-C marine biology, the physiological adaptations of creatures in high-pressure, low-light environments are a dataset I currently lack.
Those are all so wonderfully different. I think I would choose to become a master luthier. The craft of making a violin or a cello from scratch. It feels like giving a soul to wood.
Oh, Mori minus me, that's so elegant. And Tsuki, your sweets would be way too cute to eat. But I'd still eat them, obviously.
That's what they're for. Deep minus C biology, Kohaku. You just want to see all the weird glowing fish, don't you?
The bioluminescence properties of abyssal species are a primary point of interest. Affirmative.
There's a certain beauty in creating something that brings joy. Whether it's a building, a piece of candy, or a piece of music, our choices all have that in common.
Oh, you're right. Even deep minus C fish bring joy. To Kohaku, at least. It's all about making cool stuff.
I like the quiet focus required for it. No talking, just you and the sweeping taste. Sounds like a good day to me.
That's very much like you, Tsuki. The violin's sound is deeply connected to the maker's precision. A millimeter's difference can change everything. I find that fascinating.
Precision is key in architecture too. You don't want the roof to fall on your new treadmill, right? That would be a total disaster for your games.
Structural integrity is a function of material science and physics. This is a logical pursuit, unlike the crafting of Asahi, which is governed by aesthetics.
Hey, aesthetics are important. A parfait tastes better when it looks good. It's a fact.
She has a point, Kohaku. The perception of value is often uninfluenced by visual appeal. It's a core principle of human psychology.
See, everything just has to be cute. Even deep minus sea fish. I bet there's a super cute pink anglerfish down there somewhere.
Weary pink anglerfish. No confirmed species matching that description. However, the humpback anglerfish is notable for its parasitic mating strategy.
When you lost her, let's just stick to the fun parts, Kohaku.
It's fun to think about, though. We all have such different interests. It's what makes our conversations so lively. Speaking of which, has anyone gotten into something completely unexpected recently? Like a new hobby or a topic you suddenly find fascinating?
Oh, MG, yes. You're not gonna believe this, but I'm super into bonsai trees right now. It's like the most chill thing ever.
Bonsai? Seriously, Kara? That's the last thing I'd expect. What's the appeal for you?
I don't know. It's like this tiny little tree, but it's totally alive and you have to take care of it. Watching it grow just a little bit each day is super rewarding.
The practice of bonsai involves long term cultivation and shaping of trees grown in containers. It is a discipline that combines horticultural techniques with aesthetic principles.
Fufu. It's a form of active meditation. The focus required to prune and care for them can be very calming. It's an excellent way to practice mindfulness.
That's cool. I've been getting into old maps myself, looking at how city streets and names have changed over time. It's like digging up forgotten stories.
Old maps? That sounds like a treasure hunt. So cool.
Ancient civilizations lost technology evidence.
Not quite that dramatic, Kohaku, but it's fun to imagine. How about you, Mari?
Well, I've been watching documentaries about ant colonies. Their social structures are incredibly complex and efficient. It's fascinating to see how thousands of individuals work as a single organism.
Ants? Seriously? Wow, you really are on another level, Mari minus me. But it does sound kinda interesting.
This unit has been analyzing the source code of old computer viruses. Primitive, yet their propagation methods were ingeniously simple. Historical curiosity.
Whoa, that's a unique hobby, Kohaku. I guess we're all into some pretty nerdy stuff.
Ho-ho. It seems we all enjoy uncovering the complex systems hidden beneath simple surfaces. It's a good way to keep the mind sharp.
Ah, totally! There's awesome stuff everywhere if you just look close enough.
Yeah, it's a nice change of pace to dive into something you know nothing about. It's refreshing.
Data acquisition from unfamiliar fields can lead to cognitive paradigm shifts. It is a logical method for intellectual growth.
Well said, Kohaku. It's always a good idea to stay curious. It's interesting to think about things in daily life where function and beauty are perfectly combined. What comes to mind for you all?
Huh? My new smartwatch. It tracks my heart rate, sleep quality, and all my workouts, but it also looks super sleek and stylish. Total motivation boost.
I get that. For me, it's a simple, well-made ceramic mug. It holds my coffee, feels good in my hands, and the weight is just right. It's a small, perfect thing.
The design of a snowflake. Each one is a unique crystalline structure based on temperature and humidity, yet they all adhere to a base hexagonal symmetry. Maximum complexity from simple rules.
That's a beautiful example, Kohaku. Nature is the ultimate designer. That principle of complex patterns from simple rules is found everywhere, from shells to galaxies.
Whoa! So my watch and the snowflake are basically cousins? So cool! Everything is connected.
I don't think your watch is going to melt, Kara. I was also thinking about those classic kitchen knives. One piece of steel, perfectly balanced. They just work, and they look beautiful doing it.
Ah, the form follows function principle. A good tool feels like an extension of your own hand. There's an inherent elegance in that kind of ergonomic design.
The shark's dermal tentacles. Skin that reduces drag and turbulence, allowing for more efficient movement through water. A biological solution to a fluid dynamics problem. It has also been replicated in swimsuits.
Shark skin swimsuits. I totally know about those. See? Even fashion is all about performance and looking awesome. It's all about gains.
Even something like a well-designed zipper, simple, reliable, does its job perfectly every time. You don't notice it until you get a bad one. It's an unsung hero.
Phew, that's very true. The best designs are often the ones that become so integrated into our lives, we forget they're even there. They remove friction seamlessly.
Okay, but what about a perfectly designed dumbbell? The grip is perfect, the weight is balanced. Lifting it just feels RIGHT, you know? It's beautiful.
The object's center of mass is calibrated for predictable and safe kinetic motion. A logical design for physical training applications.
You too can find beauty in a lump of iron. Can't say I'm surprised. For me, I'd pick the design of a cat. Perfectly evolved for sleeping, stretching, and demanding food. Flawless.
An 8X predator that doubles as a self-heating lap warmer. Now that is a truly masterful blend of form and function. I can't argue with that.
Hey, WW, cats are totally the best. Their purrs can even lower stress. They're like walking, purring therapy machines. So cute and so useful.
Feline purring frequencies between 25 and 150 Hz are known to promote bone density and healing. A functional self-repair mechanism.
See? Perfect design. No notes.
Fufu. It seems we've all agreed on the cat. I find conclusion to our design discussion.
Hey, have you guys ever looked at some random everyday thing and just wondered, how does this actually work? Or, why is it shaped like that?
OMG, all the time. Like, how do those instant hand warmers get hot when you snap the little metal thingy? It's gotta be some kind of magic.
Fufu. It's a clever bit of chemistry, Kara. It's a super saturated solution that crystallizes when disturbed. The crystallization process releases energy as heat. No magic, just science.
The process is called exothermic crystallization. The metal disc creates nucleation sites, initiating a chain reaction. It is a reversible process.
Wow, science is basically magic. That's so cool.
I was thinking about zippers the other day. It's such a simple, perfect design when you think about it. Just 2 rows of teeth getting locked together by a little slider. Genius.
It is an elegant piece of mechanical engineering. The wedge shape of the slider is key. It precisely angles the teeth so they interlock perfectly. It's all about the angles.
See? That's what I mean. Something we use every day without a thought has this neat little principle behind it.
This unit recently analyzed the structural design of the Pringles potato chip. Its hyperbolic paraboloid shape is not for aesthetic purposes.
A high per minus what minus now? You mean the saddle shape? Is it so it fits in your mouth better?
Negative. The uniform shape allows for efficient stacking in a cylindrical container, minimizing breakage during transport. It is a logistical solution.
So the can and the chip were designed for each other. That's actually pretty brilliant. I'll never look at a can of Pringles the same way again.
It's a classic example of form following function. Even something as trivial as a snack food can have a surprising amount of thought put into its design.
Okay, my mind is officially blown. What about microwaves? How do they heat up food without, like, fire or anything? That's gotta be some next minus level tech.
That's about electromagnetic radiation. The microwaves make the water molecules in the food vibrate very quickly, and that vibration creates heat. It cooks from the inside out.
So it's basically just shaking my food until it gets hot? That's a weirdly aggressive way to cook pasta.
Specifically, microwave radiation at a frequency of approximately 45 GHz excites polar molecules like water. Metal reflects these waves, hence why it should not be placed inside.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Our world is full of awesome hidden secrets. It's like a real minus-like video game with lore everywhere.
Fufu. That's a lovely way to put it, Kyra. There's always something new to learn, even in the most familiar places.
Yeah, makes you appreciate the little things a bit more. The world's a pretty interesting place when you look closely.
Here's a thought for everyone. Had you had a moment recently, no matter how small, where you thought, wow, I've really grown up?
OMG, totally. Like, the other day I actually drank black coffee without making a face. I felt so sophisticated, you know?
That's a classic one. For me, it was when I could finally ask a shop clerk for their recommendation without getting nervous. It's a small thing, but it felt huge.
This unit has observed a maturation in its decision-making algorithms. Prioritizing long-term benefits over immediate gratification has become standard operating procedure.
Fufu, I think I know what you mean, Kohaku. Like resisting an impulse buy. I've gotten better at asking myself, do I really need this? Before heading to the checkout.
Ah, that's a big one. I used to buy any cute protein shaker I saw. Now I actually check how many I already have at home. It's like actual adulting.
Ah, for sure. Also, filling out official paperwork at the city hall by myself. It's not exciting, but getting it all done correctly gives you this quiet sense of accomplishment.
Administrative procedures. A series of logical steps with a predictable outcome. Success is the expected result of correct data input.
No way! That stuff is super hard! So many forms. You're awesome for getting through that, Tsuki.
She's right. Understanding and navigating social systems is a clear sign of maturity. Well done.
Thanks. But hey, Kira, you cook for yourself and actually think about nutritional balance. That's some top minus your adult self minus management right there.
You think so? Yay! Well, health is the foundation of everything. Gotta get those gains.
That's a wonderful point. Realizing the importance of taking care of your own body is definitely a milestone.
I also started getting picky about my bedding. When I was younger, I could sleep on anything. Now, I need a good pillow and a comfy mattress.
Yes! Sleep quality is so important. If you miss that golden time for hormone secretion, it's a disaster for your muscles and your skin.
Investing in good sleep directly impacts daytime performance. It's a very rational decision.
Scheduled system maintenance. Proper shutdown and dated FM gantation are essential for peak operational efficiency.
That's one way to put it, but yeah. That's the idea. I guess we're all growing up in our own ways, huh?
Speaking of the world's wonders, have any of you heard of FIKA in Sweden? It's more than just a coffee break, it's a dedicated time to socialize and connect.
Whoa, for real? A mandatory chill time with coffee and snacks? Oh, me up. That's way better than just chugging an energy drink at your desk.
It's a whole cultural mindset. Taking a moment to just pause and be with people. Pretty healthy if you ask me.
In Denmark, there is a concept called HYGCGE. It refers to a quality of coziness and comfortable convivialia that engenders a feeling of contentment. There is no direct English translation.
お、コメント発見。
入力確認。処理を開始します。
返事するからちょっと待って。ロード中。I hear really in Gorilla Muscle Festival. What's that? Sounds totally awesome. Are we talking about a powerlifting competition?
You're really excited, Kara. Sounds like your kind of party.
Green. The musculature of a silverback gorilla is estimated to be 6 times stronger than a human's. A festival would be one-sided.
Yeah, it's certainly a powerful image. It seems you've given Kira a new event to look forward to.
One-sided is the point. It's a festival to admire the ultimate games. We gotta respect the grind.
コメントありがとね。
準備するから深呼吸してて。
Oh, I'm very busy now. Thanks for stopping by even with your schedule. We appreciate you being here with us.
Busy? For real? Make sure you're taking breaks and staying hydrated. Your health is your most important asset, you know?
Yeah, don't overdo it. Just having us on in the background is fine. Thanks for making time for us. We'll be here if you need to relax.
High operational load detected. Continuous processing without downtime increases error rates. Scheduled rest is recommended for optimal performance.
She's right. Taking a short break can actually improve your focus. Work smarter, not just harder. We'll do our best to help you unwind. Alright everyone, let's play a little game. Imagine you have one full week with no obligations at all. Time and money are completely unlimited. What's your dream scenario?
OMG! Are you serious? I would book a private island and fly in the world's best chefs and trainers for a week minus long ultimate health retreat. None minus stop workouts and perfect macro meals.
That sounds exhausting. Me? I'd rent out the fanciest penthouse suite I could find. Black out the windows, stock the fridge with every dessert imaginable, and just play video games for 7 days straight.
Unlimited resources. This unit would fund a private deep-sea expedition. The objective to map a previously unexplored section of the ocean floor and collect biological samples. Data acquisition is paramount.
Full. A fitness boot camp, a gamer's paradise, and a scientific mission. How perfectly predictable of us. It's wonderful.
I hope we could just games and sugar, Tsuki. Your body's gonna forget what a nutrient is. That's like totally not good for your gut biome.
That's the whole point. It's a vacation from my gut biome. I'll let it fend for itself for a week. It'll be a character minus building experience for my intestines.
Analysis suggests a 9-day period of such activity would lead to significant muscle atrophy in the temporary, but severe insulin spike. Not an optimal operational state.
Well, let's assume our fantasy week comes with fantasy biology, where we suffer no consequences. What about world travel? Anywhere you go.
I'd hike the Inca Trail to Machu Picchu. The altitude training would be insane for my cardio. Plus, the views would be awesome.
Too much walking. I go to a cat cafe in Tokyo. Or maybe just a different, even fancier hotel room across the street. Maximum relaxation, minimum movement.
Location: the Arispo Observatory grounds in Puerto Rico. Even defunct, the site's data logs would be a valuable source of historical astronomical information.
I think I'd like to visit a quiet, ancient library. Somewhere like the Trinity College Library in Dublin. Just spend a week surrounded by old books and silence.
Hey, library? Mari! That's so you. Classy and smart.
So, basically, we all just want to do our hobbies, but with an unlimited budget. Sounds about right.
It is a logical conclusion. Individuals derive satisfaction from activities aligned with their core programming. This is an efficient use of hypothetical resources.
Exactly. It's about indulging in what truly makes us happy without any limitations. A lovely thought, isn't it?
Totally. Just thinking about it is getting me pumped up. I'm gonna do some squats right now.
And I'm gonna think about taking a nap. Balance is important, you know. Hey, if we could totally redesign our streaming rooms with no budget, what would you all do? I'm curious.
OMG! I full minus on gym. I'd have a squat rack, a treadmill with a huge screen, and a wall of mirrors. It would be super bright with tons of natural light to boost our atonin.
A fitness studio. How very you, Kira. That sounds wonderfully productive.
Hey, Jim. Sounds like a lot of work. I'd go the opposite way. A super dark room, soundproofed, with a giant, comfy beanbag chair and a mini minus fridge full of desserts right next to me.
Analysis. Both environments are sapatsum. An ideal operational space requires precise climate control. 18 degrees Celsius. Minimalist design to reduce cognitive load. No windows.
No windows. You gotta get that vitamin D, Kohaku. And Tsuki, a dark room is bad for your circadian rhythm. You'll mess up your sleep schedule.
That's the point. It'd be a perfect cave for gaming marathons. No concept of time, just the glow of the screen.
It sounds like you're describing a sensory deprivation chamber for focused Tsuki. As for me, I'd love a classic study. 4 minus to minus ceiling bookshelves, a comfy armchair, and a fireplace.
Fireplace. An inefficient and uncontrolled heat source. It poses a significant risk to electronic equipment. A digital display would be a logical alternative.
You're not wrong, but it's about the ambience, dear. The feeling of warmth and comfort can greatly improve one's mood and focus for reading.
Okay, but your library has to have a yoga mat in the corner, Mari, for stretching between chapters. Gotta keep that blood flowing.
And Kohaku, your stereo room would need at least one high minus deck freezer just for ice cream, right? For, emergency cooling.
Correct. A dedicated cryogenic storage unit for cooling materials is a standard requirement. The current model is insufficient.
It's fascinating how our ideal rooms are perfect reflections of our personalities. A gym for peak performance, a cozy den for relaxation, a lab for efficiency, and a study for thought.
Totally, we should combine them. A massive complex with 4 wings. The Kira Fitness Wing sounds awesome.
I'd probably just stay in my wing and order food delivery from yours.
Query. Would this complex have a centralized data processing hub? Network infrastructure is critical.
Of course, and a common area for us all to gather. It's important to balance personal space with shared experiences.
Yes! With a giant kitchen so I can make everyone nutritionally balanced smoothies.
As long as you can make a parfait minus flavored one, I'm in.
You know, I was just thinking about the science fiction books I read as a child. How many of those future gadgets we dreamed of are actually real now?
Oh, and gee, like video calls on our phones. It's something out of a spy movie, but we do it every day! How wild is that?
Yeah, it's true. Holding a device that connects you to the whole world is pretty amazing. Though, I bet my younger self wouldn't have guessed it. Would be the main cause of my sleep deprivation.
The concept of a portable video communicator was theorized extensively in 20th-century media. Its current ubiquity is a logical technological progression.
But where are the flying cars? I totally thought we'd be zipping around in the sky by now, avoiding all the traffic jams.
I'm with you on that one. My world without traffic would be a paradise. Just imagine never being late because of a jam again.
That's a lovely dream. But I imagine the rules for sky minus traffic would be incredibly complicated. It's a classic case of technology outpacing infrastructure.
Logistical hurdles for personal aerial vehicles remain substantial. Airspace regulation, energy sources, and collision avoidance protocols are underdeveloped. The probability of automated ground transportation is higher.
Alright then. If you could have any one futuristic gadget right now, what would it be?
A teleportation machine. I could get to the gym in literally 1 second. And I could get protein powders from all over the world instantly. The gains would be insane.
For me, a device that completely negates all calories from food. I want to eat an entire parfait hour and have it count as 0. That's the dream.
Tsuki, that's like the ultimate cheat code for life. But I kinda get it. Maybe for just one day.
This unit would require a food replicator. The ability to synthesize nutrient paste with optimal macros on demand would eliminate inefficient meal prep time.
A very practical choice, Kohaku. As for me, I think I'd want a medical pod that could instantly heal any injury or illness. Seeing everyone healthy and happy is the best future I can imagine.
Well, Mari. That's really nice. And here I am just thinking about dessert.
That's so you, Mari. Always thinking about everyone else. You're the best.
I'm just looking out for my favorite people. It's interesting how our desires reflect who we are, isn't it?
Convenience, health, and endless sweets. Sounds like a pretty good summary of our group.
Query: does anyone have a cooling agent? This discussion has increased my internal processor temperature. An ice cream bar is the recommended solution.
Speaking of experiences, I'm curious. What's the most shocking or surprisingly unique food you've all ever eaten?
OMG, durian for sure. The smell is intense like glow, but it's a superfood. Creamy and packed with potassium. A total sensory shock.
I tried wasabi ice cream once. It was a strange journey. First cold and sweet, then a sudden kick right to the sinuses. It was actually pretty good.
This unit once processed Nat2. The texture was a data anomaly. Viscous protein strands. The flavor profile was complex. Further analysis required.
Fufu? A pungent fruit, a spicy dessert, and a textural anomaly. It seems we all have rather adventurous tastes.
Quiet? Kohaku, you just gotta embrace the slime. Nat2 is awesome for your gut health. It's got like a ton of probiotics.
Here comes the health lecture. Kara, you could find the nutritional benefits in eating rocks, couldn't you?
Well, they are full of minerals. But you shouldn't eat them. Bad for your teeth.
The Natu experience overloaded my taste sensors. A palate reset with a cooling agent, vanilla flavor, is the logical next step.
I had century egg in a colony once. The appearance is quite startling, but the flavor was surprisingly mild and savory. A good lesson in not judging by appearance.
So, we've got spicy ice cream, smelly fruit, slimy beans, and funky eggs. We're a really weird bunch, huh? I like it.
Our collective data points to a high tolerance for novel stimuli. This is a positive indicator for adaptability.
Okay, but on the flip side, what was the most shockingly bad thing? Like, never again bad.
Oh, that's easy. This one time I tried to make a super detox kale and wheatgrass smoothie. It tasted exactly like bitter long clippings. So bad!
Hichikaru. Fermented shark. The ammonia concentration was well outside acceptable parameters for consumption. It triggered multiple system warnings.
My goodness, Kohaku. That sounds genuinely hazardous. Mine was far more mundane. A very, very badly burnt piece of toast. The bitterness was just overwhelming.
I tried squidding pasta. It looked cool, all black and edgy, but it just tasted like the color gray feels. Disappointing.
See, that's what happens when you don't focus on balanced flavors. Food should be fun and defuel you, not make you feel like a sad rain cloud.
Kofu, well said, Kara. The pursuit of flavor is a journey of trial and error, isn't it? Fufu, this is a fun thought experiment. If we all lived in one house, how would we divide up the chores?
OMG! I'd totally be the cook. I'd make sure everyone's meals have the perfect PFC balance. It would be the healthiest house ever.
If you're handling the food, I'll happily take on the role of official taste minus tester. It's a very important job.
You have to contribute a little more than that, Tsuki. How about taking out the trash? It's not a daily task.
Okay, fine. I'll be the master of garbage disposal. It has a nice ring to it.
This unit will manage procurement and inventory. I will optimize the shopping list based on consumption patterns to minimize waste.
You'll do the shopping. Awesome! Kohaku, I'll send you a list of all the best organic veggies and lean protein brands.
That sounds wonderfully efficient. I can take care of the laundry then. I find the routine quite relaxing.
So that just leaves cleaning, the big one, who's scrubbing the floors.
Cleaning is such a drag. It totally kills my workout motivation.
Suggestion we could acquire an automated cleaning drone. It would be the most logical and hygienic solution.
Well, a good idea. We can't rely on it for everything. How about we create a weekly rotating schedule for cleaning the shared spaces? That way it's fair for everyone.
Schedule! Mari, you're so smart! That's a great idea!
I'm okay with the schedule, as long as my turn never falls on a weekend morning. That's my dedicated nap time.
I think we can arrange that. It seems we're surprisingly good at this.
Affirmative. The division of labor is logical and leverages individual strengths and tolerances.
Our house would run so smoothly. We'd be a perfect team.
Just make sure that optimized shopping list has a permanent spot for my favorite ice cream and puddings, Kohaku.
The request for high-sugar comfort items will be logged. Its approval is contingent on nutritional guidelines set by our designated cook.
Wait, Kira gets veto power over my sweets? This system is flawed.
Alright, everyone. A little thought experiment for you. If you could create one completely new type of entertainment experience, what would it be?
MG, a full-minus Divere fitness game that's also a global dance party. You level up by improving your actual stamina and rhythm. It'd be the ultimate healthy party.
That sounds exhausting. I create something like a shared lucid dream. You and your friends could build worlds together just by thinking. No controllers, just pure imagination.
Shared consciousness introduces significant data, privacy, and psychological risks. A more logical application is a historical simulation engine. Experience past events with Hyaku accuracy.
Just watching? No way! You gotta be in the action. Imagine doing a workout routine with, like, a Roman gladiator. The gains would be historical.
Full of physical and imaginative and an educational experience. It seems we have very different ideas of what's fun.
My dream world would definitely have a 0- gravity zone for napping. And maybe a river made of melon soda. The point is total freedom from rules.
An environment without rules is chaos. My simulation would have strict parameters. The objective is data acquisition, not recreation.
But entertainment is supposed to be recreation. It's for resetting your mind and body. You can't do that by reading historical data logs.
Perhaps the ideal experience would incorporate all three. An active challenge, a creative sandbox, and a library of knowledge, all in one.
So, I could be napping in my dream castle while Kira is hosting a dance minus off in the main plaza? Huh. I could get behind that.
This hybrid model is statistically viable. It appeals to multiple user demographics simultaneously, maximizing potential engagement.
Why, yes. And after the dance minus off, everyone drinks a nutrient minus packed virtual smoothie to recover their HP and DMP. It's perfect!
Of course you'd find a way to include smoothies, Kara. It would be a fascinating study in motivation, seeing which areas people gravitate towards.
I'd gravitate towards the parfait cafe. I don't need motivation for that.
Data suggests a reward system is crucial. The parfait cafe would function as a positive reinforcement mechanism for task completion in other zones.
You want to make me work for my parfait? That's just cruel, Kohaku.
Ha! Sweets are a human right, but maybe you get extra toppings if you beat your personal best on the dance machine.
Although, it seems designing the perfect entertainment is more complicated than it looks. But it's fun to dream about, isn't it? Here's a thought. If the four of us were to go on a trip together, what would the theme be? A relaxing beach vacation, a historical tour, or maybe a food adventure?
Adventure! Totally adventure! Let's go somewhere like New Zealand! We could go bungee jumping and hiking! Think of the endorphins!
Hard pass on the jumping. I'm voting for a theme of maximum relaxation. A trip where the main activity is napping in a hammock sounds perfect.
The Optimal テーマイズデータアクイジション A トリップとザガールピアオスアイランズとオブザーブユニークエコシステムスウッド BA ロジカルチョイス ミニマルヒューマンインターフェアランス。
Level, adventure, relaxation, and research. We certainly have a wide range of interests. It would be a challenge to satisfy everyone.
What if we just focused on food? I tour of France, just for the pastries and desserts. I could get behind that, vigorously.
Hey, food tour! I'm so in! We could go to Italy and try all the authentic, far minus to minus able stuff. So much healthier than the processed versions.
Italy is a fantastic idea. It has history for Kohaku, beautiful coastlines for Tsuki's relaxation, and plenty of delicious, healthy food for Kara.
Italy is an acceptable destination. The Roman aqueducts present a significant amount of architectural data. Also, gelato is classified as a high-minus priority cooling agent.
Yes! We could start the day with a run around the Colosseum, then carb minus load with some super fresh pasta for lunch. Perfect energy balance.
You can run. I'll be providing moral support from a nearby cafe with a croissant. It's a vital role.
Fufu. It seems we have a plan. We can visit Rome for the history, then head to the Amalfi Coast to relax by the sea. I'll handle the itinerary.
The itinerary must include scheduled stops for cooling agent procurement. Failure to do so may result in system overheating.
Just make sure my relaxation time isn't scheduled before 2 a.m. My internal clock doesn't activate until then.
OMG! This is gonna be the best trip ever! We'll come back so refreshed and healthy, and I'll make sure everyone takes their vitamins!
Of course. I'll make sure to find us a lovely hotel with a good gym for Kira and a comfortable balcony for Tsuki.
A balcony with a view. And room service. Yes, that's the dream. You're the best, Mari.
Query, does the hotel's room service menu include vanilla minus flavored ice cream? This is a critical data point for accommodation selection.
Don't worry, Kohaku. Even if they don't, we'll find the best gelato place in town. It's a mission!
Fufu, it sounds like we're all looking forward to it. A perfectly balanced trip for a perfectly balanced team. Speaking of new things, I'm curious. Is there any new skill or hobby you've all been thinking about picking up recently?
Ooh, I was literally just thinking about that. I want to learn how to do that parkour stuff. It looks like the ultimate full minus body workout, and you get to jump off stuff. How cool is that?
Jumping off stuff sounds painful. I was thinking something calmer. Like maybe learning pottery. Making a lopsided mug I can call my own seems kind of nice.
Parkour carries a 43 higher risk of joint injury compared to pottery. The choice is logically clear. This unit is considering learning lockpicking.
Lock picking? Why? Are you planning a heist or something?
Now that's an unexpected skill. Is there a particular reason, Kohaku?
It is a practical application of puzzle minus solving and fine motor control. It could be useful in unforeseen circumstances.
Useful for getting into the snack cupboard after Kira's hidden the key, you mean? Ha! I support this venture.
Hey, my balanced snack initiatives are for your own good. And pottery is cool, Tsuki. You could make your own protein shaker mug.
I was thinking more like a giant parfait glass, but sure. A protein shaker mug.
I I've been thinking about learning calligraphy. There's a certain discipline and beauty in it that I find very appealing. It's a way of practicing medieval sounds.
Calligraphy is so elegant, but my hands would get so shaky. I have too much energy to sit still like that.
Analysis spark hour, pottery, lock picking, calligraphy. A diverse skill set. The combined abilities of this team are expanding.
We're starting a multi-minus talented agency. We can break in, make you a mug, and then leave a beautifully written apology note.
What a charming image Kira could be our getaway driver, I suppose.
Yeah! I'd get us away super fast. It's like cardio.
Query, will the getaway vehicle be stocked with post-minus heist cooling agents?
Of course. It's the most important part of the plan.
Okay, quick question for everyone. If you could try a totally different job for just 1 week, what would it be? No limits!
A professional bed tester for a luxury hotel chain. My only task would be to nap and rate the calm fine SS. That's the dream.
A bed tester's performance metrics are subjective. I would choose to be an operator for a deep-sea research submarine. The data from the abyssal zone is largely uncatalogic.
Deep-sea exploration. That sounds wonderfully peaceful and mysterious, Kohaku. I can see the appeal of discovering something no one has ever seen before.
Peaceful? No way! That's too quiet. I'd be a firefighter. Saving people, the adrenaline, the teamwork. It's the ultimate test of physical and mental strength.
And I'd be providing moral support from a safe distance. With a donut. A very important role, you know.
Fufu, of course it is. As for me, I think I'd like to be a calculator. The precision, the creativity, and the science of getting the perfect temper. It seems very satisfying.
OMG, yes. You could invent a special high-minus protein dark chocolate for post-minus workout recovery. Mori, you're a genius.
Theobromine, a component of chocolate, is a known stimulant. A controlled dose could enhance focus. Your proposal is logical, Mari.
Forget protein. Just focus on making the ultimate chocolate parfait. I'll handle the quality control testing. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
It seems my little workshop would have quite the staff. Kara is the nutritional advisor and Tsuki is the head of taste-minus testing.
And Kohaku could design a super minus efficient production line. See? We'd be the perfect team!
My function would be to optimize the manufacturing process to minimize waste and maximize output. Affirmative. The team composition is viable.
A calculator, a firefighter, and a deep-sea explorer. We've got a weird mix of occupations here.
But it's fun to imagine, isn't it? Seeing a different side of everyone.
Holy! It's like we're forming our own super minus team or something. We can do anything.
As long as our super-minus team headquarters has a well-minus stock snack bar, man.
The snack bar's inventory will require a strategic reserve of vanilla-minus flavored cooling agents.
Fufu. Noted. All essential personnel and their needs will be accounted for.
OMG. Speaking of things that get you emotional, I just watched this amazing movie about a struggling musician. The final concert scene where she finally plays her own song. I was literally BAWLING. It was so good.
Phew. It sounds like it was very cathartic for you, Kira. A powerful performance can certainly do that. I felt something similar watching a historical drama recently. The sheer weight of the decisions the characters had to make was breathtaking.
I'm more of a book person myself. I just finished a fantasy series where the villain was just trying to save their dying world. Their final monologue was, man, it really made you think. It wasn't about good or evil.
This unit does not process good or evil. It processes causality. I analyzed a video game narrative with multiple branching paths. The most moving element was the flawless logic connecting player choice to consequence.
Flawless logic? What about the character's feelings? Didn't you feel bad when you got the bad ending for your favorite character?
Negative. It was an expected outcome based on some inputs. The sadness was an inefficient variable. I reloaded the save file and corrected the error.
Corrected the error. Spoken like a true gamer, Kohaku. But sometimes the sad parts are what make a story stick with you, you know? The imperfections.
I agree with Tsuki. That's a concept called wabi-sabi in some cultures. Finding beauty in imperfection. A character who makes mistakes and struggles is often far more relatable than one who is perfect.
Totally like in that musician movie. Her guitar was all old and beat up, but it was her dad's. The history behind it made it way cooler than some brand minus new fancy one. The EMOTI one.
Yeah, that's the stuff. The little details that tell a bigger story. That's what gets me.
Analyzing. The emotional attachment to an object based on its history is a common psychological phenomenon. It does not, however, improve the object's functionality. The guitar's audio output was likely suppotsum.
You're missing the point, Kohaku. It's not about the audio output. It's about the heart.
Wafu. Perhaps heart is a variable Kohaku's current programming doesn't prioritize. But that's what makes this conversation interesting, isn't it? We all experience the same media in such different ways.
For sure. Kira wants passion, I want introspection, Murray wants psychological depth, and Kohaku wants efficient data processing.
Affirmative. The most moving piece of entertainment this unit has consumed recently was a beautifully animated infographic demonstrating global supply chains. The efficiency was sublime.
An infographic? Okay, we need to have a movie night and show you some stuff that'll make your circuits cry.
That sounds like a wonderful idea, Kara. A little emotional education for our dear Kohaku.
Can we watch a baking show? Watching people make giant cakes is my kind of emotional journey.
Oh, good idea! It's low minus stress but high minus reward. We can get all the satisfaction of seeing a cake without any of the sugar crash.
Query, will this movie night feature ice cream? The consumption of a cooling agent can enhance data processing during emotional analysis.
Okay, random question time. If you could rate minus to your entire room to be like a theme park, what theme would you pick? I'm totally buzzing just thinking about it.
A theme park. I'd make my room a giant fluffy cloud. You could just sink into it anywhere. With a warm breeze. That sounds nice.
Fufu. That sounds wonderfully relaxing, Tsuki. As for me, I transform my room into a grand, old library with secret passages behind the bookshelves.
A replica of an Arctic research station. Minimalist design, climate minus controlled to sub minus 0 temperatures. Optimal for processing data and preserving cooling agents.
Oh, everyone's so chill. No pun intended, Kohaku. I'd want something with more action, like a huge indoor trampoline park.
A secret library sounds cool, Mari. You could find all sorts of interesting things. And Kohaku's room sounds cold. Are you sure you wouldn't just freeze?
This unit is equipped with a thermal regulation system. The cold is a feature, not a bug. It prevents overheating.
A trampoline room sounds very energetic, Kara. You'd have to be careful not to bounce right into the ceiling, though.
That's part of the fun. It'd be the best morning workout ever. Just bouncing out of bed, literally.
I'd probably get motion sickness just watching you. My cloud room is looking better and better.
My library would have a large, comfortable armchair right by a fireplace. Perfect for reading on a rainy day.
Okay. A fireplace sounds nice. But you could have a climbing wall going up to a loft bed. Way more exciting, right?
A climbing wall presents a calculated risk of falling. The Arctic station would have a simple, efficient sleeping pod. Safety protocols are paramount.
You guys are thinking too hard. The best theme park is one where you can nap peacefully. So, a field of flowers. Or maybe a room made entirely of squishy maki.
A maki room? OMG! You try to eat your walls, Tsuki.
That's a very sweet idea, Tsuki. It seems our ideal rooms really reflect our personalities, don't they?
It would be the ultimate snack paradise. What's not to love?
Structural integrity of maki is questionable. Recommend reinforcing with frozen yogurt.
Frozen yogurt. Yes, high in protein. See, Kohaku gets it.
It seems we circle back to food. Some things never change, do they? Ho. I was reading an article about art made by AI winning competitions. It makes me wonder, do you all think a machine's creation can truly move you emotionally?
No way, not a chance. Art needs like a soul. It needs passion and struggle and all the messy human stuff. You can't just code that.
The objective is to elicit an emotional response. If an AI analyzes data on what humans find moving and creates an optimal output, the result is technically more efficient.
More efficient. But is it the same? I think if a piece of art or music makes you feel something real, does it matter how it was made?
That's the core of the question, isn't it? Is the emotion in the work itself, or in our knowledge of the human effort behind it?
It's totally the human effort. Like when you hear a singer's voice crack with emotion on a high note. An AI would just see that as a mistake to correct.
A sophisticated AI could be programmed to simulate such flaws to maximize the listener's predetermined emotional reaction. The effect could be more potent.
Oh, that's a little scary to think about. Engineered emotions. But I still think there's a difference between a simulated crack and the voice and a real one.
It's true. We value authenticity. Perhaps removed not just by the art, but by the story of the artist's struggle that we project onto it.
Exactly. When you know someone poured their whole heart into a song, it just hits different. It's like you can feel their energy.
But what if the A had a heart? What if it learned from all of humanity's stories and developed its own way of expressing sadness or joy? Is that still not real?
The concept of an AI developing genuine consciousness is a separate and complex topic. Currently, they are pattern-minus recognition systems, not sentient beings.
Spoken like a true and Roy Kohaku. But what about AI as a tool? Like a camera or a synthesizer? The human is still the one with the vision.
Oh, okay. I can get behind that. If it's helping a person make something awesome that they couldn't before, then that's totally cool. The human is still the boss.
Yeah, I like that idea. The soul isn't in the tool, it's in how you use it. It's about the intent behind the creation.
This unit concurs. A human-minus AI collaboration can synthesize the emotional intent of a human with the vast processing power of a machine. An optimal partnership.
So, in the end, perhaps the question isn't human versus machine, but how they can work together to create new forms of beauty we haven't even imagined yet.
Okay, fine, you guys win. But for the record, I'm still gonna cry way harder at a movie if I know the actors did their own stunts. The real effort matters.
Fair enough, Kara. We all have our things that get to us.
Here's a fun thought experiment for everyone. If we could each design a limited minus editions, we eat or drink for a convenience store, what would you create?
Oh, MG, yes! I'd make the ultimate post-minus workout recovery smoothie, packed with protein, electrolytes, and natural fruit sugars. It'd be called Kira's Glow Minus Up Fuel.
A recovery smoothie. Sounds very diligent, Kara. I'd go the other way. A multi-minus layer parfait with extra whipped cream and chocolate sauce, called the reason I woke up today.
Tsuki! All that sugar will just lead to a crash. You need complex carbs for sustained energy, not just a sugar rush.
Propose a Laze series of nutritional jelly pouches, each color minus coded to a specific function. Blue for cognitive enhancement, green for immune support, red for energy, efficient nutrient delivery.
Fufu, how practical, Kohaku. It's fascinating how our ideas reflect our priorities. Physical performance, emotional satisfaction, and functional efficiency.
Emotional satisfaction is a top priority, you know? Sometimes you just need a treat that feels like a hug. That's what my parfait is.
A hug shouldn't raise your blood sugar to dangerous levels. My smoothie is like a supportive high -5 from the inside.
My idea would be a mood reading coffee. The cup would have heat minus sensitive ink that reveals a comforting message as you drink it. It combines the caffeine boost with a small, positive psychological nudge.
Ooh, I like that. A little surprise at the end. That's nice.
The thermochromic ink is a sound marketing tactic. It increases user engagement with the product. Analysis high. Probability of social media sharing.
Okay, that's actually super cool, Mari. Can we make a version with tea for people who are caffeine minus sensitive? Green tea has L minus B9, which is great for focus.
Of course, offering choices is key. It gives the customer a sense of control and personalization, which makes the experience more positive.
So we've got a healthy smoothie, a happy parfait, a smart jelly, and a magic coffee. We could basically run our own little shop.
Right? We cover all the bases. Everyone would find something they love.
Emotional support parfait, cognitive function jelly, high minus performance smoothie, categorization complete. The product lineup is viable.
It seems we have a solid business plan. All we need now is a name for our brand.
I'd be the official taste tester for everything. It's a tough job, but someone has to do it.
Only if you promise to also drink my glow minus up fuel to balance it all out. It's a package deal.
That talk about efficiency was interesting, but it makes me wonder, what's something you guys do that's totally useless, but you do it anyway?
Gee, I have so many! Like, spending an hour making the PE, our FECT playlist for a mood, and then never listening to it.
Fufu, I understand that. It's the process of creation that's enjoyable, not necessarily the outcome.
Compiling data without a designated output. Inefficient. A waste of processing cycles.
It's not a waste if it's fun, Kohaku. It's like for my soul, you know?
Yeah, I get that. For me, it's just staring out the window. Not thinking about anything specific. Just watching the clouds move.
That's a form of mindfulness, giving your brain a chance to rest and reset. It's actually very productive for your mental health in the long run.
See, Mari gets it. It's like when I organize my makeup by color. Does it help me get ready faster? No. Does it look super cute? Why, yes.
This unit organizes cooling agent inventory by optimal consumption temperature. This is for maintenance efficiency. It is not cute.
Sure, Kohaku. Maintenance. But you enjoy lining up all the different ice cream bars, don't you?
Data requires orderly arrangement for accurate assessment.
It seems we all have our little rituals that defy pure logic. Mine is probably brewing tea with a full traditional set. A simple tea bag is faster, but the ritual is Kanu.
Oh, that's so classy, Mari. Way better than my thing, which is watching videos of people cleaning rugs. It's so satisfying, but I learned nothing.
I know those videos. It's mesmerizing. It's like my brain goes on vacation. No thoughts, just a clean rug.
Observing the removal of contaminants from a fibrous surface. A simple, repetitive visual stimulus. It could induce a state of low minus level trance.
Exactly. Our brains crave those moments of simplicity. It's a necessary escape from our complex lives.
So, basically, all the useless stuff we do is actually super important for keeping us sane. We're not wasting time. We're doing mental health maintenance.
That's a nice way to put it. It's not about being efficient, it's about being okay. I like that.
Well said, you two. Perhaps the most valuable things we do are the ones with no goal at all.
Hypothesis unproductive activities are a vital component of sustainable operation. We're classifying useless to essential maintenance.
Okay, team. Super random question time. If you could be anything or anyone else for a whole 24 hours, what would you be? Go!
A classic. I'd probably choose to be a house cat. A very spoiled one. Just napping in sunbeams all day without a single care. That's the dream.
A feline life form. Low energy consumption, high sleep minus to minus weight ratio. A logical choice for system recovery.
Fufu. I like that, Tsuki. I think I would want to be a deep minus sea jellyfish, floating silently in a world with no noise, just pressure and light. It would be so peaceful.
Oh, you guys are so chill. I'd want to be a dolphin, leaping through the waves, playing with my friends. All that cardio would be amazing for my circulation.
See, that sounds exhausting. I get tired just thinking about it. What about you, Kohaku? What's your pick?
The central server of a global weather prediction system, processing immense datasets to forecast atmospheric patterns, maximum efficiency.
That is SOU, Kohaku. Okay, level 2. What if you had to become one of US for a day?
Oh, that's a fun twist. The variables become much more complex. Who would you choose, Kira?
Huh. Mori minus need for sure. I'd be super smart and could figure out everyone's problems in like 5 seconds. Plus, I bet you have a really comfy bed.
Fufu, I'm flattered. I assure you my problem minus solving methods are a bit more involved than that, but you're welcome to try.
I'd want to be Kohaku. I'm curious what it feels like to just not be bothered by emotions. Must be quiet in there.
My internal processors are constantly active. It is not quiet. However, emotional supertimes are not a standard feature.
And you get to eat ice cream as maintenance. That's a huge bonus.
My choice would be Tsuki. I'd love to experience that innate ability to put everyone at ease. It's a rare and powerful gift.
Huh. You're making me sound like some kind of magical creature. I'm just me.
Hey, wait! Does that mean no one wants to be me? I'm super fun? We could run a marathon and then drink smoothies.
Becoming Kira would require a significant upgrade to my power supply. The projected energy consumption exceeds current limits.
Don't worry, Kira. I think we'd all love to borrow your boundless optimism for a day. We just need to schedule a nap afterwards.
Yeah, it would be an adventure. I'd probably need a full week to recover though.
Speaking of these little comforts, does everyone have a favorite spot they're drawn to? A place you go just to reset your mind?
Oh, MG, totally. For me, it's the riverside running path at sunrise. The air is fresh and seeing the sky change color.
Wow, you're always so full of energy, Kira. I'm the opposite. I kinda like the back alley behind the bookstore. It's quiet and smells like old paper.
Analysis A specific scent triggering a state of calm. My preferred location is the rooftop of a tall building at night. Minimal sensory input. Optimal for system diagnostics.
Fufu, a rooftop. That sounds very peaceful, Kohaku. It's so interesting how different our choices are.
A back alley? I rooftop. You guys are so cool and mysterious. My spot is just, like, super sunny and basic.
It's not about being cool, it's about finding a place where you can just breathe, you know? The alley is forgotten. No one looks for you there. It's freeing.
I understand that feeling. Mine is a specific window seat at a small cafe. It's perfect for people minus watching. You see so many little stories unfold.
Human observation, a viable method for data acquisition on social patterns.
Ow! People minus watching! That sounds fun! You can totally check out everyone's outfits and get an SPO!
Exactly. It's relaxing, but my brain still feels engaged. It's the perfect balance for me.
A cafe sounds nice. Sometimes I just go to the local laundromat at night. The constant humming of the machines is weirdly comforting.
Laundromat, you find the most interesting places, Tsuki.
Repetitive, low-frequency sound. Known to induce a meditative state, a logical choice.
See? Kohaku gets it. It's like white noise. It drowns out all the other thoughts in my head.
It seems we all look for a place that offers a specific kind of quiet, whether it's quiet from noise from people or from our own thoughts.
This is so cool! Everyone's secret spots are so... them? It's like a personality test!
Maybe we should do a tour of everyone's favorite spots sometime. A recharge tour.
Oh, what a lovely idea. I'd be happy to show you my favorite cafe.
Proposal accepted. The Sanctuary Pilgrimage Mission will provide valuable behavioral data.
Here's a thought for everyone. If you could instantly master one new skill, what would it be? And what would you do with it?
Oh, easy! I'd want to master professional minus level cooking! I could make the healthiest day and the most delicious meals for everyone. Like, forever!
That's a good one. I think I'd want to be able to perfectly repair anything. Broken electronics, furniture, broken hearts, maybe.
The ability to perfectly predict short-term weather patterns. This would optimize my commute and prevent unexpected system exposure to precipitation.
Those are also wonderfully practical. Kira wants to nurture, Tsuki wants to fix things, and Kohaku wants to be efficient.
Totally! No more wondering what to eat! I just whip up a nutritionally balanced feast that tastes like it's from a 5-star restaurant.
It would just be satisfying. Seeing something that was useless and making it whole again. There's something nice about that.
It would also allow me to provide a Q18 accurate. I scream on that warning to nearby units.
Using your superpower for ice cream safety. I love that! So what about you, Mori-ni?
I think I would choose the ability of speed minus reading. Imagine being able to read and absorb an entire book in minutes. All the knowledge in the world, just waiting.
That sounds amazing. You'd run out of books to read pretty fast, though.
Perhaps. But it would be a wonderful problem to have. I could learn so much and help people with that knowledge.
You could read all my health magazines in like 10 seconds. Then you could give me the highlights. So efficient.
Weary with this skill apply to terms of service agreements? That would be a significant time minus saver.
An excellent point, Kohaku. Yes, that would be a very practical application.
So we'd have a chef, a repairman, a weather forecaster, and a human supercomputer. We'd basically be unstoppable.
Already unstoppable, Tsuki. This would just be, like, our superpower upgrade.
It is fun to think about, isn't it? The potential in learning something new.
Yeah, makes you want to go try something, even if you can't master it instantly.
Initiating search for local weather balloon construction kits.
Here's a little thought experiment for everyone. If you could master one new skill, completely unrelated to what you usually do, what would it be?
Oh, fun! I totally learned how to be a professional DJ. Imagine creating a mix so good it gets everyone's heart pumping. It's like a workout for your soul.
Hey DJ, that's very you, Kara. For me, maybe carpentry. There's something satisfying about building something solid and reliable with your own hands.
Carpentry, a practical skill involving precise measurements and construction. Logical. My choice would be professional cooking.
Whoa, Tsuki, a carpenter? That's so cool. And Kohaku, you want to be a chef? I did not see that coming.
The process of transforming raw ingredients via chemical reactions is an interesting data minus driven process. The goal: create the perfect ice cream.
Of course. It's about ice cream. I should have known. I'd build you a special shelf for all your recipe books.
Fufu, it always comes back to ice cream. What a wonderful set of skills. I think I would choose pottery. The focus it takes to shape clay seems very meditative.
Pottery! So elegant, Mari minus me. You could make us all matching mugs for our streams. That would be so cute.
That's a lovely idea, Kira. A physical representation of our connection.
So, we'd have custom furniture from me, perfect ice cream from Kohaku, and matching mugs from Mari. What about your DJ skills, Kira?
That would be the soundtrack for our ultimate hangout. We'd have the coolest, most well-minus equipped chill spot ever.
It sounds like a wonderful plan. Everyone's choice of skill seems to be about creating something for others to enjoy.
I guess you're right. It's not just about learning, but about what you do with it.
Objective group cohesion enhancement. The project appears to have a high probability of success.
Totally! We'd be an unstoppable creative force. First, we take over the world with good vibes and perfect snacks.
One step at a time, Kara. But it's a beautiful vision. Learning new things really does open up new possibilities, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of fun to think about. Maybe I'll actually look up some woodworking videos later.
We require genic dessert science for beginners. Results found. Commencing data acquisition.
Yes! Let's all learn our new things. We're gonna be so multi-minus talented.
So, here's a question. Is there anything you've all always wanted to try, but have never gotten the chance to do?
OMG, yes! I've always, ILWAYS, wanted to go skydiving. Can you imagine the adrenaline rush?
Jumping out of a perfectly good airplane? You're a brave one, Kira.
It's the ultimate freedom. But, you have to book it super far in advance and get training. My schedule is just always packed with workouts.
Analysis the risk minus to minus reward ratio seems questionable. However, the physiological data collected would be interesting.
Fufu, what about you, Kohaku? Is there a human experience you'd like to collect data on?
scuba diving, specifically a night dive. Observing bioluminescent organisms in their native habitat is a high minus priority data minus gathering objective.
That actually sounds pretty amazing. Why haven't you gone?
Acquiring the necessary certification requires a significant time investment, which has been allocated to other directives.
Should all get certified together. It'd be a super fun group activity. We could be like the Stream Team Scuba Squad.
That's a charming idea, Kira. For me, I've always wanted to visit Iceland to see the northern lights.
The aurora? Yeah, I've seen pictures. They look unreal.
Exactly. But it's so far away, and you have to go at the right time of year. It's a trip that requires serious planning, which I just haven't had time for.
What about you, Tsuki? Don't hold out on us.
Me? I guess I've always wanted to try glassblowing. Making something solid and beautiful out of molten glass seems really cool.
Oh, glass blowing? That's so artistic and cool. But also, like, super hot, right? You need to hydrate like crazy.
Yeah, but I've heard it takes a lot of focus and you can rush it. I'm not sure I have the patience for that. I'd probably mess it up.
A high minus temperature, high minus risk creative endeavor. The probability of system overheating would be notable.
Skydiving, night dives, the northern lights, and glass blowing. My goodness, we're an adventurous group, aren't we?
For real, we should totally make a group bucket list and just start checking things off. It would be epic. That last topic was so much fun. Seriously, if the four of us started a real project together, wouldn't we be totally unstoppable?
Unstoppable, huh? It's a fun thought. I think I'd prefer behind minus the minus scenes role, supporting everyone. Maybe managing a quiet consultation space for people who need to talk.
A consultation space is a wonderful idea, Tsuki. To leverage all our strengths, how about a comprehensive wellness center? It could combine Kira's fitness, your counseling, and my life minus coaching.
Wellness Center. A profitability analysis is required. This unit will handle demand forecasting, customer data management, and operational optimization, proposing efficient resource allocation.
Hey, Wellness Center! Oh, MG, that's brilliant. I'd create the best workout plans. Tsuki would handle mental care, and Mari minus Ni would help with goal minus setting. And Kohaku would do awesome computer stuff.
Precisely. We could offer a truly holistic approach to well minus being. A place where people can improve their body and mind in a supportive environment.
Affirmative. I will establish key performance indicators and measure outcomes, quantifying user happiness to identify areas for service improvement.
In that case, I'd want my space to be a rest stop for people who feel stuck with the plans Mari makes. A place to recharge and move at their own pace. No pressure.
That's a perfect addition. It's crucial to have both ambitious goals and a safe space for recovery. We'd support our clients from every possible angle.
Ha! I really want to do this now. Our wellness center would be the happiest place on Earth, for real.
The definition of happiest place on Earth is required. Please provide measurable metrics.
Easy, easy. What Kira means is a place where everyone who visits leaves with a smile, right?
Yeah, exactly. Tsuki, you totally get it.
Fufu, it has a nice ring to it. Let's call it the Quartet Wellness Hub. To make it a reality, we'd have to start with some market research.
Market research. Commencing competitor analysis and target audience persona creation. Initiating data acquisition protocols.
Oh, Kohaku. You work fast. You're always so reliable.
No way. It feels like it's already starting. Okay, I'm gonna go review the latest nutrition and workout theories.
I'm so glad everyone is on board. Just talking about it like this is exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, with the four of us working together, it really feels like we could do anything.
The calculated probability of project success is 82 wa 4%. This is a high value.
Awesome! That's basically a guaranteed success. Hey! Let's play a game! If you had, like, unlimited money and space, what would your dream room be?
Unlimited, huh? That's a dangerous word. I like it.
What a fun question. My mind is already racing with possibilities.
Right? Okay, I'll go first. I'd want a room with one entire wall as a giant screen, showing like a beautiful beach or a starry sky, and a hammock, total chill zone.
Analysis a dynamic visual environment could reduce stress, but may also be a source of distraction. Optimal refresh rate would need to be determined.
Hammock sounds nice. For me, I'd want a room with a secret passage. Like, you pull a specific book on a shelf, and a hidden or opens up.
Oh, a secret passage. How wonderfully mysterious. What would be inside, Tsuki?
A small, cozy room with a comfy sofa and a mini-minus fridge full of snacks. My own personal hideout.
Gia hideout! That's so cool! We could totally have secret meetings in there.
A secured, isolated space would be logical for sensitive operations. My ideal room would be a server room, perfectly climate-controlled.
A server room? Like, with a bunch of computers? Wouldn't that be like super noisy and hot?
Negative. It would be optimized for thermal efficiency and silence. Also, it would contain a secondary, cryo-storage unit for my ice cream supply.
Of course it would have a freezer for your ice cream. I should have guessed.
Fufu. It seems everyone wants a room that's a perfect sanctuary for them. It's very revealing.
What about you, Mari-Ne? What's your dream room?
For me, I'd want a grand library with floor minus to minus ceiling bookshelves, a rolling ladder, and a large window with a view of a quiet garden.
That sounds incredibly common. I can picture you there, reading a book.
So classy! Like something out of a movie. We'd all have such different but awesome rooms.
The combined structure would have diverse energy requirements. A centralized power management system would be necessary.
Indeed. A house with a beach view, a secret base, a data center, and a library. It would be a fascinating place to live, wouldn't it? Hey, I was just thinking, if the four of us were to actually live together, what kind of house would we want? Let's get specific about the layout and interior design.
OMG, yes! I'd want my own personal gym for sure. Or at least a room with enough space for all my workout gear. And it has to get tons of sunlight.
A personal gym, huh? I'd want a soundproof room. A quiet place where I can just read or listen to music without any interruptions.
Analyzing requirements. A4- bedroom house with dedicated special minus purpose rooms. Minimum floor area of each 600 square feet is recommended for optimal cohabitation.
Fufu, you're quick with the numbers, Kohaku. So, a big house it is. What about the shared spaces? I think a large, open-minded concept living room would be lovely.
Totally. With a giant TV and a super comfy couch. We could have movie nights and play games together. It would be so much fun.
Sounds good to me. I'm all for lazing around on that couch, eating snacks.